the invitation. You all the time you need. You were very patient with me. I did it. That's why I keep me on my toes. I like that shot. Dude, no fucking way. Water. No water. I gave you a fucking point there. Fuck. That's a great question. I'm not sure. Oh, oh. What'd you think of that shot? Break it for me, dude. Pretty good. That's I just don't know what to say. You could make it. You actually, I think, have a chance. Oh, what an amazing shot. That was a 9 out of 10 out of 7 shot. Rabbi takes the lead again. That's what I'm talking about. How about this shot? What are your thoughts on this shot? What are your thoughts on this shot? I've never seen this go in the hole. I've never seen it go in the hole. How about that shot? Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Glad that you're here. Hit my ball. No. Hit my ball. Dude, you have a perfect shot. You're going to hit my ball. A hole in one. We've never seen that on this hole. Or I've never seen it. Yeah, big guy. Yes, sir. I'm in agreement with you. Get there. Oh, it's just short. I think it would have been exactly what my ball is. Look at this. You're helping me again. Big time help. Look at this. Look at this help. Look at the advantage of going first. I'm going to this. I could now. That's okay. I'll take a 3 on this one. Or a 2. A 3. I don't think I've ever played a better round. Maybe. I mean, okay, this is not my favorite. No way to reverse. Not what you want to do because How many rooms do you do? Wait, oh, boy, I was going to be tough to beat this set, boys. Perfect game. That's one in a row. No. Oh, is that a good shot? Get there. No. Give up, ball, give up. Yep. Oh, dude, did you fuck me? What a great shot. Get in the hole. You did. I like this hole. You do not. Not when I do that, though. Not when I do that, though. I think you're right. Oh, you take your chance at it. Yeah. Get in the water. Oh, wow. Stream like going out of style. How about you? Stream. How about you? You like it yesterday? You know, just keep it around here. That is special. I know. I've been streaming for most of it. That's, I know. That's why I'm streaming for the decade. Oh yeah. I'm gonna do it the rest of my life. Short. I needed that. That good. Go ahead. I don't really care about fame. I care about what this much data can do for society. I think it can make us better people. We can learn about the human body, learn about behaviors, emotions, all of that kind of stuff. I feel is very important. And we don't have like a huge data set currently. The best we have is somebody over a long period of time tracking their life is through like, are you serious? Is like through journaling or diaries from like other decades or other centuries. And the best we have of one person being on camera this long. There are people who have been on camera perhaps this long, but their data isn't easily shareable. So what do I mean? There are people who have like closed circuit television uh, devices or like security cameras that have been on for like decades. But that information is stored on hard drives that aren't available to the common person. The thing that makes my stream special is that you can be 80 years old or 18 years old, get on YouTube and watch me from last year, the year before that, the year before that. You just, the accessibility is unlike we've ever seen before, and that's what really makes it special. I don't like this one. Where is it, Zoo? Yeah, that's not too big of a deal because in the future there will be ways to enhance video so that you can hear all of the different tracks. Um, so you have to think that technology is going to improve to be able to get that information. But oh yeah, especially when it comes to zooming and removing layers of clothing and augmented reality and knowing different. Yeah, you could. Um, I mean, this is just what I know. You could zoom in extreme detail in the future, especially with AI, and AI will be able to perhaps reproduce any kind of quality issues to the point where they would be indiscernible to the human eye. And so, for instance, let's take a famous scene from Star Wars. Okay, do you know where um, they're flying over the Death Star? Okay, so under normal conditions, that goes very, very quickly, and you can't see too much super good detail. But in the future, oh great shot, what you'd be able to do, this is a long shot. You need this angle to be right. Um, in the future, what you'd be able to do is, especially with AI, zoom in on all of that. You could perhaps change the location. Probably the easiest way to is you just give that video to AI, and it will build an entire AI world that is indiscernible from what it would have been when George Lucas made it. So you could change the angles. You could like normally when it's flying from behind or the camera's behind, you could make it look like it was coming from forward. You like in the video game when you pause it and you can move the camera around like with instant replay and like do 360s around the subject. You'll be able to do that. Now in my case, people complain. One of the biggest complaints that I get, and I'm fine with this complaint, are people saying, "What is it? Like? What are your cameras at? 720p or 480p?" That doesn't really matter to me because what's important to me is just that it's capturing the video. In the future, we will be able to enhance all of the video so that it's all 8K, And what is that going to do? Oh, that's a great sound. The human eye cannot discern between 8K and 16K, which is at a certain point, it maxes out what a human eye can discern. And so it's not going to matter whether it's 32K or 64K. Human eyes still can only see about 8K. And that means, at least for me, that all of my footage will just need the enhancement of being 8K. So 8K, yeah, I mean on some things. Nice job, you take the lead. Uh-oh. They don't make like movies in 8K yet, but they make, I've seen like, I think photographs in 8K. So what do I mean? Like they're just like, I mean, I can look it up after this game at another point. But basically, we're very close to maxing out what an eye can discern. Now, in terms of sound, there's an argument to be made. Wow, that took out so much shit. There's an argument to be made. Well, I can't hear you. Oh, wow. Zoot, you're going to take a huge lead here. Because it's basically impossible. Unless you hit the, wait a minute. You hit the windmill. I don't know if I can. Yeah, you're up 2 games, 2 bullets to 0. Oh wait, you went first though. Oh okay, no you're not. You're 2-1. I'm used to going first. I'm ready for it. So for instance, like I listen to the radio 24/7. So I listen to the radio like 24/7 because I want there always to be news in the background so that people can literally go to any day on the screen and know what was going on and where to be. But that's not always clear on every single screen. Yep. But in the future, we'll be able to change the tracks. Wow, that was a good shot. You basically gave me power. Oh no. In the future, we'll be able to change the tracks so that, or like, how would I say, like, separate the tracks so that absolutely everything is listenable. Get there, get there, get there. And so you'll be able to just listen to the radio or just listen to the voices of the people who are talking on the street. Or you'll be able to change it so that you can just hear uh, perhaps like the sound of my computer. Or you'll be able to just hear like music in the background. Or when I watch a television show, you'll be able to focus it just so that you'll be able to hear the television or the show that I watch. Basically, and I really mean this, given enough time, you'll be able to hear what my neighbors are doing. You'll be able to hear what my roommates are doing. You'll be able to hear like super sound. I don't know how else to describe it, but like not just like, oh, what's going on in this room, but what's going on across the street. Because you have to think with enough time, microphones are always picking things up. If given enough time, I really mean this, you'd be able to hear what's going on the other side of the world with just one microphone. Now, if you're like, well, that doesn't seem very realistic. Okay, it's the year 2024 right now. Great shot, dude. But in the year 924, 9024, it's going to be a lot different. You have to think that we will have given humanity will have advanced to the point where if we just focus our attention on, hey, we want to be able to hear what's going on with any microphone ever on the other side of the world, we may be able. Oh, what a that was a big miss and very important for my win. I needed that. It's high. Oh, it all comes down to this. That's a, that's terrible, dude. Well, not only that, but it hurts me for my second shot. All right, this is a big shot. Not necessarily. That was mind uploading technology, my G. Why not? Yeah. People might be people might be able to read your thoughts just by hearing your voice here. Yep. Yep. Oh no, in the future, just by reading your brainwaves, basically how you speak, you're giving off waves. Oh, you just lost 3 games in a row, dog. I called it. Yeah, I mean that's there are other ways of technology to get around that, or not get around that, but to utilize that type of oh stop. Um, thank you. Well, there are statutes of limitation, or perhaps it'll be pretty far in the future. We need to make this shot too low, too low. Yo, dog. What did you just say? Yeah, there's a statute of limitation, at least in the United States on murder. Take my phone. Too much pink, dog. Yeah, so there are ways to do that. Like currently, like people don't realize, not shop, people don't realize that your Wi-Fi router is basically transmitting a live video feed to your ISP. It can tell where you are in your house. It can tell what words you're using. And so wherever there's been a Wi-Fi router turned on anywhere in the world, it's sending off waves. And those waves can perhaps be utilized by people in the future to know what events are happening currently. Additionally, there's technology there out there, or at least the possibility of technology that can perhaps um, allow us to be able to reconstruct events in quite a few different ways. So what do I mean? There's a type of technology perhaps known as faster than light communication, which means that people may be able to people may be able to that's a good shot. Use a device. Oh, what a great shot, Zoo. So people might be able to use a device to quit with your bullshit typing, dude. Dude, I'm fucked on this one. All right, so basically, imagine a device that can capture information faster than the speed of light. Well, it could basically go out into space, just like a telescope or something, and faster than light is actually transmitted here on Earth, be able to be um, be able to review all of that information and give us a perfect understanding of what happened on a daily basis here on Earth. Going back even before electronics were invented, to the point where, like, the very primordial ooze that started the world took place, which is almost like a type of time traveling. It's a device known as a looking glass, and while it's somewhat seen as science fiction, it could be science fact in the future. This is a big shot for you, Big Dog. Well, there are arguments to be made that they already exist here on Earth, that we were given them by alien civilizations. Yeah, well, it still keeps my winning streak at 4. Very good job. All right. Okay, was it good? Okay. Well, is this Squid Game? No way. You fucked me. It's hard? What does that mean? Is that a real thing, or you just made it up? That's interesting. I don't know. You could have just like challenged yourself. You love squid games. Oh fuck, dude. I knew that was gonna be too hard. Just like you. Dude, what's number one? Oh, okay. Do you like Stranger Things? It gets kind of weird in later season. Right. That is oh, oh yeah, baby. I played I played Uno with the girl last night, and dude, we played like there's a version of Uno in Discord, and we played that. It's pretty fun. I actually like this one more. I like Ocho more. Dude, you fucked me, man. Narcos? Narcos? Yeah, I think it was a great show, though. Yeah, that was really good. That was really good. All right, that's 5 wins. Now it's time for Ocho. I'm going to beat you 10 games. I'm First to 10.
Yeah. I think as of now,
I mean, that's true. No big dog. No. Come on. Yep. What? That's one win, 1-0. Yeah, but you can pay. Yeah, you can pay. My name is persona non grata there. Wonderful. I'm not me. I'm not. Yeah, go ahead. I think it'd be great if you did that. It's no, it's not instant. They have to manually do it, but you'll they'll just ban you very quickly. The best thing to do would perhaps be to create an alternate and then ask it. Oh yeah, definitely. Uh, that I stream my life from overseas and to join my Discord and to follow me and I put my Discord name in there. Yeah, there are, but they're too small. All the big ones in the hall. I want oh like I don't pay attention. Oh yeah, definitely. But he hasn't streamed in over. He hasn't streamed in over a month there, so he just like his contract was up. Yeah. If you look on his, you sure it was the other day? Okay, if you look on his, um, maybe he deleted it. I'm not sure. If you look on his profile, it doesn't give a date from the last time he streamed. But he was supposed to have done that, Jake. So that could be. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's probably what it was. I think you're right. 3-1. Is it 3-1? Right. That's the only time I've ever done it. Wow, you really fucked me, dude. Me too. Right. I don't know what that blue card thing does. I'm gonna agree. I'm gonna agree. I don't know if it's so much a Republican Party, but she just doesn't want him. He's only 18. They don't want him. She doesn't want him to get involved with all that stuff. She's seen what it's done for her husband, and she doesn't want that for his son. Wow. 3-3. Damn. You don't know if that means a card or if it means a
This is the next. But yeah, it's yes, yes,
That's the other show that I played had the ability. It had one card in it that just switches your deck with my deck, and you could be really strategic in how you. So basically, I could just keep taking cards, a bunch of cards, keep taking cards, keep taking cards. There he is. Yep. And then it would switch. I can see him. So I got like 30. How are you? I know. How are you, Riser? Uno? Oh, fuck. Not for long, though. He just fucked me. You still have a very good chance. No, you have two cards. I have 9 cards. How'd you go from I don't have many colors to every color in one card? You have yellow. I can't believe I chose yellow. I don't have yellow. I just made a mistake. Wow, this game is taking forever. What the fuck just happened? That's crazy. I've never seen that. Dude, this game is so long. This is our longest game. We've never had it where they reshuffle the deck. Oh, you fuck. Okay, Ryzen, you ready? Hey, by the way, dude said that you were asleep. I'm like, it was only like 10:45 when I said it to you. I'm like, no, I think it's switching.
Okay.
Real good job. Easily. We've never seen him have to reshuffle the deck. That's correct. Dude, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Just hit it a little bit on the arrows around his ball, and you'll have a good shot. I don't know what you're doing. There you go. No. Oh, that should never be there. How many green? That's what I thought you should have done. Cut it on the arrow. Rabbi is about to take a major, major lead. Right off the riser. Riser. I had a hole in one on a hole. I'll show you the hole. I don't know how to describe it, but um, it was. Well, just when we get to the hole, I'll tell you which one it is. It's too hard to describe. Right? Riser got a wonderful shot. Dude is obsessed with squid games. Squid games must be really big in Australia. Exactly. Oh, what a good shot. You ordered, they have an adult toy? That, you said it incorrectly. You mean get the cookie out of the McDonald's shape. No way, I thought it would. Fuck. 0 points.
Yeah.
Oh no. Wait. Amazing shot. Oh fuck, you're right. I didn't realize that. Look at my display. Fuck you, man. You're in a perfect spot. You can keep fighting. Go for the win, Zoom. Oh fuck. Do it. Dude. Get it. Are you fucking serious? Riser takes the lead. That's all you need. He's good at this role. I don't think it's possible. Yeah. Do what you want to do, Patel. Respawn. Stop. Oh wow, I fucked up. Dude, get in here. Oh, dude, fuck. Riser. Come on, Zook. Zook's way too hard. Zook's going for the win. Now what are you going to do, Rabbi? What the fuck is that? Zook, come on. Really? Oh, are you fucking serious? We play it. We play 5 games a night, and I beat him usually 5-0 or 5-1. And it is not good to go first. Ah, dude, I'm fucked. Dude's fucked as well. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, what a great shot. Not even close. Easy win for Rabbi. Feel good, dog. I'm not going. Yeah. Dude, nice shot. Tied for the lead. Wow, that's oh shit. Yeah. And I got the chickens in the back. That sucks. Come on, dude. Yes, you did. Dude had great first shot. What do you think of that shot, dude? Dude, he's not that good. That was my best shot of this round. That's all about it was. I've never seen the whole before. Wow. Yo, good dog. That's oh my word, he just made it. Oh, that fucks me. That fucks me. I'm gonna be right, gonna get a point. I'm gonna get no points. Doctors used to tell people to smoke. I did. Yeah. In the hole. No way. Dude, you take the worst angle at it. Come on, it works, dude. Alright, Zook's got a chance to fuck over Rising. If Zook makes this, he fucks over Rising. Make it. Make it. He just fucked him. I went all by myself. You went from being up to losing. I don't know if that's true. With all of it, Zook, where's the hole? Use your spidey sense. turn. Zoo. Zoo. He's looking for that cookie in his shape. Go. Zoo, can you hear us? She hit the ball. Okay, well then tell us which one. There you go. I helped. Good job, Zoo.
I think there is.
This is where the green tree. Oh, you fought me. Get in the water. Wow, did you fuck me? Zoo takes a huge right now. Dude, what flavor is the Squid Game shake? Does it taste like squid? Oh, dude, I asked you a question. What does the Squid Game shake taste like? Squid? Rice or oh no, I did it too. Dude's got a difficult shot. Not necessarily. Dude's getting 2 points. Rice is getting 2 points. Oh, I figure well, but it's not difficult. Right. Zoo, zoo. Dude, you copied my strategy. I'm the one who told you how to do it. Oh, you fuck. Make it. Hey, good job. What kind of good? Look at this shot. Wow. I can't believe I tied. It's such an advantage when first on the right. There's sometimes a whole. Are you fucking serious? Bullshit. There might be a. If you take out that tree, there sometimes is a shortcut there. The tree on the right. That, I'm not kidding. That one. Yeah. I'm serious. We've seen it before. I can't guarantee it, but sometimes there is. Yes, we've seen it before. You just can't guarantee that it's there. Which technically means that the holes are different. But, well, it's pretty assured that risers get still points, which means not here. It all comes down to this one. Right. Dude, help me out, big dog. Dude, you know what you're trying? Dude, dude, that's even worse. hit my ball. Not like that. Okay? Yeah, I'm almost sure about it. Short. Oh, a bit of gay. How is someone a bit of gay? Is Clifford?
Yeah.
No way. Get my ball, sir. Give me a ball. Championship shot. Get there. Get there. Easy win for Ryerson. You don't have the balls. You don't have the balls. You don't have the balls. Why would you do that? You went from winning to tying. Exactly. All you have to do is make it. I did want to win, and I tied for the win. There we go, kids. That was fun. Excellent. Excellent. All right, I'm gonna go into Cassidy and see. He's watching this guy. He's a big fan of this guy named Miss Marty. He sent me a link. You want me to send you the link? Yeah. Let me see if the guy's on. If he's on. He ended 7 minutes. Shit happens. Let me see if he's on his this guy. What is that?
Horribly. Survive, but suffer. That's what I was referring to. So when you look at 5 years from now, that might not be nuclear war. That might be something else, right? That's that kind of has that destructive effect. And I don't know. These feel like novel questions in the history of humanity. I just don't know. I think since nuclear weapons, this has been engineering pandemics, for example, robotics,
Take care,
nanobots.
Boo. Pleasure to play with you.
You know, it just seems like a real new possibility that we have to contend with over the hyper models, or from my perspective. So if you look on, say, the last 1,000 years or 10,000 years, we could say we've seen a certain rate at which people are willing to make big destruction in terms of war. Okay. And if you're willing to project that data forward, then I think that if you want to ask over periods of thousands and tens of thousands of years, you would have a reasonable data. So the key question is what's changed lately? Okay. And so a big question, of which I've given a lot of thought to, what are the major changes that seem to have happened in culture and human attitudes over the last few centuries, and what's our best explanation for those so that we can project them forward into the future? And I have a story about that, which is the story that we have been drifting back toward forager attitudes in the last few centuries as we get rich. So the idea is we spent 1,000,000 years being a forager, and that was a very sort of standard lifestyle that we know a lot about. Foragers sort of live in small bands, they make decisions cooperatively, they share food, they don't have much property, etc. And it was like that. And then 10,000 years ago, farming became possible, but it was only possible because we were plastic enough to really change our culture. Farming styles and cultures are very different. They have slavery, they have war, they have property, they have inequality, they have kings. They stay in one place instead of wandering. They don't have much diversity of experience with food, disease. Just farming life is just very different. But humans were able to sort of introduce conformity and religion, all sorts of things, to become just a very different kind of creature as farmers. Farmers are just really different than foragers in terms of their values and their life. But the pressures that made foragers and farmers were in part mediated by poverty. Farmers are poor. And if they deviated from the farming norms that other people around them supported, they were quite at risk of starving to death. And then in the last 2 centuries, we've gotten rich. And as we've gotten rich, the social pressures that turned foragers into farmers have become less persuasive to us. So, for example, a farming young woman was told, if you have a child out of wedlock, your child may starve. That was a credible threat. She would see actual examples around her to make that a believable threat. Today, if you say to a young woman you shouldn't have a child out of wedlock, she would see other young women around her doing okay that way. We're all rich enough to be able to afford that sort of thing. And therefore, she's more inclined often to go with her inclinations, her sort of more natural inclinations about such things, rather than to be pressured to follow the official farming norms that you should mean that sort of thing. And all through our lives, we have been drifting back toward forager attitudes because we've been getting rich. And so, aside from at work, which is an exception, but elsewhere, I think this explains trends toward less slavery, more democracy, less religion, less fertility, more promiscuity, more travel, more art, more leisure, fewer work hours. All these trends are basically explained by becoming more forager-like. And much science fiction celebrates this. Star Trek or the culture novels, people like this image that we're moving toward this world where we're basically like foragers. We're peaceful, we share, we make decisions collectively, we have a lot of free time, we're into art. So forager is a word, and it's a loaded word because it's connected to what life was actually like at that time. As you mentioned, we sometimes don't do a good job of telling accurately what life was like that day. But you're saying it's not exactly like foragers, it rhymes in some fundamental way. Whereas you also say peaceful. And is it obvious that foraging with a nuclear weapon would be peaceful? I don't know if that's 100% obvious. So we know a fair bit about what foragers' lives were like. The main sort of violence they had would be sexual jealousy. They were relatively promiscuous, and so there would be a lot of jealousy. But they did not have organized wars with each other. That is, they were at peace with their neighboring forager bands. They didn't have property in land or even in people. They didn't actually have marriage. And so they were, in fact, peaceful. I think about large-scale wars. They don't start large-scale. They didn't have coordinated large-scale wars. In ways, chimpanzees do. Chimpanzees do have wars between tribal chimpanzees and others, but human foragers do not. Farmers return to that, of course, the more chimpanzee-like styles. Well, that's a hopeful message. If we could return real quick to the Hello Aliens Twitter thread, one of them was really interesting about language. What percent of Hello Aliens would be able to talk to us in our language? This is the question of communication. It actually gets to the nature of language. It also gets to the nature of how advanced you expect them to be. So I think some people see that like we've advanced over the last thousands of years and we aren't reaching any sort of limit, and so they tend to assume it could go on forever. And I actually tend to think that within, say, 10 million years, we will sort of.
What's up, man? This is How you doing, baby? Hey, how are you? What's going on, man? Six, you guys are amazing. I want to tell you why I think you're amazing. You guys are huge fans. You even made your profile picture as my picture. I told anybody about it. I think it's amazing. How are you guys doing? It's wonderful. I hope that they're all as exciting as the original one. Yeah, absolutely. I stream my life 24/7 for no peace. I don't want to work. And essentially, I created my web so I just created an archive on a single individual for the next 3 years. And if you didn't know, data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than any person ever. Shout out to Ant Six with Rabbi eating peanut butter. Yeah, going back to the pandemic, it's more than 3 years, like 3.5 years. Great question. Great question. So I didn't start out that way. I'm in tech as a background. That's my craft, essentially. I launch apps on the App Store and Google Play. I'm a certified project management professional, and I know the value of data. Well, I started it actually. I would pick golf balls after work at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and I wanted to see what my drive looked like on camera. I never had the opportunity to see that, so I started recording myself just to see what my drive looked like, and I would sometimes make jokes to myself about which way the ball would go, and I thought, you know what, this might be something that my future family might think is funny, and so I started archiving that data, and I upload it every night after playing golf. But the thing that I ran into is it just takes too long to upload everything every single night. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna just start streaming it, and I did. So for like summer 2021, I would just stream that, and then from there, I recognized, you know what, why stop streaming if I get a lot of joy out of this, and I think that data is as important as I've heard it is in the tech world. Then why not just buy some devices and start streaming my life 24/7? Have you guys ever seen the movie The Truman Show? Excellent. Excellent. Absolutely. The Truman Show is a story of a man named Truman Burbank whose entire life is on camera from birth till his adulthood, and the entire world becomes enthralled or fascinated by him. The one difference between Truman and myself is that Truman was done to that person without their consent. And in this case, we have my consent to do this. And I really don't want war anymore. I talk about some things that really will help the world, I think, because this gives me a platform. Truthfully, I'm going to end world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming, and cloud seeding. Utilizing those types. Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. And we can hopefully focus on ourselves, focus on the betterment of society, and utilize AI and robots to our advantage. Oh, word, absolutely. So I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth $300 million. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And I met these guys about 2 years ago in a Twitter space, and I was talking about future technology, and they thought what I was saying was really interesting, and they asked me to become a member of their community, and they sent me a bunch of merch, and basically I become a spokesperson for them, and I'm live. You can see over here in their this in their Telegram, and let me give you guys a room tour so that you can see, because you guys basically only see me from one angle. So, hey, man, we might have. I have, I have one of those. Yeah, they're really nice. Okay, so I back here, I've got the camera. I make this so that you can watch me 360 degrees. Over here, I'm live on. I mean, these are all live on YouTube. So I don't know if you guys have seen, but I'm live on 10 different YouTube channels simultaneously. Exactly. Exactly. Shout out to Big Sleuth over there. So then over here, I'm live in a bunch of other people's discords, like the biggest discords that I can find. And then let me show you. I created a robot that automatically, if you guys know what Kick is, which you probably do if you know what Aiden is, it automatically spams for me. So, yeah, exactly. So everybody on Kick basically knows who I am because of this robot. Here we've got like I'm live in Wall Street Bets Discord. This is on YouTube. Right now my robot is working. And then over here I've got more devices. Let me show you the device on which you usually see me. And again, thank you guys for being so nice to me. You guys are really sweet. Hey, Johan. Uh, well, I have recorded it. Just one moment. Over here, this is the device you usually see me on. And then I just have like a wall of computers here, and they, yeah, exactly. So what they do is they record basically my every movement, every moment of the day. They have been for more than 3.5 years. The robot itself, what it does is a um, it creates an account. It then on Kick. It then will end up uh, following a person, and then it creates a clip of them and types in the description my Discord, and then it spams them like 8 times, and then it moves on to the next person, and it just runs like continuously. Is I'll show you right now. Uh, so what's it going to do? It's going to open up Kick. It's going to go to the just chatting. And as you can tell, with my hands are here, this is all automated. And what it will do is basically create the account for me. And it's how people have gotten to know me. And I've gotten some really good interviews with people that, I mean, you ask anybody on Kick who's a top 300 streamer on Kick, they all know who I am because of my robot. And that's been a really nice way to get more um, influence on the world. But really, what it's about is world peace. I'm an advocate for world peace. I don't think it's right for you to put your hands on me or me put my hands on you without consent. And we're at a point in society where I feel we don't need war. We can advocate to defense contractors to start building robots and using AI for the good of humanity and move away from hurting each other. I feel that especially with the current conflicts, the best way to avoid any further war is to first everybody lay down their arms, release all the hostages, come to terms at a table, eye to eye, person to person, and live stream it. That way, the whole world would be aware of if anybody is not playing fairly, essentially. And those are some of the things that I think are important. But we talk about some other things that are much bigger than just even world peace. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter. I don't know if you guys know who Bob Lazar is, but I'm a huge advocate of Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar was a nuclear physicist Area 51, specifically F4. It talks about the utilization of anti-gravity for propulsion and for perhaps the creation of force fields. We also talk about things like de-extinction. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. It was with the Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. The scientists were able to de-extinct it, and fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific has started, and they have made it their goal by the year 2028, so within the next 3 years or so, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth using African elephants. So perhaps within the next half decade or so, you might be able to see a woolly mammoth, at least on video, and they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, which might be very exciting. Additionally, once they're done with the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo, which I think is just incredibly exciting of an opportunity to be on Earth to be able to see these things. Other things that we talk about are things like life extension technology, the utilization. Like when you guys were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. But I want to help you. I want to extend that. So the use of life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells, nootropics, things like cryogenics, cryonics, other things like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. All of these things are excellent opportunities for people to extend their life to age 100, 120. But then what happens? Your body's going to break down. You guys are going to say, okay, Rabbi, now what? Well, that's when the next step of technology comes into place. And I really mean this. To man and think, and you, of course, biggest loser on the internet. I want to, once I go viral, I have more data than any person on Earth. Data is Earth's #1 resource. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I have, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, palladium, silver, everything. And I have more data than any person ever archived. You guys know I'm everywhere. And I want to be able to make you, your friends, and your family rich. And so that you can afford these types of technologies. So, all right, we get to age 80, age 100, age 120, our bodies start to break down. What do we do then, Rabbi? Well, that's when the next type of technology comes into effect, which is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain if you want. This is all with your consent. Where we scan your brain into your computer. We have access to your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, and take that data and download it into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, whatever you want to be. You can be perhaps a robot or an ethereal being. These are all certainly opportunities we have in the future. And I just want you to know that I'm a leader in all of these facets of futurology, is what it's known as. And with as much data as I have, it may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, I want to help all of you. I want to help your friends, and I want to help your families. I'll have more money than I know what to do with. I'm going to give it away. I want to give it to you and have you be able to start charities for people who you want to help, for you to be able to help your friends and family, and really just help the world. Like, these are excellent opportunities. 30. Yeah, with Stanley Cooper. Absolutely, you're exactly right. I will have to track this. What people don't recognize is that there's a breakaway civilization of humanity. There are Homo sapiens, which we all are, and then we are evolving into a species that perhaps some of us don't die. And for those of us who are in this breakaway civilization, it's an extremely exciting opportunity for people. Now, I personally recognize what you're saying. Yes, it's been said for thousands of years. Hey, we won't work peace. We don't think that other people should hurt other people. Yes, but we need leaders in society to be able to discuss these things. I legitimate points. So let's talk about that, where we've already done damage to our brains, for perhaps through, I don't know, just aging, through cell degradation, through alcohol, through whatever. Okay, fine. Well, there's a type of technology and a type of device known as a replicator machine. Now, they're currently not available to people, but in the future they may be. The replicator machine essentially will allow you to scan an object and be able to replicate it or clone it in its every facet. So to know where every atom is on it. And using AI, we could essentially take, let's just say, my brain that has had some cell degradation, replicate it, and then enhance it and be able to, I would say, perhaps heal wherever it has any damage, perhaps even increase its capacity. So, using a replicator machine, these are also known as Santa Claus machines. Basically, you think it up and it can create it for you. It can create another clone of you, it can create a car. It's essentially like a 3D printer, but it just can create anything. With this type of technology, the sky is the limit. We'll be able to create clones of ourselves. We'll be able to perhaps revivify people who have previously died. We don't know. I mean, really, the opportunities are endless. But I'm somebody who's a forward thinker, and I would like to see humanity develop itself. And I don't know if absolutely every single person on earth would be able to take advantage of this. I would like that, but I think we all know that there are powers that be that don't necessarily want all of the goodness that the world has to offer for everyone. But perhaps some people may be able to take advantage of this, and if they do, these are some of the technologies that they may be able to utilize. You're good. Shout out to you. I'm a huge advocate for decriminalization of all drugs. I don't feel that we should put people in cages due to plants. Life expectancy. Sure. You're good. You just even said you just took a toke. I understand. That's good. That means it's working. You're good, my man. Well, hopefully we have, and we can move out of it. Hopefully the Well, certainly. And yeah, well, what is happening is AI is replacing all of those positions. And so, sure, okay. I don't want to be the first person. I don't really want to be the first person for any of this. I want to make sure that it works, but once I know it works, absolutely. Great, no, great question. So just like the people who are the first test subjects of Neuralink, there are people who are in desperate situations. The first person to ever have Neuralink implanted in them is a man named um, name is uh, Nolan Astro, and he's based in Texas. And basically, he's a quadriplegic person, so he's on his leg. So he volunteers for it. So there are some people out there who may want to volunteer because they're in a certain situation where their life is essentially not as enjoyable as possible, and they want to increase the amount of joy that other people may be able to experience. So you may have someone who is like, let's say, just in current terms, 100 years old, they've got cancer and they're going to die, and they may say, you know what, if my uploaded technology is a thing, please scan my brain and let's try it. I'm going to die anyway, so why not give myself the opportunity to be able to do it? They have now, though. They have now, though. My first option. Oh, yeah, well, that's not technically true. So we as Homo sapiens have a common ancestor with other primates, but that common ancestor was more like a rodent than it was like a monkey. So we didn't evolve from monkeys. Monkeys are on a separate evolutionary branch than we currently are. But what you're saying is basically when's the first time that a human-like subject or even a primate had its first kind of conscious thought? And I would say that probably even predates our idea of being primates. It was probably, um, we would have to say, what organism had a conscious thought? And that probably gets into an argument of maybe perhaps a jellyfish type of level, eating very primitive types of life forms. I don't know if like cell structure necessarily like eukaryotic or prokaryotic bacteria necessarily has conscious thoughts, but the argument is to be made that whatever type of um, being had neurons to be able to communicate to some type of um, central nervous system, that would be the argument that could be made that that was the first thought that would be made. Now, I get what you're saying. What about more developed thoughts? Okay, well, we get through evolution, perhaps there were fish with thoughts that, okay, okay, yes. But Okay, yeah, no, I understand. The biggest loser on the internet, I want you to know, I appreciate what you're saying, but if Dan is going to keep his camera on like that, we can't, we can't be doing this. Okay, good job, man. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so, I mean, I would love to tell you that I have hundreds of thousands of followers. There are a lot of people that know who I am, and I do have a core base of fans. I have people who stay in my Discord 24/7 along with me to the best of their ability. I have people who come in on a daily basis. We play games together. So I do have a tight knit group around me. But eventually, what's going to happen is the right people are going to see what I'm doing, and they're going to spread it, and it's going to continue to spread. And then perhaps I may be that one person uh, who's known to always be on the internet and you can always follow me. That's a really exciting premise to people. The internet can be very boring, and when people are bored, they're going to be interested to see, hey, I wonder what rabbis do. I'm essentially going to be a big brother to you. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we're done. Okay, so yeah, but the but but the fun of it. Sure. A fun uncle is somebody who you can go to. Perhaps you don't always want to go to your parents and be able to ask them questions and get realistic answers from them. And perhaps they're going to teach you how to enhance your life in ways that your parents would normally tell you. So, what are some examples of this? Well, we could, like, perhaps your parents would take you to a casino and you could go gambling, but your fun uncle might, and your fun uncle might give you a few bucks to be able to play tables and teach you all the games and how to do them. A fun uncle might teach you how to pick up women when your parents wouldn't normally do that. A fun uncle might be able to take the time because they don't necessarily have children of their own to be able to still care about you, but not but we're done. I'm in. Absolutely. What 100%, 100%. So this right here is a pocket talk, which I imagine people will have. I mean, we have this kind of technology in our phones, but it's not as quick. Basically, with this, I can have it translate immediately for me. It's essentially a universal translator.
Básicamente, con esto puedo traducirlo inmediatamente. Es básicamente un traductor universal.
So in the future, it would just be AI. You could ask Rabbi whatever you wanted, and I could be able to give you an AI advice essentially. Good. I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely. And you know, with especially we are in the infancy of AI. We don't know its opportunities. Especially currently, we're working towards artificial general intelligence. But where AI gets really interesting is the next level, which is artificial super intelligence, where it's many times smarter than what an average person is. Once we get to that level, the opportunities are essentially endless. That's me. Hey guys, so absolutely. I want you to know how much I appreciate you guys. I know that you guys are always razzing me, and that's cool. I mean, I appreciate the attention, and I want you to know if you guys ever need any support, if you ever need any you, and I'm going to continue streaming just like I always do. And if you ever need me, feel free to DM me or get my attention, and I'm here to help you. Okay? Absolutely. You take care, my friend. Much love to you all. You're watching this even in 2024, 5785. Just know that I really appreciate this guys being so nice to me. Shout out to Hayden Ross for just allowing me to stream his story. Not everybody would allow something like that. Really nice. Shout out to those guys that shout out to biggest loser on the internet. It takes a lot of courage to just randomly talk to people. He's very comfortable, very nice, very smart. Shout out to those guys.
max out on technology. We'll start to learn everything that's feasible to know for the most part. And then, obstacles to understanding would more be about like sort of cultural differences, like the ways in which different places have just chosen to do things differently. And so the question is it even possible to communicate across some cultural distances? And I might think, I could imagine some maybe advanced aliens which become so weird and different from each other they can't communicate with each other, but we're probably pretty simple compared to them. So I would think, sure, if they wanted to, they could communicate with us.
So the simplicity of the recipient, I tend to just push back. Let's explore the possibility where it's not the case. When we communicate ants, I find that this idea that
We're not very good at communicating each other.
oh, you're saying, all right, I see. You're saying once you get orders of magnitude better at communicating.
Once they have all communication technology in general, and they just understood in general how to communicate with lots of things, and they've done that for millions of years.
You have to be able to. This is so interesting. Somebody who cares a lot about empathy and imagining how other people feel. Communication requires empathy, meaning you have to truly understand how the other person, the other organism sees the world. It's like a four-dimensional species talking to a two-dimensional species. It's not as trivial as, to me at least, as it may at first seem.
So let me reverse my position a little bit, because I'll say, well, the hello aliens question really combines two different scenarios that we're slipping over. So one scenario would be that the hello aliens would be like Rabbi aliens. They would be just fully advanced. They would have been expanding for millions of years. They would have a very advanced civilization. And then they would finally be arriving here, after a billion years perhaps of expanding, in which case they're going to be crazy advanced at some maximal level. But the hello aliens, about aliens we might meet soon, which might be sort of UFO aliens, like UFO aliens probably are not Rabbi aliens.
How do you get here if you're not a graduate?
Well, they would have to be able to travel. They would not be expansive.
The Rothschild doesn't count as gravity. So we're talking about expanding the colony, the comfort of the colony.
So the question is, if UFOs, some of them are aliens, what kind of aliens would they be? This is sort of the key question you have to ask in order to try to interpret that scenario. The key fact we would know is that they are here right now, but the universe around us is not full of a new civilization. So that says right off the bat that they chose not to allow massive expansion of a gravity civilization.
Is it possible that they chose it, but we just don't see them yet? Because these are the stragglers, the journeymen.
So the timing coincidence is, it's almost surely, if they are here now, they are much older than us. They are many millions of years older than us. And so they could have filled the galaxy in that last million years if they had wanted. That is, it wouldn't just be right at the end. It was very unlikely. Most likely they would have been around waiting for us for a long time. They could have come here any time in the last millions of years. They just chose it. They've been waiting around for us. They just chose to come recently. But the timing coincidence would be crazy unlikely that they just happen to be able to get here, say, in the last 100 years. They would no doubt have been able to get here far earlier than that.
Again, we don't know. So this is kind of like UFO sightings on Earth. We don't know if this kind of increase in sightings are able to do with actual visitations.
I'm just talking about like the timing, like they arose at some point in this time, right? And it's very unlikely that that was just to the point that they could just barely get here recently. Almost surely they could have got here much earlier.
And throughout the stretch of several billion years that Earth existed, they could have been here at all.
Exactly. So they could have therefore filled the galaxy long time ago, or they had wanted to.
Let's push back on that. That's what the question to me is: isn't it possible that the expansion of a civilization is much harder than the travel? The sphere of the reachable is different than the sphere of the colonized. So Isn't it possible that the sphere, places where like the stragglers go, the different people that journey out, the explorers, is much, much larger and grows much faster than the civilization? So in which case, like they would visit us. There's a lot of visitors, the grad students of the civilization. They're like exploring the data, but we're not yet going to see them. By yet, I mean across millions of years. The time delay between when the first thing might arrive and then when colonists would arrive in mass and do a mass kind of work is cosmologically short. And, in human history, of course, sure, there would be a century between that, but a century is just a tiny amount of time on the scales we're talking about. So this is a computer science and cognitive optimization. It's true for ants. So it's like when the first ant shows up, it's likely, if there's anything of value, it's likely the other ants will follow quickly. Right, from sort. It's also true that traveling over very long distance is probably one of the main ways to make that feasible. It's that you land somewhere, colonize a bit, you create a resource base that then allow you to go far. Many short hops as opposed to a giant long. Exactly. So those hops require that you are able to start a colonization of sorts along those hops, right? You have to be able to stop somewhere, make it into a way station, such that you can then support your moving forward. So, what do you think of? There's been a lot of UFO sightings. What do you think about those UFO sightings? What do you think if any of them are of extraterrestrial origin and we don't see giant civilizations out in the sky? How do you make sense of that? I want to do some clearing of throats, which is people like to do on this topic, right? I want to make sure you understand they're saying this and not that, right? So I would say the analysis needs both a prior and a likelihood. So the prior is, what are the scenarios that are all plausible in terms of what we know about the universe? And then the likelihood is the particular actual sightings, like how hard are those to explain through various means. I will establish myself as somewhat of an expert on the prior. I would say my studies and things I've studied make me an expert, and I should stand up and have an opinion on that and be able to explain. The likelihood, however, is not my area of expertise. I'm not a pilot. I don't do atmospheric studies of things. I haven't studied in detail the various kinds of atmospheric phenomena or whatever that might be used to explain the particular sightings. I can just say from my amateur stance, the sightings look damn puzzling. They do not look easy to dismiss. The attempts I've seen to easily dismiss them seem to me to fail. It seems like these are pretty puzzling, weird stuff that deserve an expert's attention. So in terms of considering asking what the likelihood is. So an analogy I would make is a murder trial. Okay. On average, if we say, what's the chance any one person murdered another person has a prior probability, maybe 1 in 1,000 people get murdered, maybe each person has 1,000 people around them who could plausibly have done it. So the prior probability of a murder is 1. But we allow murder trials because often evidence is sufficient to overcome a 1 in a million trial. Because the evidence is often strong enough, right? My guess, rough guess, for the UFOs as aliens scenario, some of them, is the prior is roughly 1 in 1,000. Much higher than the usual murder trial. Plenty high enough that strong physical evidence could put you over the top to think it's more likely than not. But I'm not an expert on that physical evidence. I'm going to leave that part to someone else. I'm going to say the prior is pretty high. This isn't a crazy scenario. So then I can elaborate on where my prior comes from. What scenario could make most sense of this statement? My scenario, to make sense, has 2 main parts. First is panspermia sibilance. The panspermia is the hypothesized process by which life might have arrived on Earth from elsewhere. And a plausible time for that, it would have to happen very early in Earth's history because we see life early in Earth's history. And a plausible time could have been during the stellar nursery where the sun was born with many other stars in the same close proximity, with lots of rocks flying around. They move things from one place to another. If a rock with life on it from some rock planet with life came into that stellar nursery, it plausibly could have seeded many planets in that stellar nursery all at the same time. They're all born at the
same time in the same place, pretty close to each other. There's lots of routes flying around. Okay, so a panspermia scenario would then create siblings, i.e., there would be, say, a few thousand other planets out there. So after the nursery forms, it drifts, it separates, they drift apart. And so out there in the galaxy, there would now be a bunch of other stars all formed at the same time, and we can actually spot them in terms of their spectrum. And they would have then started on the same path of life as we did, with that life being seeded, but they would move at different rates. And most likely, most of them would never, reach an advanced level before the deadline, but maybe one other did, and maybe it did before us. So if they did, they could know all of this, and they could go searching for their siblings. That is, they could look in the sky for the other stars that match the spectrum that matches the spectrum that came from this nursery. They can identify their sibling stars in the galaxy, the 1,000 of them, and those would be of special interest to them because they would think, well, life might be on those. And they could go looking for them.
It's just such a brilliant mathematical, philosophical, physical, biological idea of panspermia siblings, because we all kind of started at a similar time in this local pocket, right, of the universe. And so that changes a lot of the math.
And so that would create this correlation between when advanced life might appear. No longer just random spaces in space-time. There would be this cluster, perhaps.
And that allows interaction between
around the cluster.
Yes. Non-gravity civilizations, like kind of primitive alien civilizations like us with others, and they might be a little bit ahead. That's so fascinating.
They would probably be a lot ahead. So the puzzle is, sure. If they, they have, of course, they probably have hundreds of millions of years before us.
Or less than a billion.
Less than a billion, but still plenty of time. That they could have become gravity and filled the galaxy and gone beyond. And so there'd be plenty. So the fact is, they chose not to become gravity. That would have to be the interpretation. If we have panspermia,
plenty of time they become gravity. So
yes, they should be
plenty
of time, and they chose not to.
Are we sure about this? So, again, 100 million years is about
100 million. So I told you before that I said within 10 million years, our descendants will become gravity or not.
And they'll have that choice.
Okay, and so they clearly more than 10 million years earlier than us, so they chose not to.
But still, quantification, look around. So it's just not gravity.
If they chose not to expand, that's going to have to be a rule set to not allow any part of themselves to do it. Like, if they let any little ship fly away with the ability to create a colony, the game's over. Then they have prevented, then the universe becomes gravity from their origin with this one colony, right? So in order to prevent their civilization being gravity, they have to have a rule they enforce pretty strongly that no part of them can ever try to do that.
Through a global authoritarian regime, or there's something that's internal to them, meaning it's part of the nature of life that it doesn't want.
It's like an advanced political officer in your brain, whatever.
Yes, there's something in human nature that prevents you from what like alien nature, right? That as you get more advanced, you become lazier and lazier in terms of exploration and expansion.
So I would say they would have to have enforced a rule against expanding, and that rule would probably make them reluctant to let people leave very far. Any one vacation trip far away could risk an expansion from this vacation trip, so they would probably have a pretty tight lid on just allowing any travel out from their origin in order to enforce this rule. But then we also know they would have chosen to come here, so clearly they made an exception from the general rule to say, okay, an expedition to Earth, that should be allowed.
It could be intentional exception or incompetent exception.
But if incompetent, then they couldn't maintain this over 100 million years, this policy of expansion. So we have to see they have successfully, they not just had a policy to try, they succeeded over 100 million years in preventing the expansion. That's substantial competence.
What do you think about this? You don't think there could be a barrier in 100 million years? You don't think there could be a barrier to, like, technological barrier to becoming expansionary?
Imagine the Europeans had tried to prevent anybody from leaving Europe to go to the New World. And imagine what it would have taken to make that happen over 100 million years.
Yeah, it's impossible.
They would have to very strict, guards at borders. You can't go.
But just to clarify, you're not suggesting that's actually possible.
I am suggesting it's possible.
I don't know how you keep my silly human brain. Maybe it's a brain that values freedom, but I don't know how you can keep, no matter how much force, no matter how much censorship or control and so on. I just don't know how you can keep people from exploring into the mysterious and the unknown.
You're thinking of people, we're talking aliens. Remember, there's a vast space of different possible social creatures they could have evolved from, different kinds of cultures they could be in, different kinds of threats. I mean, there are many things, as you talked about, that most of us would feel very reluctant to do. This isn't one of those, but
okay, so how, if the UFO sightings represent alien visitors, how the heck are they getting here under the panspermia siblings?
So panspermia siblings is one part of the scenario, which is that's where they came from. And from that, we can conclude they have this rule against expansion, and they've successfully enforced that. That also creates a plausible agenda for why they would be here. That is, to enforce that rule on us. That is, if we go out and expand, then we have defeated the purpose of this rule they set up. Right? So they would be here to convince us to not expand.
Convincing courts.
Right? Through various mechanisms. So obviously, one thing we conclude is they didn't just destroy us. That would have been completely possible, right? So the fact that they're here and we are not destroyed means that they chose not to destroy us. They have some degree of empathy or whatever their morals are that would make them reluctant to just destroy us. They would rather persuade us.
So they may have been, there's a difference between arrival and observation. They may have been observing for a very long time, and they arrive trying to, not to try. I don't think to ensure that we don't become gravity.
Which is because we can see they did not, they must have been forced to rule against that, and they are therefore here to, that's a plausible interpretation why they would risk this expedition when they clearly don't risk very many expeditions over this long period. To allow this one exception, because otherwise, if they don't, we may become crabby, and they could have just destroyed us, but they didn't.
And they're closely monitoring the technological advance and civilization. Like the nuclear weapons is one thing. All right, cool. That might have less to do with nuclear weapons and more with nuclear energy. Maybe they're monitoring fusion closely. Like, how clever are these apes?
Yeah. So no doubt they have a button that if we get too uppity or risky, they push the button and ensure that we don't expand. But they'd rather do it some other way. So now that explains why they're here and why they aren't. Because there's another thing that we need to explain. There's another key data we need to explain about UFOs if we're going to have a hypothesis that explains it. And this is something many people have noticed, which is they had two extreme options they could have chosen and didn't choose. They could have either just remained completely invisible. Clearly, an advanced civilization could have been completely invisible. There's no reason they need to fly around and be noticed. They could just be in orbit and dark satellites that are completely invisible to us, watching whatever they want to watch. That would be well within their abilities. That's one thing they could have done. The other thing they could do is just show up and land on the White House lawn, as they say, and shake hands, like make themselves really up. They could have done either of those, and they didn't do either of those. That's the next thing you need to explain about UFOs is why would they take this intermediate approach, hanging out near the edge of visibility with somewhat impressive mechanisms, but not walking up and introducing themselves or just being completely invisible.
So, okay, a lot of questions there. So one, do you think it's obvious where the White House is, where the White House lawn?
Well, it's obvious where there are concentrations of humans that you could go.
So it's just humans the most interesting thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you sure about this? Because
if they're worried about an expansion, then would they worried about a civilization that could be capable of expansion? Obviously, humans are the civilization on Earth that's by far the closest to being able to expand.
I just don't know whether it's obviously see humans, like the individual humans, like the organ, the meat vehicles, as the center of focus for observing the life of the planet.
They're supposed to be really smart to think, like, this shouldn't be that hard.
But I think we're actually the dumb ones. we think humans are the important things, but it could be our ideas. It could be something about our technologies mediated with us. Of course, now we make it seem like it's mediated by us humans, but the focus for alien civilizations might be the AI systems or the technologies themselves. That might be the organism. Like what humans are like. Okay, humanistic food, the source of organisms under observation versus like
So what they wanted to have close contact with was something that was closely near humans, then they would be contacting those. We would just accidentally see, but we would still see.
but don't you think isn't it possible, taking that perspective, isn't it possible that they would want to interact with some fundamental aspect that they're interested in without interfering with it? And that's actually very, whatever arguments you are, it's very difficult to do.
But that's puzzling. So I mean, like the prototypical UFO observation is a shiny, big object in the sky that has very rapid acceleration and no apparent surfaces for using air to manipulate its speed. Um, you know, and the question is why that, right? Again, if they just, for example, if they just wanted to talk about computer systems, they could like move some sort of like a little probe that like connects to a wire and then it reads and sends bits there. They don't need a shiny thing flying in the sky.
But I don't think they would be there. They would be looking for the right way to communicate, the right language to communicate. Everything you just said, looking at the computer systems, that's not a trivial thing. Coming up with a signal that us humans would not freak out too much about, but also understand, might not be that trivial.
So not freaking out part is another interesting constraint. So again, I said like the two obvious strategies are just to remain completely invisible and watch, which would be quite feasible, or to just directly interact with, come out and be really very direct. Right? I mean, there's big things that you can see around. There's big cities. There's aircraft carriers. There's lots of. If you want to just find a big thing and come right up to it and like tap it on the shoulder or whatever, that would be quite feasible, and they're not doing that. So, my hypothesis is that one of the other questions there was, do they have a status hierarchy? And I think most animals on Earth, or social animals, have status hierarchy, and they would reasonably presume that we have a status hierarchy. And
We do leader.
well, I would say their strategy is to be impressive and sort of get us to see them at the top of our status hierarchy. Just to that's how, for example, we domesticate dogs, right? We convince dogs we're the leader of their pack, right? And we domesticate many animals that way. That is, we just swap into the top of their status hierarchy and we say, we're your top status animal, so you should do what we say, you should follow our lead. So the idea that would be they are going to get us to do what they want by being top status. All through history, kings and emperors, etc., have tried to impress their citizens and other people by having a bigger palace, the bigger parade, the bigger crown, diamonds, right, whatever, building a bigger pyramid, etc. Just it's a very well established trend to just be high status by being more impressive than the rest.
Push back, and there's an order, several orders of magnitude of power differential, asymmetry of power. I feel like that status hierarchy applies. It's like nomadic theory. It's like
Most emperors are several orders of magnitude more powerful than anyone else in the member of their empire.
let's increase that by even more. So, like, if I'm interacting with ants, right, I no longer feel like I need to establish my power with ants. I actually want to lessen. I want to lower myself to ants. I want to become the lowest possible ant, so that they would welcome me. So I'm less concerned about them worshiping me. I'm more concerned about them welcoming me.
So it is important that you be non-threatening and that you be local. So I think, for example, if the aliens had done something really big in the sky, 100 light years away, that would be there, not here. And that could seem threatening. So I think their strategy to be the high status would have to be visible, but here and not threatening.
I still know it's obvious by the people. Like, take your own perspective. You see a planet with relatively intelligent, complex structure things, right? Like, life forms. You can see this under in Titan, or something like that. Right. Europa, you start to see not just primitive bacteria life, but multicellular life. You start to form some very complicated cellular colonies and structures that they're dynamic. There's a lot of stuff going on. Some gigantic cellular type of construct. How do you make yourself known to them in an impressive fashion without destroying it? Like, we know how to destroy potentially.
Right. So if you go touch stuff, you're likely to hurt, right? There's a good risk of hurting something by getting too close to touching it and interacting, right?
Landing on a White House wall.
Right. So the claim is that their current strategy of hanging out at the periphery of our vision and just being very clearly physically impressive with very clear physically impressive abilities is at least a plausible strategy they might use to impress us and convince us sort of we're at the top of their status hierarchy. And I would say if they came closer, not only would they risk hurting us in ways that they couldn't really understand, but more plausibly, they would reveal things about themselves we would hate. So if you look at how we treat other civilizations on Earth and other people, we are generally, interested in foreigners and people from other lands, and we were generally interested in their varying customs, etc., until we find out that they do something that violates our moral norms, and then we hate them. And these are, right, there's just going to be something about them that we hate. They eat babies, who knows what it is. But something they don't think is offensive, but that they think we might find. So they would be risking a lot by revealing a lot about themselves. We would find something we hate.
Interesting. But do you resonate from mimetic theory where, like, we only feel this way about things that are very close to us? They are sufficiently different to where we'd be like fascinated, terrified, or fascinated, but not like.
Right, but if they want to be at the top of our status hierarchy to get us to follow them, they can't be too distant. They have to be close enough that we will see them that way.
But not time to be close enough, right? And not reveal much that mystery, that old Clint Eastwood,
right?
Cowboy.
The point is, we're clever enough that we can figure out their agenda. But it's just from the fact that we're here. If we see that they're here, we can figure out, oh, they want us not to expand. And look, they are this huge power, and they're very impressive. So, a lot of us don't want to expand. So that could easily tip us over the edge. Where we already wanted to not expand. We already wanted to be able to regulate and have a central community. And here are these very advanced, smart aliens who have survived for 100 million years, and they're telling us not to expand either.
That would be so much. Returning to panspermia of siblings, just to clarify one thing, in that framework, who originated, who planted it? Would it be a graduate civilization that planted the siblings or not?
The simple scenario is that life started on some other planet billions of years ago, and it went through part of the stages of evolution with its life, not all the way through its life. And then some rock hit it, wrapped a piece of it on the rock, and that rock drifted for maybe a million years until it happened on this kind of nursery where it then seeded and started.
And something about that life, without being super advanced, was nevertheless resilient to the harsh conditions it faced.
There's some graphs that I've been impressed by that show sort of the level of genetic information in various kinds of life on history of Earth. And basically, we are now more complex than the earlier life, but the earlier life is still pretty damn complex. And so if you actually project this log graph in history, it looks like it was many billions of years ago to zero. So that plausibly you could say there was just a lot of evolution that had to happen before you could get to the simplest life we've ever seen in history. And like, it's still pretty damn complicated. Okay. And so that's always been this puzzle. How could life get to this enormously complicated level in the short period it seems to at the beginning of Earth history? So where it's only 300 million years at most that appeared, and then it was really complicated at that point. So panspermia allows you to explain that by saying, well, it's been another 5 billion years on another planet, going through lots of earlier stages where it was working its way up to the complexity you see at the beginning of Earth.
We'll try to talk about other ideas in relation to that. Let me return to your false sightings. Is there other explanations that are possible outside of panspermia siblings that can explain no gravity in the sky and yet alien arrival? Well, the other categories of explanations that most people use is, well, first of all, just mistakes. Like, you're confusing something ordinary or something mysterious, right? Or some sort of secret organization, like our government secretly messing with us and trying to do a false flag ops or whatever, right? They're trying to convince the Russians or the Chinese that there might be aliens and scare them into not attacking or something, right? Because if you know the history of World War II, say the U.S. government did all of these big fake operations where they were faking a lot of big things in order to mess with people. So that's a possibility. The government's been lying and faking things and paying people to lie about what they saw, etc. That's a plausible set of explanations for a range of sightings seen. And another explanation people offer is some other hidden organization on Earth or some secret organization somewhere that has much more advanced capabilities than anybody's given it credit for. For some reason, it's completely secret. I mean, they all sound somewhat implausible, but again, we're looking for maybe 1 in 1,000 sort of priors. The question is, could they be in that level of plausibility?
Can we just learn on this? So you, first of all, you've written, thought about so many different topics. You're an incredible mind, and just thank you for sitting down today. I'm almost like at a loss of which place to explore. But let me, on this topic, ask about conspiracy theories. Because you've written about institutions, authorities. What, this is a bit of a therapy session, but what do we make of conspiracy theories?
The phrase itself is pushing you in a direction. Right? So clearly, in history, we've had many large coordinated keepings of secrets, right? Say the Manhattan Project, right? There's hundreds of thousands of people working on it over many years. They kept it a secret, right? Clearly, many large military operations have kept things secrets over, even decades, with many thousands of people involved. So clearly, it's possible to keep some things secret over time periods. But the more people you involve and the more time you're assuming, and the less centralized an organization or the less discipline they have, the harder it gets to believe. But we're just trying to calibrate basically in our minds which kind of secrets can be kept by which groups over what time periods for what purposes, right?
But let me, I don't have enough data. So I'm somebody, I hang out with people, and I love people. I love all things, really. And I think that most people, even the assholes, have the capacity to be good, and they're beautiful, and I enjoy them. So the kind of data in my brain, whatever the chemistry in my brain is that sees the beautiful in things, is maybe collecting a subset of data that doesn't allow me to intuit the confidence that humans are able to achieve in constructing a conspiracy theory. So, for example, one thing that people often talk about is like intelligence agencies. This is a broad thing. They say the CIA, the FSB, the British intelligence. I've fortunate or unfortunate enough never gotten a chance that I know of to talk to any member of those intelligence agencies, nor like take a peek behind the curtain or the first curtain. I don't know how many levels of curtains there are, and so I can't intuit. My interactions with government, I was funded with DoD and DARPA, and I've interacted, been to the Pentagon. Like, with all due respect to my friends, lovely friends in government, and they're a lot of incredible people, but there's a very giant bureaucracy that sometimes suffocates the ingenuity of the human spirit, is one way I can put it. Meaning, it's difficult for me to imagine extreme competence at a scale of hundreds of thousands of human beings. Now, that doesn't mean that's my very anecdotal data in this situation. And so I try to build up my intuition about centralized system of government, how much conspiracy is possible, how much the intelligence agencies or some other source can generate sufficiently robust propaganda that controls the populace. If you look at World War II, as you mentioned, there have been extremely powerful propaganda machines on the side of Nazi Germany, on
the side of the Soviet Union, on the side of the United States, and all these different mechanisms. Sometimes they control the free press through social pressures. Sometimes they control the press through the threat of violence, as you do in authoritarian regimes. Sometimes it's like deliberately the dictator, like writing the news, the headlines and literally announcing it. And something about human psychology forces you to embrace the narrative, believe the narrative, and at scale that becomes reality when the initial spark was just a propaganda thought in a single individual's mind. I can't necessarily intuit of what's possible, but I'm skeptical of the power of human institutions to construct conspiracy theories that cause suffering at scale, especially in this modern age when information is becoming more and more accessible by the populace. I don't know if you can
That they cause suffering at scale, but of course, say during wartime, people were managing the various conspiracies like D-Day or the Manhattan Project. They thought that their conspiracy was avoiding harm rather than causing harm. So if you can get a lot of people to think that supporting the conspiracy is helpful, then a lot more might do that. And there's just a lot of things that people just don't want to see. So if you can make your conspiracy the sort of thing that people wouldn't want to talk about anyway, even if they knew about it, you're most of the way there. So I learned over the years many things that most ordinary people should be interested in, but somehow don't know, even though the data has been very widespread. So I spoke to the elephant in the brain and learned the chapters is there on medicine, and basically most people seem ignorant of the very basic fact that when we do randomized trials, where we give some people more medicine than others, the people who get more medicine are not healthy. And just overall, in general, just like induce somebody to get more medicine because you just give them more budget to buy medicine. So not a specific medicine, just the whole category. And you would think that would be something most people should know about medicine. You might even think that would be a conspiracy theory to think that would be hidden, but in fact, most people never learn that fact. So just to clarify, just a general high-level statement, the more medicine you take, the less healthy you are. Randomized experiments don't find that out. Do not find that more medicine makes you more healthy. There's just no connection. In randomized experiments, there's no relationship between more medicine.
So it's not a negative,
right?
But it's no religion,
Right.
So the conspiracy theory, you would say that the businesses that sell you medicine don't want you to know that fact, and then you're saying that there's also part of this that people just don't want to know.
They just don't want to know, and so they don't learn it. So I've lived in the Washington area for several decades now, reading the Washington Post regularly, and every week there was a special, section on health and medicine. It never was mentioned in that section of the paper in all the 20 years I read.
But do you think there is some truth to this caricatured blue pill, red pill, where most people don't want to know the truth?
There are many things about which people don't want to know certain kinds of truth. That are bad-looking truths that are discouraging, truths that sort of take away the justification for things they feel passionate about.
Do you think that's a bad aspect of human nature? Is that something we should try to overcome?
Well, as we discussed, my first priority is to just tell people about it, to do the analysis, the cold facts of what's actually happening, and to try to be careful about how we can improve. So our book, The Elephant in the Brain, co-authored with Kevin Simler, is about how we hidden notice in everyday life. And our first priority there is just to explain to you what are the things that you are not looking at, that you are reluctant to look at. And many people try to take that book as a self-help book where they're trying to prove themselves and make sure they can look at more things, and that often goes badly because it's harder to actually do that than you think.
Yeah.
And so, but we at least want you to know that this truth is available if you want to learn about it.
It's the Nietzsche, if you gaze long into the abyss gazes into you. Let's talk about this elephant. Amazing book. The Elephant in the Room is, quote, an important issue that people are reluctant to acknowledge or address social taboo. The Elephant in the Brain is an important but unacknowledged feature of how our mind works, and introspective taboo. You describe selfishness and self-deception as the core some of the core elephants, some of the elephant offspring in the brain, selfishness and self-deception. All right. Can you explain? Can you explain why these are the taboos in our brain that we so don't want to acknowledge?
Your conscious mind, the one that's listening to me that I'm talking to at the moment, if you like to think of yourself as the president or king of your mind, ruling over all that you see, issuing commands that you immediately obeyed. You are instead better understood as the press secretary of your brain. You don't make decisions. You justify them to an audience. That's what your conscious mind is for. You watch what you're doing, and you try to come up with stories that explain why you're doing it so that you can avoid accusations of violating. So, humans, compared to most other animals, have norms. And this allows us to manage larger groups with our morals and norms about what we should or shouldn't be doing. This is so important to us that we needed to be constantly watching what we were doing in order to make sure we had a good story to avoid norm violations. So many norms are about motives. So if I hit you on purpose, that's a big violation. If I hit you accidentally, that's okay. I need to be able to explain why it was an accident and not on purpose.
So where does that need come from for your own self-preservation?
Right, so humans have norms, and we have the norm that if we see anybody violating a norm, we need to tell them to people and then coordinate to just make them stop and punish them for violating. So such punishments are strong enough and severe enough that we each want to avoid being successfully accused of violating norms. So, for example, hitting someone on purpose is a big, clear norm violation. If we do it consistently, we would maybe be thrown out of the group, and that would mean we would die. Okay? So we need to be able to convince people we are not going around hitting people on purpose. If somebody happens to be at the other end of our fist in their face, next, that was an accident, and we need to be able to explain that. And similarly for many other norms humans have, we are serious about these norms, and we don't want people to violate them. If mine were violating, we're going to accuse them. But many norms have a motive to them. So we are trying to explain ourselves and make sure we have a good motive story about everything we do. Which is why we're constantly trying to explain what we're doing, and that's what your conscious mind is doing. It is trying to make sure you've got a good motive story for everything you're doing. And that's why you don't know why you really do it. What you know is what the good story is about.
And that's the self-deception. And you're saying that there's a machine, the actual dictator is selfish. And then you're just the press secretary who's desperately doesn't want to get fired and is justifying all decisions of the dictator. And that's the self-deception.
Right now, most people actually are willing to believe that this is true in the abstract. So our book has been classified as psychology, and it was reviewed by psychologists. And the basic way that psychology referees and reviewers respond is to say this is what most people accept, that there's a fair bit of self-deception.
But they don't want to accept it about themselves.
Well, they don't want to accept it about the particular topics that we talk about. So people accept the idea in the abstract that they might be self-deceived or that they might not be honest about various things. But that hasn't penetrated into the literatures where people are explaining particular things like why we go to school, why we go to the doctor, why we vote, etc. So our book is mainly about 10 areas of life and explaining about in each area what our actual motives there are. And people who study those things have not admitted that hidden motives are explaining those particular areas.
They haven't taken the leap from theoretical psychology to actual public policy stuff and economics and all that kind of stuff. Let me just linger on this and bring up my old friends, Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. So how vast is this landscape of the unconscious mind? The power and scope of the dictator. Is it only dark there? Is it some light? Is some love?
The vast majority of what's happening in your head, you are unaware of. So in a literal sense, the unconscious, the aspects of you that you're not conscious of is the overwhelming majority. But that's just true in the literal engineering sense. Your mind is doing lots of low-level things, and you just can't be consciously aware of all that low-level stuff. But there's plenty of room there for lots of things you're not aware of.
But can we try to shine a light on things we're not aware of specifically, now again, staying with the philosophical psychology side for a moment, can you shine a light on the young man's shadow? What's going on there? What is this machine like? What level of thoughts are happening there? Is it something that we can even interpret? If we somehow could visualize it, is it something that's human interpretable, or is it just a kind of chaos of like monitoring different systems in the body, making sure you're happy, making sure you're fed to all those kind of basic forces that form distractions on top of each other, and they're not introspective at all.
We humans are social creatures. And plausibly, being social is the main reason we have these unusually large brains. Therefore, most of our brain is devoted to being social. And so the things we are very obsessed with and constantly paying attention to are, how do I look at others? What would others think of me if they knew these various things they might wonder about?
So that's close to being fundamental to what it means to be human, is care what others think.
Right. To be trying to present a story that would be okay for other people. But we're very constantly thinking, what do other people think?
So let me ask you this question then about you, Robin Jansen, who in many places, sometimes for fun, sometimes as a basic statement of principle, likes to disagree with the majority of people think. So how do you explain, how are you self-deceiving yourself in this task? And how are you being why is the dictator manipulating you inside your head to be so critical? Like, there's norms. Why do you want to stand out in this way? Why do you want to challenge the norms?
So almost by definition, I can't tell you what I'm deceiving myself about. But the more practical strategy that's quite feasible is to ask about what are typical things that most people deceive themselves about, and then to own up to those particular things.
Sure.
What's a good one? So, for example, I can very much acknowledge that I would like to be well thought of.
Yes.
That I would be seeking attention and glory and praise from my intellectual work. That would be a major agenda driving my intellectual attempts. So, if there were topics that other people would find less interesting, I might be less interested in those for that reason, for example. I might find topics where other people are interested, and I might want to go for the glory of finding a big insight rather than a small one. Maybe one that was especially surprising. That's also, of course, consistent with some more ideal concept of what an intellectual should be. But most intellectuals are relatively risk-averse. They are in some local intellectual tradition, and they are adding to that. They are staying conforming to the sort of usual assumptions and usual accepted beliefs and practices of a particular area so that they can be accepted in that area and, treated as part of the community. But you might think, for the purpose of the larger intellectual project of understanding the world better, people should be less eager to just add a little bit to some tradition. They should be looking for what's neglected between the major traditions and the major questions. They shouldn't be looking for assumptions maybe we're making that are wrong. They should be looking at ways, things that are very surprising, like things that would be, that you would have thought a priori unlikely, that once you are convinced of it, you find that to be very important and a big update, right? So you could say that one motivation I might have is less motivated to be sort of comfortably accepted into some particular intellectual community and more willing to just go for these more fundamental long shots that should be very important if you can find them.
Which would, if you can find them, would get you attention, appreciated,
Respect.
across a larger number of people across the longer time span of history.
Right.
So, like, maybe the small local community will say, you suck,
Right.
you must conform, but the larger community will see the brilliance of you breaking out of the cage of a small conformity into a larger cage. There's always a bigger
Right.
cage, and then you'll be remembered by more. Yeah. Also, that explains your choice of color for sure. They create a black background, so you definitely stand out.
Right.
Or
now, of course, you could say, well, you could get all this attention by making false claims
of dramatic improvement. And then wouldn't that be much easier than actually working through all the details?
Why not? Let me ask the press secretary, why not? Why? So, of course, you spoke several times about how much you value truth and the pursuit of truth. That's a very nice narrative, right? Hitler and Stalin also talked about the value of truth. Do you worry when you introspect, as broadly as all humans might, that it becomes a drug? This being a martyr, being the person who points out the emperor who is not close, even when the emperor is obviously dressed, just to be the person who points out the emperor who is not close. Do you think about that?
So I think the standards you hold yourself to are dependent on the audience you have. So if you think of your audience as relatively easily fooled or relatively gullible, then you won't bother to generate more complicated, deep, arguments and structures and evidence to persuade somebody who has an understanding, because why bother? You can get away with something much easier. Of course, if you are, say, a salesperson, you make money on sales, then you don't need to convince the top few percent of the most sharp customers. You can just go for the bottom 60% of the most gullible customers and make plenty of sales, right? So I think the intellectuals have to vary. One of the main ways intellectuals vary is who is their audience in their mind? Who are they trying to impress? Is it the people down the hall? Is it people who are reading your Twitter feed? Is it their parents? Is it their high school teacher? Right? Or is it Einstein and Freud and Socrates, right? So I think those of us who are especially arrogant, especially think that we're really big shot or have a chance of being really big shot, we were naturally going to pick the big shot audience that we can. We're going to be trying to impress Socrates and Einstein.
Is that why you're going to call it a lot?
Sure. I mean, right. And you might think, from the point of view of just making money or having sex or other sorts of things, this is misdirected energy, right? Trying to impress the very most, the highest quality minds, that's such a small sample, and they can't do that much for you anyway. So I might well have had more, ordinary success in life, be more popular, invited to more parties, make more money if I had targeted a lower tier set of intellectuals with the standards they have. But for some reason, I decided early on that Einstein was my audience, for people like him, and I was going to impress them.
Yeah, and you pick your set of motivations. Convincing, impressing Tyler Cohen is not going to help you get laid. Trust me, I tried. All right. What are some notable sort of effects of the elephant in the brain in everyday life? So you mentioned when we try to apply that to economics, to public policy, or when we think about medicine, education, all this kind of things. So what are some things that
The key thing is medicine is much less useful health-wise than you think. So, if you were focused on your health, you would care a lot less about it. And if you were focused on other people's health, you would also care a lot less about it. But if medicine is, as we suggest, more about showing that you care and let other people show that they care about you, then
Fuck yeah, it is. Gang.
It makes sense. So that was our very earliest discussion in the podcast. We're talking about
Bitch.
should you give people a lot of medicine when it's not very effective? And then the answer then is, well, that's the way that you show you care about them, and you really want them to know you care, then maybe that's what you need to do. You can't find a cheaper, more effective substitute.
So if we actually just pause on that for a little bit, how do we start to obtain the first set of self-deception happening in the space of medicine?
So we have a method that we use in our book that is what I recommend for people to use in all these sorts of topics. The straightforward method is, first, don't look at yourself. Look at other people. Look at broad patterns of behavior in other people. And then ask, what are the various theories we could have to explain these patterns of behavior? And then just do the simple magic. Which theory better matches the behavior they have? And the last step is to assume that's true for you too. Don't assume you're an exception. If you happen to be an exception, that won't go so well, but nevertheless, on average, you are very well positioned to judge if you're an exception. So look at other people do, explain what other people do, and assume that's you too. But also, in the case of medicine, there's several parties to consider. So there's the individual person that's receiving medicine, there's the doctor that is prescribing the medicines, there's drug companies that are selling drugs, there are governors that are regulations, there are lobbyists. So you can build up a network of categories of humans in this, and they each play their role. So how do you introspect the sort of analyze the system at a system scale versus at the individual scale? So it turns out that in general, it's usually much easier to explain producer behavior than consumer behavior. That is, the drug companies or the doctors have relatively clear incentives to give the customers whatever they want. And sometimes say governments in democratic countries have incentive to give the voters what they want. So that focuses your attention on the patient and the voter in this equation, saying what do they would be driving the rest of the system. Whatever they want, the other parties are willing to give them in order to get paid. So now we're looking for puzzles in patient and voter behavior. What are they choosing, and why do they choose that? And how much, exactly, and then we can explain that potentially, again, in terms of the producer being incentivized to manipulate the decision-making processes of the voter. You know, in almost every industry, producers are, in general, happy to lie and exaggerate in order to get more customers. And this is true of auto repair as much as human body repair and medicine. So the differences between these industries can't be explained by the willingness of the producers to give customers what they want or to do various things. So we have to, again, go to the customers. Why are customers treating body repair different than auto repair? Yeah, and that potentially requires a lot of thinking, a lot of data collection, potentially looking at historical data too, because things don't just happen overnight, but over time there's trends. Well, it does, but actually it's a lot easier than I think. I think the biggest limitation is just the willingness to consider alternative hypotheses. So many of the patterns that you need to rely on are actually pretty obvious, simple patterns. You just have to notice them and ask yourself, how can I explain it? Often you don't need to look at the most subtle, most difficult statistical evidence that might be out there. The simplest patterns are often enough. All right, so there's a fundamental statement about self-deception in the book. There's the application of that, which is stated in medicine. Can you steelman the argument that many of the foundational ideas in the book are wrong? Meaning, there's two that you just made, which is it can be a lot simpler than it looks. Can you steal that the case by case? It's always super complicated. If it's a complex system, it's very difficult to have a simple model about it. It's very difficult to introspect. And the other one is that the human brain isn't not just about self-deception. That there's a lot of motivation to play. And we are able to really introspect our own mind, and like what's on the surface of the conscious is actually quite a good representation of what's going on in the brain. And you're not deceiving yourself. You are able to actually drive and deeply think about where your mind stands and what you think about the world. It's less about impressing people, more about being a free-thinking individual. So when a child tries to explain why they don't have their homework assignment, they are sometimes inclined to say, the dog ate my homework. They almost never say, the dragon ate my homework. The reason is, the dragon is a completely implausible explanation. Almost always when we make excuses for things, we choose things that are, at least in some degree, plausible. It could perhaps have happened. That's an obstacle for any explanation of a hidden motive or a hidden feature of human behavior. If people are pretending one thing while really doing another, they're usually going to pick as a pretense something that's somewhat plausible. That's going to be an obstacle to proving that hypothesis if you are focused on sort of the local data that a person would typically have if they were a child. So if you're just looking at one kid and his homework, maybe you can't tell whether his dog ate his homework or not. If you happen to know he doesn't have a dog, you might have more confidence.
evidence, right? You will need to have a wider range of evidence than a typical person would when they're encountering that actual excuse in order to see past the excuse. That will just be a general feature of it. So, in order, if I say, there's this usual story about where we go to the doctor, and then there's this other explanation, it'll be true that you'll have to look at wider data in order to see that, because people don't usually offer excuses unless in the local context of their excuse they can get away with it. That is, it's hard to tell, right? So in the case of medicine, I have to point you to sort of larger sets of data. But in many areas of academia, including health economics, the researchers there also want to support the usual points of view. And so they will have selection effects in their publications and their analysis, whereby they, if they're getting a result too much contrary to the usual point of view everybody needs to have, they will file to a that paper or redo the analysis until they get an answer that's more to people's liking. So that means in the health economics literature, there are plenty of people who will claim that in fact we have evidence that medicine is effective. And when I respond, I will have to point you to our most reliable evidence and ask you to consider the possibility that the literature is biased, and that when the evidence isn't as reliable, when they have more degrees of freedom in order to get the answer they want, they do tend to get the answer they want. But when we get to the kind of evidence that's much harder to mess with, that's where we will see the truth be more revealed. So with respect to medicine, we have millions of papers published in medicine over the years, most of which give the impression that medicine is useful. There's a small literature on randomized experiments of the aggregate effects of medicine, where there's maybe a few half dozen or so papers, where it would be the hardest to hide it because it's such a straightforward experiment done in a straightforward way that it's hard to manipulate. And that's where I will point you to show you that there's relatively little correlation between health and medicine. But even then, people could try to save the phenomenon and say, well, it's not hidden motives, it's just ignorance. They could say, for example, medicine's complicated, most people don't know the literature, therefore they can be excused for ignorance. They are just ignorantly assuming that medicine is effective. It's not that they have some other motive that they're trying to achieve. And then I will have to do, as with a conspiracy theory analysis, I'm saying, well, how long has this misperception been going on? How consistently has it happened around the world and across time? And I will have to say, look, if we're talking about, say, a recent new product, like Segway scooters or something, I could say not so many people have seen them or used them. Maybe they could be confused about their value. If we're talking about a product that's been around for thousands of years, used roughly the same way all across the world, and we see the same pattern over and over again, this sort of ignorance mistake just doesn't work so well.
It's also a question of how much of the self-deception is prevalent versus foundational. Because there's a kind of implied thing as foundational to human nature versus just a common pitfall. This is a question. So maybe human progress is made by people who don't fall into the self-deception. It's like a basic aspect of human nature, but you escape it easily if you're motivated.
The motivational hypotheses about these self-deceptions are in terms of how it makes you look to people after, again, the press secretary. So the story would be, most people want to look good to the people around them. Therefore, most people present themselves in ways that help them look good to people around them. That's sufficient to say there would be a lot of them. It doesn't need to be 100%. Right? There's enough variety in people and circumstances that sometimes taking a contrarian strategy can be in the interest of some minority of the people. So I might, for example, say that that's a strategy I've taken. I've decided that being contrarian on these things could be winning for me, in that there's a room for a small number of people like me who have these sort of messages, who can then get more attention, even if there's not room for most people to do that. And that can be explaining sort of a variety, right? So somebody might say, look, just look at most obvious things. Most people would like to look good, right? In the sense of physically, just you look good right now. You're wearing a nice suit, you have a haircut, you shave, right? So, and we accept my own here. Okay. So all more impressive. That's the counter. It's a counter argument for your claim. Right. So clearly, for most people in the physical appearance, clearly most people are trying to look similar, right? They shower, they shave, they comb their hair. But we certainly see some people who are not trying to look so nice, right? Is that a big challenge, the hypothesis that people want to look nice? Not that much, right? We can see in those particular people's context more particular reasons why they've chosen to be an exception to the more general rule.
And the general rule does reveal something foundational.
Generally.
Right, that's the way things work. Let me ask you, you wrote a blog post about the accuracy of authorities, since we were talking about this, especially in medicine. Just looking around us, especially during this time of the pandemic, there's been a growing distrust of authorities, institutions, even the institution of science itself. What are the pros and cons of authorities, would you say? So, what's nice about authorities? What's nice about institutions? And what are their pitfalls?
One standard function of authority is that something you can defer to respectively without needing to seem too submissive or ignorant or gullible. That is, when you're asking what should I believe act on, or what belief should I act on, you might be worried if I chose something too contrarian, too weird, too speculative, that would make me look bad, so I would just choose something very conservative. So maybe an authority lets you choose something a little less conservative because the authority is your authorization. The authority will let you do it, and you can say, and somebody says, why did you do that thing? And they say, the authority authorized me. The authority tells me I should do this. Why aren't you doing it, right?
So the authority is often pushing for the conservative.
Well, no, the authority can do more. So, for example, we just think about, I don't know, in a pandemic year, right? You could just think, oh, I'll just stay home and close all the doors, so I'll just ignore it, right? You could just think of just some very simple strategy that might be defensible if there were no authority, right? But authorities might be able to know more than that. They might be able to look at some evidence, draw a more context conclusion, declare it as the authority's opinion, and then other people might follow them. That could be better than doing that.
So what you mentioned, WHO, the world's most beloved organization. So, this is me speaking in general. WHO, CDC has been kind of, depending on degrees, details, just not behaving as I would imagine what the best possible evolution of human civilization authorities should act. They seem to have failed in some fundamental way in terms of leadership in a difficult time for our society. Can you say what are the pros and cons of this particular authority?
So again, if there were no authority whatsoever, no accepted authorities, then people would sort of have to sort of randomly pick different local authorities who would conflict with each other, and then they'd be fighting each other about that, or just not believe anybody and just do some initial default action you would always do without responding to context. So the potential gain of an authority is that they could know more than just basic ignorance, and if people followed them, they could both be more informed than ignorance and all doing the same thing, so they're each protected from being accused or complained about. That's the idea of authority. That would be the good idea.
What's the con?
Okay.
What's the negative? How does that
So
go?
the con is that if you think of yourself as the authority and asking what's my best strategy as an authority, it's unfortunately not to be maximally informative. So you might think the ideal authority would not just tell you more than ignorance, it would tell you as much as possible. Okay, it would give you as much detail as you could possibly listen to and manage to assimilate, and it would update that as frequently as possible, or as frequently as you were able to listen and assimilate, and that would be the maximally informative authority. The problem is there's a conflict between being an authority, or being seen as an authority, and being maximally informative. That was the point of my blog post that you're pointing out to here. That is, if you look at it from their point of view, they won't long remain the perceived authority if they are
too cautious about how they use that authority. And one of the ways to be incautious would be to be too informative. Okay, that's still an important point for me because you're talking about the tensions that are very data driven and very honest, and then we hope that authorities struggle with that, how much information to provide to people to maximize outcomes. Now, I'm jealous of anyone that uses more information is better because I trust in the intelligence of people. But I'd like to mention a bigger con on authorities, which is the human question. This comes back to global governance and so on. Is that there's humans that sit in chairs during meetings, and those authorities they have different titles. Humans form hierarchies, and sometimes those titles get to your head a little bit, and you start to want to think, how do I preserve my control over this authority, as opposed to thinking through like, what is the mission of the authority? What's the mission of WHO and other such organizations, and how do I maximize the implementation of that mission? You start to think, well, I kind of like sitting in this big chair at the head of my table. I'd like to sit there for another few years. Or better yet, I want to be remembered as the person who, in a time of crisis, was at the head of this authority. He did a lot of good things. So you stop trying to do good under what good means, given the mission of the authority, and you start to try to carve a narrative, to manipulate the narrative first, and then meaning everybody around you. Just a small little story you tell yourself, and you in turns the managers throughout the whole hierarchy of the company. Okay, once everybody in the company or in the organization believes this narrative, now you start to control the releasing information, not because you're trying to maximize outcomes, but because you're trying to maximize the effectiveness of the narrative that you are truly a great representative of this authority in human history. And I just feel like those human forces, whenever you have an authority, first get into people's heads. One of the most difficult, me as a scientist, one of the most disappointing things to see during the pandemic is the use of authority from colleagues of mine who roll their eyes, who dismiss other human beings just because they got a PhD, just because they're an assistant associate full faculty, just because they are deputy head of X organization, NIH, whatever the heck the organization is, just because they got an award of some kind. At a conference, they won a Best Paper award 7 years ago, and then somebody shook their hand and gave them a medal, maybe was a president. And it's been 20, 30 years that people have been patting them on the back, saying how special they are, especially when they're controlling money and getting sucked up to from other scientists who really want the money in a self-deception kind of way. They don't actually really care about your performance. And all of that gets to your head. And no longer are you the authority that's trying to do good or lessen the suffering in the world. You become an authority that just wants to maximize, self-preserve yourself sitting on a throne of power. So this is core to sort of what it is to be an economist. I'm a professor of economics. There you go, with the authority again. No, so it's about saying we often have a situation where we see a world of behavior, and then we see ways in which particular behaviors are not sort of maximally socially useful. And we have a variety of reactions to that. So one kind of reaction is to sort of morally blame each individual for not doing the maximally socially useful thing, under perhaps the idea that people could be identified and shamed for that and maybe induced to doing the better thing if only enough people were calling them out. Right? But another way to think about it is to think that people sit in institutions with certain stable institutional structures, that institutions create particular incentives for individuals, and that individuals are typically doing whatever is in their local interest in the context of that institution. And then, perhaps to less blame individuals for winning their local institutional game and more blaming the world for having the wrong institutions. So economists are often like wondering what are institutions we could have and instead of the ones we have, which of them might promote better behavior. And this is a common thing we do all across human behavior, is to think of what are the institutions we're in and what are the alternative variations we can imagine, and then say which institutions would be most productive. I would agree with you that our information institutions, that is the institutions by which we collect information and aggregate it and share with people, are especially broken in the sense of far from the ideal of what would be the most cost-effective way to collect and share information. But then the challenge is to try to produce better institutions. And as an academic, I'm aware that academia is particularly broken in the sense that we give people incentives to, do research that's not very interesting or important because basically they're being impressive. And we actually care more about whether academics are impressive than whether they're interesting or useful. And I don't know, I could go happy to go into detail with lots of different known institutions and their known institutional failings, ways in which those institutions produce, incentives that are mistaken. And that was the point of the post we started talking about the authorities. If I need to be seen as an authority, that's at odds with my being informative, and I choose to be the authority instead of being informative because that's my institutional incentives.
And if I may, I'd like to, given that beautiful picture of incentives and individuals painted, let me just apologize for a couple of things. One, I often put too much blame on leaders of institutions versus the incentives that govern those institutions. And as a result of that, I believe too critical of Anthony Fauci, too emotional about my criticism of Anthony Fauci. And I'd like to apologize for that because I think there's deeper truths to think about. There's deeper incentives to think about. That said, I'm a romantic creature by nature. I romanticize Winston Churchill. When I think about Nazi Germany, I think about Hitler more than I do about the individual people of Nazi Germany. You think about leaders, you think about individuals, not necessarily the parameters, the incentives that govern the system. Because it's harder. It's harder to think too deeply about the models on which those individuals arise. But if that's the right thing to do so. But also, I don't want to apologize for being emotional sometimes.
I'm happy to blame the individual institutions if you're just there to get promoted and look good at being at the top. I can blame you for your motives and your priorities there, but I can understand why the people at the top would be the people who are selected for having the priority of primarily trying to get to the top. I get that.
Can I maybe ask you about particularly universities? They've received, science has received an increase in distrust overall as an institution, which breaks my heart because I think science is beautiful as not maybe not as an institution, but as one of the journeys that humans have taken on. The other one is university. I think university is actually a place, for me at least, the way I see it, is a place of freedom of exploring ideas, scientific ideas, engineering ideas, more than corporate, more than a company, more than a lot of domains of life. It's not just in its ideal, but it's in its implementation, a place where you can be a kid for your whole life and play with ideas. And I think with all the criticism that universities still not currently receive, I don't think that criticism is representative of universities. They focus on very anecdotal areas, particular topics, particular people. But I still feel like there's a lot of place for freedom of thought. At least, MIT, at least in the fields I care about, in particular kind of science, particular kind of technical fields, mathematics, computer science, physics, engineering, so robotics, artificial intelligence. This is a place where you get to be a kid. Yet, there is bureaucracy that's rising up. There's more rules, there's more meetings, and there's more administration, having PowerPoint presentations, which to me should
like be more of a renegade explorer of ideas, and meetings destroy, they suffocate that radical thought that happens when you're an undergraduate student and you can drive past wild things when you're a graduate student. Anyway, all that to say, we've thought about these aspects. If there's something positive, insightful you could say about how we can make for better universities in the decades to come, this particular institution, how can we improve them? I hear that centuries ago, many scientists and intellectuals were aristocrats. They had time and could, if they chose, choose to be intellectuals. That's a feature of a combination that they had some source of resources that allowed them leisure, and that the kind of competition they were faced in among aristocrats allowed that sort of a self-indulgence or self-pursuit, at least at some point in their lives. So the analogous observation is that university professors often have sort of freedom and space to do a wide range of things, and I'm certainly enjoying that as a tenured professor. You're a very, sorry to interrupt, a really good representative of that. Just the exploration and the depth of thought. Like, most people are afraid to do the kind of wrong thinking that you do, which is
The fact that that can happen is a combination of these two things. And one is that we have fierce competition to become a tenured professor, but then once you become tenured, we give you the freedom to do what you like. And that's happenstance. It didn't have to be that way. And in many other walks of life, even though people have a lot of, resources, etc., they don't have that kind of freedom. So I think I'm kind of lucky that tenure exists, and that I'm enjoying it. But I can't be too enthusiastic about this unless I can prove it's sort of the source of the resources that's paying for all this, right? So for the aristocrat, if you thought they stole it in war or something, you wouldn't be so pleased. Whereas if you thought they had earned it or their ancestors had earned this money that they were spending as an aristocrat, then you could be more okay with that, right? So for universities, I have to ask, where are the main sources of resources that are going to the universities, and are they getting the money source, or are they getting a good value for that payment, right? So first of all, they're students, and the question is, are students getting good value for their education? And each person is getting value in the sense that they are identified and shown to be a more capable person, which is then worth more salary as an employee later. But there is a case for saying there's a big waste to the system because we aren't actually changing the students who are educating them, or sorting them or labeling them. And that's a very expensive process to produce that outcome. And part of the expense is the freedom from tenure I get. So I feel like I can't be too proud of that because it's basically a tax of all these students to pay this enormous amount of money in order to be labeled as better, whereas I feel like we should be able to find cheaper ways of doing it. The other main customer is researcher patrons like the government or other foundations. And then the question is, are they getting their money worth out of the money they're paying for research to happen? And my analysis is they don't actually care about the research progress. They're mainly buying affiliation with credential impressiveness on the part of the researchers. They mainly pay money to researchers who are impressive and have high impressive affiliations, and they don't really much care what research project happens as a result.
Is that a cynical? So that there's a deep truth to that cynical perspective. Is there a less cynical perspective that they do care about the long-term investment into the progress of science and humanity?
Well, they might personally care, but they're stuck in an equilibrium.
Sure.
Wherein basically most foundations, like governments or research, like the Ford Foundation, the individuals there are rated based on the prestige they bring to that organization.
Yeah.
And even if they might personally want to produce more intellectual progress, they are in a competitive game where they don't have tenure, and they need to produce this prestige. And so once they give grant money to prestigious people, that is the thing that shows that they have achieved prestige for the organization, and that's what they need to do in order to retain the position.
And you do hope that there is a correlation between prestige and actual competence.
Of course, there is a correlation. The question is just, could we do this better some other way? Yes, I think it's pretty clear we could,
represent money, or how the sources of money and how the money is allocated to give the individual researchers freedom.
Years ago, I started studying this topic exactly because this was my issue. This was many decades ago. And my best guess still is prediction markets, betting markets. So, if you as a research patron want to know the answer to a particular question, like what's the mass of the electron neutrino, then what you can do is just subsidize a betting market in that question, and that will induce more research into answering that question, because the people who then answer that question can then make money in that betting market with the new information they get. So that's a robust way to induce more information on the topic. If you want to induce an accomplishment, you can create prizes, and there's of course a long history of prizes to induce accomplishments. And we moved away from prizes, even though we once used them far more often than we did today. And there's history to that. And for the customers who want to be affiliated with impressive academics, which is what most of the customers want, students, journalists, and patrons, I think there's a better way of doing it. I just wrote about it in my second most recent blog post.
Can you explain?
Sure. What we do today is we take sort of acceptance by other academics recently as our best indication of their deserved prestige. That is, recent publications, recent, job affiliation, institutional affiliations, recent, invitations to speak, recent grants. We are today taking other impressive academics, recent choices to affiliate with them as our best guess of their prestige. I would say we could do better by creating betting markets in what the distant future will judge to have been their deserved prestige looking back on it. I think most intellectuals, for example, think that if we look back 2 centuries, to intellectuals from 2 centuries ago, and try to look in detail at their research and how it influenced future research and which path it was on, we could much more accurately judge their actual deserved prestige. That is, who was actually on the track, who actually helped, which will be different than what people at the time judged using the immediate indications of the time, or which position they had, or which publications they had, things like that.
So, in this way, if you think from the perspective of multiple centuries, you would higher prioritize true novelty, you would disregard the temporal proximity of how recent the thing is, and you would think that what is the brave, the bold, the big, the novel idea that this is something you would actually
You would be able to read that. You could see the path where which ideas took, which things at dead ends, which led to what other things. You could, looking back centuries later, have a much better estimate of who actually had what long-term effects on intellectual progress. So my proposal is we actually pay people in several centuries to do this historical analysis. And we have prediction markets today where we buy and sell assets, which will later pay off by innovations. So now we'll be inducing people today to make their best estimate of those things by actually, looking at the details of people and studying the prices accordingly. So my proposal would be we rate people today on those prices today. So instead of looking at the list of publications or affiliations, we look at the actual price of assets that represent people's best guess of what the future will say about it.
It's brilliant. So, this concept of idea futures, can you elaborate what this would entail?
I've been elaborating 2 versions of it here. So one is if there's a particular question, say a mass of the electron neutrino, and what you as a patron want to do is get an answer to that question, then what you do is subsidize a betting market in that question under the assumption that eventually we'll just know the answer and we can pay off the bets that way. Right? And that is a plausible assumption for many kinds of concrete intellectual questions like what's the mass of the electron neutrino.
In this hypothetical world that is constructing maybe a real world, do you mean literally financial?
Yes, literally, very literal, very with cash, very direct and literal. Yes. So crypto is what yes. So the idea would be research labs would be for profit. They would have as their expense paying researchers to study things, and then their profit would come from using the insights the researchers gains to trade in these financial markets. Just like hedge funds today make money by paying researchers to study firms and then making their profits by trading on those that that insight into the ordinary financial.
And the market would, if it's efficient, would be able to become better and better at predicting the powerful ideas that the individual is able to generate.
The variance around the mass of the electron retrieval would decrease with time as we that value of that parameter, but with any other parameters that we want to estimate.
You don't think those markets would also respond to recency of prestige and those kinds of things?
They would respond, but the question is if they might respond incorrectly, but if you think they're doing it incorrectly, you have a profit on you can go fix it. So we'd be inviting everybody to ask whether they can find any biases or errors in the current ways in which people are estimating these things from whatever clues they have.
Right, there's a big incentive for the correction mechanism. In academia currently, there's not, it's the safe choice to go with prestige.
Exactly.
And there's no,
You privately think that prestige is overrated.
even privately think strongly that it's overrated.
Still, you don't have an incentive to define it publicly.
You're going to lose a lot. Unless you're a contrarian or really blocks, and then you could talk about it on a podcast.
Right. I mean, initially, this was my initial concept of having these betting markets on these key parameters. What I then realized over time was that that's more what people pretend to care about. What they really mostly care about is just who's how good.
Yeah.
And that's what most of the system is built on, is trying to rate people and rank them. So I designed this other alternative based on historical evaluation centuries later, just about who's how good, because that's what I think most of the customers really care.
Customers, I like the word customers here. Humans.
Right? Well, every major area of life, which has specialists who get paid to do that, have some customers from elsewhere who are paying them.
Well, who are the customers for the mass nutrient? Yes, I understand that since people who are willing to pay,
Right.
for things.
That's an important thing to understand about anything. Who are the customers? So I think, and what's the product? Like medicine, education, academia, the military, etc. That's part of the hidden motives analysis. Often people have nothing they say about what the product is and who the customer is, and maybe we need to dig a little deeper to find out what's really going on.
A lot deeper. You've written that you seek out quote viewpoints. You're able, as an intelligent black box word generating machine, you're able to generate a lot of sexy words. I like it. I love it. Viewpoints, which are insights which dramatically change my worldview, your worldview. You write, I loved science fiction as a child, studied physics and artificial intelligence for a long time, and now study economics and political science, all fields full of such insights. So, let me ask, what are some viewpoints or a beautiful, surprising idea to you from each of those fields? Physics, AI, economics, political science. I know it's a tough question. Something that springs to mind about physics, for example, that just is beautiful.
I mean, right from the beginning, say special relativity was a big surprise. Most of us have a simple concept of time, and it seems perfectly adequate for everything we're receiving. And to have it explained to you that you need to sort of have a mixture concept of time and space, where you put it into this space-time construct, how it looks different from different perspectives, that was quite a shock. And that was, such a shock that makes you think, gee, what else do I know that, isn't the way it seems? Certainly, quantum mechanics is certainly another enormous shock in terms of when you put, you have this idea that there's a space and there's particles at points, fields between, and quantum mechanics is just a whole different representation. It looks nothing like what you would have thought. That's sort of the basic representation of the physical world, and that was quite a surprise.
What would you say is the catalyst for the viewpoint in theoretical physics in the 20th century? Where does that come from? So the interesting thing about Einstein, it seems like a lot of that came from like almost thought experience. It wasn't almost experimentally driven. Actually, I don't know the whole story of quantum mechanics, how much of it is experience, like where, if you look at the full trace of idea generation, of all the weird stuff that falls out of quantum mechanics, how much of that was the experimentalists, how much was it the theoreticians. But usually, in theoretical physics, theories lead the way. And maybe can you elucidate like what is the catalyst for this?
The remarkable thing about physics and about many other areas of academic intellectual life is that it just seems way overdetermined. That is, Einstein or if it hadn't been for Heisenberg, certainly within a half a century, somebody else would have come up with essentially the same thing. Is that something you believe? Yes. Yes. So I think when you look at sort of just the history of physics and the history of other areas, some areas like that, there's just this enormous community. That the different kind of evidence that was being collected was so redundant in the sense that so many different things revealed the same things that eventually you just kind of have to accept it because it just gets obvious. So if you look at the details, of course, Einstein did it for somebody else, and it's well worth celebrating Einstein for that. And we, by celebrating the particular people who did something first or came across something first, we are encouraging all the rest to move a little faster, to try to push us all a little faster, which is great. But I still think we would have gotten roughly to the same place within a half century. So sometimes people are special because of how much longer it would have taken. Some people say general relativity would have taken longer without Einstein and other things. I mean, Heisenberg quantum mechanics, there were several different formulations of quantum mechanics all around the same few years, means no one of them made that much of a difference. We would have had pretty much the same thing regardless of which of them did it exactly well. Nevertheless, I'm happy to celebrate them all. But this is a choice I make in my research. That is, where there's an area where there's lots of people working together, who are sort of spoofing each other and getting results just before somebody else does. You ask, well, how much of a difference would I make then? At most, I could make something happen a few months before somebody else. And so I'm less worried about them missing things. So when I'm trying to help the world by doing research, I'm looking for neglected things. I'm looking for things that nobody would do. If I didn't do it, nobody would do it. Nobody would do it, or at least for the last time. Exactly. Same with general relativity. When you do it, you might take another 10, 20, 30, 50 years. So that's the place where you can have the biggest impact, is finding the things that nobody would do unless you did them. And then that's when you get the big viewpoint, the insights. So what about artificial intelligence? Could it be the EMs, the emulated minds? What idea was whether that struck you in the shower, or that you just really the biggest viewpoint in artificial intelligence is the realization of just how complicated our human minds are. So most people who come to artificial intelligence from other fields or from relative advice, a very common phenomenon, which you must be familiar with, is that they come up with some concept and then they think that must be it. Once we implement this new concept, we will have this level of higher artificial intelligence, right? And they're just not appreciating just how big the problem is, how long it is, just how much is involved. Because that's actually hard to appreciate. When we just think, it seems really simple. And studying artificial intelligence, going through many particular problems, and looking at each problem, all the different things you need to be able to do to solve a problem like that, makes you realize all the things your minds are doing that you are not aware of. That's that vast subconscious that you're not aware of. That's the biggest use case from artificial intelligence by far for most people who study artificial intelligence, is to see just how hard it is. I think it's a good point, but I think it's a very early use case. It's when the short-time cruiser crashes. It's the first realization that humans are actually changing or human mind and human bodies. There's a lot of different perspectives. But then, see, it's already been so long for me that I've experienced that deep wake that for me, I now experience the deep wakes of, holy shit, this little thing is actually quite powerful. Like neural networks. I'm amazed. Because you've become almost cynical after that first viewquake. It's like, this is so hard. Like evolution did some incredible work to create this new mind. But then you realize, just because you've talked about a bunch of simple bias, that simple things can actually be extremely powerful. That maybe emulating as a human mind is extremely difficult. You can go a long way in regards to development. You go a long way with that solution. It's that still Russell thing with the reinforcement learning. Right? Holy crap. You can go a long way with this. But we still have a very long road to go. Well, I refuse to know. The road is so long. Is an interesting, like you said, with the 6
hard steps that humans have to take to arrive at where we are from the origin of life on Earth. So it's wrong maybe in the statistical improbabilities of the steps that have to be taken, but in terms of how quickly those steps could be taken, I don't know if my intuition says if it's hundreds of years away or if it's a couple of years away. I prefer to measure pretty confident at least a decade. Or we can have that confidence at least 3 decades and still know the direction. I prefer to measure that journey in Elon Musk's. That's the new one. We don't get Elon Musk very often, so that's a long time to go. For now, I don't know, maybe we could clone or maybe multiply it, or I don't even know what Elon Musk, what that is. What is that? What is? That's a good question. Exactly. So that's an excellent question. How does that fit into the model, the 3 parameters that are required for becoming a grabby alien civilization?
So that's the question of how much any individual makes in the long path of civilization over time. Yes, and it's a favorite topic of historians and people to try to focus on individuals and how much of a difference they make. And certainly some individuals make a substantial difference in modest term, right? Certainly without Hitler being Hitler in the role he took, European history would have taken a different path for a while there. But if we're looking over many centuries longer term things, most individuals do fade in their individual influence.
So,
You just Einstein.
no matter how sexy your hair is, you would have possibly forgotten history. So you said at least 10 years. So let's talk a little bit about this AI, of how we achieve, how hard is the problem of solving intelligence, but engineering artificial intelligence that achieves human-like qualities that we associate with intelligence. How hard is this? What are the different trajectories that take us there?
One way to think about it is in terms of the scope of the technology space you're talking about. So let's take the biggest possible scope, all of human technology, right? The entire human economy. So the entire economy is composed of many industries, each of which have many products with many different technologies supporting each one. At that scale, I think we can accept that most innovations are a small fraction of the total. That is, usually has relatively gradual overall progress. And individual innovations that have a substantial effect on the total are rare, and their total effect is still a small percentage of the total economy, right? There's very few individual innovations that made a substantial difference to the whole economy, right? What are we talking? Steam engine, shipping containers, a few things. Shipping containers deserve to be up there with steam engines, honestly.
Can you say exactly what shipping containers?
Shipping containers revolutionized shipping. Shipping is very important.
But isn't that it's shipping containers? Are you saying you would not something about the magic of the supply chain, all that with the shipping containers?
Maybe big difference. Absolutely.
We shouldn't take that tangent like I intended to. But anyway, so there's just a few.
Right. So at the scale of the whole economy, right? Now, as you move down to a much smaller scale, you will see individual innovations having a bigger effect, right? So if you look at, lawnmowers or something, I don't know what the innovations lawnmower, but there are probably like steps where you just had a new kind of lawnmower and that made a big difference to mowing lawns because you're focusing on a smaller part of the whole technology space, right? So, and sometimes like military technology, there's a lot of military technologies, a lot of small ones, but every once in a while, a particular military weapon makes a big difference. But still, even so, mostly overall, they're making modest differences to something that's increasing relatively. The U.S. military is the strongest in the world consistently for a while. No one weapon in the last 70 years has made a big difference in terms of the overall problems in the U.S. military. Right? So that's just saying, even though every once in a while, even the recent Soviet hyper missiles or whatever they aren't changing the overall balance dramatically, right? So when we get to AI, now I can frame the question: how big is AI? Basically, one way of thinking about AI is it's just all mental tasks. Then you ask, what fraction of tasks are mental tasks? And I go on. And then if I think of AI as like half of everything, then I think, well, it's got to be composed of lots of parts, where any one innovation is only a small input, right? Now, if you think, no, AI is like AGI, and then you think AGI is a small thing, like there's only a small number of key innovations that will enable it. Now you're thinking there could be a bigger chunk that you might find that would have a bigger impact. So the way I would ask you to frame these things in terms of the chunkiness of different areas of technology, in part in terms of how big they are. Like if you take 10 chunky areas and you add them together, the total is less chunky.
Yeah. But are you able until you solve fundamental core parts of the problem to estimate the chunkiness of that problem?
Well, if you have a history of prior chunkiness, that could be your best estimate for future chunkiness. So, for example, I mean, even at the level of the world economy, right? We've had this, 10,000 years of civilization. That's only a short time. You might say, oh, that doesn't predict future chunkiness. But, it looks relatively steady and consistent. We can say, even in computer science, we've had, 70 years of computer science. We have enough data to look at chunkiness of computer science. Like, when were there algorithms or approaches that made a big chunky difference? And, first, how large a fraction of those was that? And I'd say, mostly in computer science, most innovation has been relatively small chunks. The bigger chunks have been rare.
Well, this is the interesting thing. This is about AI, just algorithms in general, is, PageRank, so Google's, right? So sometimes it's a simple algorithm that by itself is not that useful, but the scale of it in a context that's scalable, like depending on the context, is all of a sudden the powers are needed. And there's something, I guess that's the nature of chunkiness, is that things that can reach a lot of people simply can be quite chunky.
So one standard story about algorithms is to say algorithms have a fixed cost plus a marginal cost. And so in history, when you had computers that were very small, you tried all the algorithms that had low fixed costs. And you looked for the best of those. But over time, as computers got bigger, you could afford to do larger fixed costs and try those. And some of those had more effective algorithms in terms of their marginal cost. And that, in fact, that roughly explains the long-term history where, in fact, the rate of algorithmic improvement is about the same as the rate of hardware improvement, which is a remarkable coincidence. But it would be explained by saying, well, there's all these better algorithms you can't try until you have a big enough computer to pay the fixed cost of doing some trials to find out if that algorithm actually saves you on marginal cost. And so that's an explanation for this relatively continuous history. So we have a good story about why hardware is so continuous, right? You might think, why would software be so continuous with the hardware? But if there's a distribution of algorithms in terms of their fixed costs, and it's say spread out a wide level of distribution, then we could be sort of marching through that level of distribution, finding out algorithms with larger fixed costs and finding the ones that have lower margin.
So, would you say AGI, human level, AI, even EM, emulated minds, is chunky? Like a few breakthroughs to take
So an M is by its nature chunky, in the sense that if you have an emulated brain and you're 25% effective at emulating it, that's crap. It's nothing. Okay? You pretty much need to emulate a full human brain.
They're obvious.
It's pretty obvious. I'm talking about so the key thing is you're emulating various brain cells, and so you have to emulate the input-output pattern of those cells. So if you get that pattern somewhat close, but not close enough, then the whole system just doesn't have the overall behavior you're looking for, right?
But it could have functionally some of the power of the overall.
So there'll be some threshold. The point is, when you get close enough, then it goes over the threshold. Right? It's like taking a computer chip and deleting every 1% of the gates, right?
Well, that's very chunky. But
right?
because the human brain, the human brain itself is not.
Sure. So it has a certain level of redundancy and a certain level of robustness. And so there's some threshold when you get close to that level of redundancy or robustness, then it starts to work. But until you get to that level, it's just going to be crap, right? It's going to be just a big thing that isn't working. So we can be pretty sure that emulations is a economic sense, right? At some point, you'll be able to make one that's actually effective in being a substitute for humans, and then that will be this huge economic product that people will try to buy. In that case, yeah,
We bring a lot of those less, they'll be willing to pay.
right. But it could be that the first emulation costs $1 billion each, right? And then we have them, but we can't really use them; too expensive. Then the cost slowly comes down, and now we have less of a chunky adoption, right? That as the cost comes down, we use more and more of them in more and more contexts, and that's a more continuous curve. So it's only if the first emulations are relatively cheap that you get more sudden disruption to society. And that could happen if sort of the algorithm is the last thing to figure out how to do something.
What about robots that capture some magic in terms of social connection? The robots, like you have a robot dog, right there. Robots that are able to capture some magic of human connection as they interact with humans, but are not emulating the brain. What about those? How far away?
So we're thinking about chunkiness or distance. So if you ask how chunky is the task of making a emulatable robot or something,
Which chunkiness related.
right? So that it's about how far away it is or how suddenly it would happen. Chunkiness is how suddenly, and difficulty is just how far away it is. But it could be a continuous difficulty. It would just be far away, but we'll slowly, steadily get there. Or there could be these thresholds where we reach a threshold and suddenly we can do a lot better.
Yeah, that's a good. Question for both. I tend to believe that all of it, not just the but AGI too is chunky, and human level intelligence.
My best guess
Embodied in robots
is that the history of computer science and chunkiness so far seems to be my rough best guess for the chunkiness of AGI. That is,
it is chunky.
it's modestly chunky, not that chunky. Right? Our ability to use computers to do many things in the economy has been moving relatively steadily. Overall, in terms of our use of computers in society, they have been relatively steadily improving for 70 years.
I would say that's part. Okay, I would have to really think about that because your networks are quite surprising.
Sure, but every once in a while you have these things surprising. But if you stand back, we see something like that every 10 years or so, something really large in the graduate that has a big effect.
The moderately chunky. Yeah.
But the history of the level of disruption we've seen in the past would be a rough estimate of the level of disruption in the future, unless the future is we're going to hit a chunky territory, much chunkier than we've seen in the past.
Well, I do think there's it's like Kuhnian, like revolution type. It seems like the data, especially in the AI, is difficult to reason with because it's so recent. It's such a recent field. In this years. I mean 50, 60, 70, 80 years being recent.
Okay.
That's
it's enough time to see a lot of trends.
A few trends. I think the internet, computing, there's really a lot of interesting stuff that's happened over the past 30 years that I think the possibility of revolutions is likelier than it was in
I think for the last 70 years, there have always been a lot of things that look like they have a potential for revolution.
so can't reason well about this.
I mean, we can't reason well by looking at the past trends. I would say the past trend is roughly your best guess for the future.
No, but if I look back at the things that might have looked like revolutions in the 70s and 80s and 90s, they are less like the revolutions that appear to be happening now, or the capacity of revolution that appear to be there now. First of all, there's a lot more money to be made. There's a lot more incentive for markets to do a lot of innovation, it seems like, in the AI space. But, and again, there's a history of winters and summers and so on. So maybe we're just like riding a nice wave right now.
One of the biggest issues is the difference between impressive demos and commercial value.
Yes.
So we often through the history of AI, we saw very impressive demos that never really translated much into commercial value.
Somebody who works on and cares about autonomous and semi-autonomous vehicles, tell me about it. And there again, we return to the number of Elon Musk's per Earth per year generated. That's the coincidentally same initials.
Yeah.
Very suspicious. Very suspicious. We're gonna have to look into that. All right, two more fields that I would like to force and twist your arm to. All right, to look for viewpoints and for beautiful ideas. Economics. What is a beautiful idea to you about economics?
You've mentioned a lot of sure. So as you said before, there's going to be the first viewpoint most people encounter that makes the biggest difference on average in the world, because that's the only thing most people ever see is the first one. And so, with AI, the first one is just how big the problem is. But once you get past that, you'll find out certainly for economics, the first one is just the power of markets. You might have thought it was just really hard to figure out how to optimize in a big complicated space, and markets just do a good first pass for an awful lot of stuff. And they're really quite robust and powerful. And that's just quite the blueprint, where you just say, just let them, if you want to get in the ballpark, just let a market handle it and step back. And that's true for a wide range of things. It's not true for everything, but it's a very good first approximation. Most people's intuitions for how they should limit markets are actually messing them up. They're not good in sense, right? Most people, when you go, I don't know if I'm going to trust that, well, you should be trusting.
What about what are markets? Just a couple of words.
So the idea is, if people want something, then let other companies form to try to supply that thing, and let those people pay for their cost of whatever they're making, and try to offer that product to those people. Let many such firms enter that industry, and let the customers decide which ones they want. And if the firm goes out of business, let it go bankrupt, and let other people invest in whichever ventures they want to try to attract customers to their version of the product. And that just works for a wide range of products and services.
And through all of this, there's a free exchange of information too. There's a hope that there's no manipulation of information, so that you're making
Even when those things happen, still, just the simple market solution is usually better than the things you'll try to do to fix it. That's a viewpoint. It's surprising. It's not what you initially thought.
that's one of the great, I guess, inventions of human civilization,
Right?
the trust in markets.
Now, another big thing that I learned in my research that's not all of economics, but something more specialized, is the rationality of disagreement. That is, basically, people who are trying to believe what's true in a complicated situation would not actually disagree. And of course, humans disagree all the time, so it was quite striking back for me to learn in grad school that actually rational agents would not knowingly disagree. And so that makes disagreement more puzzling, and makes you less willing to disagree.
Humans are to some degree irrational, and they're able to.
Their priorities are different than just figuring out the truth. Which might not be the same as being irrational.
That's another tangent that could take an hour. In the space of human affairs, political science, what is a beautiful, foundational, interesting idea to you, a viewpoint in the space of political science?
The main thing that goes wrong in politics is people not agreeing on what the best thing to do is.
That's a wrong thing. So
That's what goes wrong. That is, when you say, what's fundamental behind most political failures? It's that people are ignorant of what the consequences of policy is. And that's surprising because it's actually feasible to solve that problem, which we aren't solving.
So it's a bug, not a feature, that there's an inability to arrive at consensus.
So most political systems, if everybody looked to some authority, say, on a question, and that authority told them the answer, then most political systems are capable of just doing that thing. That is, and so it's the failure to have trustworthy authorities that is sort of the underlying failure behind most political things. We have that, we invade Iraq, say, when we don't have an authority to tell us it's a really stupid thing to do. And it is possible to create more informative, trustworthy authorities. That's a remarkable fact about the world of institutions, that we could do that, but we aren't.
Yeah, so that's the price. We could, and we are.
Right. And another big viewpoint about politics is from the elderly brain that most people, when they're interacting with politics, they say they want to like make the world better, make the city better, the country better. And that's not their problem. So if they want to show loyalty to their allies, want to show their tribe they're on their side, yes. Or their various tribes they're in, that's their primary priority, and they do accomplish that. Yeah. And the tribes are usually called community enough. What would you say? It's the Churchill question. Democracy is the crappiest form of government. It's the best one we got. What's the best form of government for this, our 7 billion human civilization, and maybe as we get farther and farther? You mentioned a lot of stuff that's fascinating about human history as we become more Voyager-like, and looking out beyond. What's the best form of government in the next 50, 100 years as we become a multiplicitary species? So the key failing is that we have existing political institutions and related institutions like media institutions and other authority institutions. And these institutions sit in a vast space of possible institutions. And the key failing, we are just not exploring that space. So I have made my proposals in that space, and I think I can identify many promising solutions. And many other people have made many other promising proposals in that space. But the key thing is we're just not pursuing those proposals. We're not trying them out on small scales. We're not doing tests. We're not just exploring the space of these options. That is the key thing we're failing to do. And if we did that, I'm confident we would find much better institutions than what we're using now. But we would have to actually try. So there, a lot of those topics, I do hope we get a chance to talk again with the fascinating human beings. So I'm skipping a lot of tangents on purpose that I would love to take. You're such a brilliant person with so many different topics. Let me take a stroll into the deep human psyche of Robin Hanson himself. But first, he not be that deep. I might just be all on the surface. What you see, what you get, there might not be much hiding behind it. Some of the fun is on the surface, and I actually think this is true of many of the most successful, most interesting people you see in the world. That is, they put so much effort into the surface that they've constructed. Yeah, and that's where they put all their energy. Like, so somebody might be a statesman or an actor or something else, and people want to interview them and they want to say, like, what are you behind the scenes? What do you do in your free time? Those people don't have free time. They don't have another life behind the scenes. They put all their energy into that surface that's one year apart, one we're fascinated by. And they kind of have to make up this stuff behind the scenes to supply it for you. It's not really bad. There's several ways to trace this. One of them is authenticity, which is that if you become the thing you are on the surface, if the depths mirror the surface, then that's what authenticity is. Not hiding, not the thing. It goes back an idea of that because they actually have often a manufactured surface that they put on and you try out different masks, and the depths are very different from the surface, and that's actually what makes them very interesting to interview. If you are an actor who actually lives the role that you play, so like a Clint Eastwood type character who clearly represents the cowboy, right? Like at least rhymes or echoes the person you play on the surface. That's authentic. Yes, some people are typecast and they have basically one persona they play in all of their movies and TV shows, and so those people probably is the actual persona that they are. Yeah, or has become that over time. Clint Eastwood would be one. I think of Tom Hanks is another. I think they just always play the same person. And you and I are just both surface players. You're the fun, brilliant thinker and suit wearing. It is full of silly questions. All right. That said, let's put on your wise sage hat and ask you, what advice would you give to young people today in high school and college about life, about how to live a successful life and career? Most young people, when they actually ask you that question, what they usually mean is, how can I be successful by usual standards? Yeah, I'm not very good at giving advice about that. That's not how I try to live my life. So I would more flip it around and say, you live in a rich society, you will have a long life, you have many resources available to you. Whatever career you take, you'll have plenty of time to make progress in something else. Yes, it might be better if you find a way to combine your career and your interests in a way that gives you more time and energy, but there are often big compromises there as well. So if you have a passion about some topic or something that you think just is worth pursuing, you can just do it. You don't need other people's approval. And you can just start doing whatever it is you think is worth doing. It might take you decades, but decades are enough to make enormous progress on most all interesting things.
And don't worry about the commitment. I mean, that's a lot of what people worry about. When there's so many options, if I choose a thing and stick with it, I sacrifice all the other conflict of my thinking.
But I mean, so I switched my career at the age of 34 with two kids, age 0 and 2, went back to grad school in social science after being a research software engineer. So it's quite possible to change your mind later in life.
How do you have an age of
Less than one.
Okay. So how are you in that specific that?
Right? But, like people also ask what to read in my favorite textbooks. Until you've read lots of textbooks or maybe review articles, I'm not so sure you should be reading, blog posts and Twitter feeds and even podcasts. I would say at the beginning, read, this is our humanity's best summary. How to learn things that's crammed into textbooks.
Especially the ones on an introduction to
Introduction to everything. Just read all the algorithms. Read as many textbooks as you can stomach, and then maybe if you want to know more about a subject, find a review article. But you don't need to read the latest stuff on most topics.
Yeah. And actually, textbooks often have the prettiest pictures. And depending on the field, if it's technical, but doing the homework problems at the end,
Yeah.
it's actually extremely useful. Extremely powerful way to understand something if you allow it. I actually think of like high school and college, which you kind of remind me of. People don't often think of it that way, but you will almost not again get an opportunity to spend the time with a fundamental subject and like look at and everybody's forcing you, like everybody wants you to do it, and like you'll never get that chance again to sit there, even though it's outside of your interest. Biology was nice if I took AP biology, AP chemistry, looking at subjects I never again revisited it seriously, and it was so nice to be forced into animal physiology, to be forced into that, to stay with it, go to the pretty pictures, do certain moments actually for a moment enjoy the beauty of these, of like how a cell works and all these kind of things. And somehow that stays, like the ripples of that fascination, that stays with you even if you never do the physically, even if you never utilize those learnings in your actual.
A common problem, at least of many young people I meet, is that they're like feeling idealistic and altruistic, but in a rush.
Yes.
So, the usual human tradition that goes back, hundreds, thousands of years, is that people's productivity rises with time and maybe peaks around the age of 40 or 50. The age of 40 or 50 is when you would be having the highest income, you would have the most contacts, you sort of be wise about how the world works. Expect to have the biggest impact then. Before then, you can have impacts, but you're also mainly building up your resources and abilities. That's the usual human trajectory. Expect that to be true of you too. Don't be in such a rush to accomplish enormous things at the age of 18 or whatever. I mean, you might as well practice trying to do things, but that's mostly about learning how to do things by practice. There's a lot of things you can't do unless you just keep trying.
And when all else fails, try to maximize the number of aspirants however you can.
That's certainly something I neglected. And I would tell my younger version of myself, hey, try to have more to say. Yes, absolutely. It matters more than I realized at the time.
Both in terms of making copies of yourself in mutated form and just the joy of raising them.
Sure. I mean, but the me, even. So in the literature on the value people get out of life. There's a key distinction between happiness and meaning. So happiness is how do you feel right now, right now. And meaning is how do you feel about your whole life. And many things that produce happiness don't produce meaning as reliably. If you have to choose between them, you'd rather have meaning. And meaning is more goes along with sacrificing happiness sometimes. And children are an example of that. You get a lot more meaning out of children, even if they're a lot more work. What do you think children are so magical, like raising kids? Yeah, I would love to have kids, and when I was in the control box, it seemed to say magic when there's an entity that comes to life. And in that case, I'm not trying to draw too many parallels, but there's some echo to it, which is when you program a robot, there's some aspect of your intellect that is now instilled in this other moving being. That's kind of magical. Or why do you think that's magical? You said happiness and meaning, as opposed to a shorting term. Why is it meaning? Overdetermined. I can give you several different reasons, all of which is sufficient. And so the question is, we don't know which ones are the correct reasons. It's overdetermined. Look it up. So, I meet a lot of people interested in the future, interested in thinking about the future, and they're thinking about how can I influence the future. But, overwhelmingly in history so far, the main way people have influenced the future is by having children. Overwhelming. And that's just not an incidental fact. You are built for that. That is, you're the sequence of thousands of generations, each of which successfully had a descendant. And that affected who you are. You just have to expect. And it's true that who you are is built to be, expect to have a child, to want to have a child, to have that be a natural and meaningful interaction for you. And it's just true. It's just one of those things you just should have expected. And it's not a surprise.
Well, to push back and sort of, in terms of influence in the future, as we get more and more technology, more and more of us are able to influence the future in all kinds of other ways.
Right.
Being a teacher, educating.
Even so, though, still most of our influence in the future is probably having being kids, even though we've accumulated more ways, other ways to do it.
I mean, at scale, I guess the depth of influence, like really how much effort, how much of yourself you really put in another human being. Do you mean both the raising of a kid, or do you mean raw genetic information?
Well, both, but raw genetics is probably not half.
More than half. More than half. Even though it's not growing out. Genetics. Let me ask some dark and difficult questions, if I might. Let's take a stroll into that place that may not exist, according to you. What's the darkest place you've ever gone to in your life? A dark time, a challenging time in your life that you had to overcome?
Probably just feeling strongly rejected. And so I'm apparently somewhat emotionally scarred by just being very rejection averse, which must have happened because some rejections were just very scarring.
At a scale in all kinds of communities, I mean, at the individual scale,
Lots of different scales, yeah. All the many different scales. So that rejection state.
hold on a second, but you're a contrarian thinker. You challenge that norm.
Yes.
Why, if you were scarred by rejection, why wasn't it in so many ways at a much larger scale constantly with your ideas?
See that I'm just stupid, or that I've just categorized them differently than I should. The most rejection that I've faced hasn't been because of my intellectual ideas. So the intellectual ideas haven't been the thing to risk the rejection.
The things that would challenge your mind, taking you to a dark place at the more psychological rejections.
So you just asked me what took me to a dark place. You didn't specify it as sort of an intellectual dark place, I guess. Yeah, just in my
disjoint or at least at a more surface level than something emotional.
Yeah, I would just think, there are times in your life when, you're just in a dark place, and that can have many different causes. And, you know, most intellectuals are still just people, and most of the things that will affect them are the kinds of things that affect people. They aren't that different necessarily. And that's really true for, like, I presume most basketball players are still just people. If you ask them what was the worst part of their life, it's going to be this kind of thing that was the worst part of life for most people.
The rejection early in life.
Yeah. At least I was not in that kind of grade school, probably, but yeah. So, being a young, nerdy guy, feeling, not in much demand or interest, or later on, lots of different kinds of rejection. But yeah, but I think that's, most of us like to pretend we don't that much need other people. We don't care what they think. It's a common sort of stance if somebody rejects you or something. I didn't care about them anyway, and but I think, to be honest, people really do care.
Yeah, we do seek that connection, that love. What do you think is the role of love in the community?
Opacity, in part. That is, love is one of those things where we know at some level it's important to us, but it's not very clearly shown to us exactly how or why or in what ways. There are some kinds of things we want where we can just clearly see that we want to, why we want it, right? We know when we're thirsty, we know why we're thirsty, we know what to do about being thirsty. It's over, no longer thirsty. Love isn't like that.
It's like, what do we seek from this? We're drawn to it, but we do not understand why we're drawn exactly, because it's not just affection, because if it was just affection, we don't seem to be drawn to pure affection. We don't seem to be drawn to somebody who's like a servant. We don't seem to be necessarily drawn to somebody that satisfies all your needs or something like that.
So it's really something we want to read, but we're not exactly very clear about it. And that is kind of important to it. So I've also noticed there are some kinds of things we can't imagine in our life. So if you imagine a situation, there's some aspects of the situation you can imagine it being bright or dim, you can imagine it being windy, you can imagine it being hot or cold. But there's some aspects about your emotional states in a situation that's actually just hard to imagine or even remember. It's hard to, you can often remember an emotion only when you're in a similar sort of emotion situation. And otherwise, you just can't bring the emotion to your mind and you can't even imagine it. Right? So there's certain kinds of emotions you can have, and when you're in that emotion, you know you have it, you can name and associate. But later on, I tell you, remember joy. It doesn't come to mind.
Not able to replay it.
Right. And it's sort of a reason why we have to, one of the reasons that pushes us to reconsume it and reproduce it is that we can't reimagine it.
But it's interesting because it's a Daniel Kahneman type of thing with renewing memories, because I'm able to summon some aspect of that emotion again by thinking of that situation from which that emotion came.
Right.
So like a certain song, you listen to it, and you can feel the same way you felt the first time you incorporate that song association with it.
So you need to remember that situation in some sort of complete package.
Yes.
You just take one part off of it, and if you get the whole package with that, if you remember the whole feeling.
Yes, or some fundamental aspect of that positive experience that allows the feeling. And actually, the feeling is probably different in some way. It's more pleasant or less pleasant than the feeling you felt originally. And it's more from the time every time you replay that memory. It is interesting. You're not going to replay the feeling perfectly. Because you don't remember the feeling, you remember the facts and the events.
There's a sense in which over time we expand our vocabulary as a unity of language. And that allows us to sort of have more feelings and know that we are feeling. Because you can have a feeling but not have a word for it. And then you don't know how to categorize it or even what it is. And whether it's the same as something else. But once you have a word for it, you can sort of pull it together more easily. So I think over time we are having a richer palette of feelings. Because we have more words for it.
What has been a painful loss in your life? Maybe somebody or something that's no longer in your life. Or taken or
Youth?
that's a concept. No, it has to be.
But I was once younger. I had
So-
health. I thought it seems around, lost that other.
Do you see that as a different person? Maybe you've lost that person.
Certainly, yes, absolutely, I'm a different person than I was when I was younger, and I'm not who. I don't even remember exactly what he was. So I don't remember as many things from the past as many people do. So I've just lost a lot of my history by not remembering.
Or does that,
And I'm not that person anymore. That person is gone, and
is it a painful loss? Is it a painful loss?
Yeah.
Or is it a, why is it painful? Is you're wiser, you're, I mean, there's so many things that are beneficial again.
Right, but
Or you just,
I just was this person, and I felt assured that I could continue to be that person. And he's gone, and I'm not him anymore. And he died without fanfare or
and yet the person you are today, talking to me, that person will be changed too.
Yes. And so
there-
maybe in 20 years, he won't be there anymore.
And a future person, if, with that, with any version of you,
For M's, this will be less of a problem. For M's, they would be able to save an archived copy of themselves at each different age, and they could turn it on periodically and go back to doctor.
I think some of that would be, so with emulated minds, with M's, there's a digital cloning that happens. And do you think that makes you less special if you're cloned? Like, does that make you um, the experience of life, like, the experience of the moment, the scarcity of that moment, the scarcity of that experience? Isn't that a fundamental part of what makes that experience so delicious, so rich and beautiful?
If you think of a song that lots of people listen to that are copies all over the world, we're going to call that a more special song.
Yeah. So there's a perspective on copying and cloning where you're just scaling happiness versus degrading it.
Each copy of a song is less special if there are many copies, but the song itself is more special if there are many copies.
In our mass, right, you're actually spreading the happiness, even if it diminishes over a large number of people at scale, and that increases the overall happiness in the world. And if we're to do that with multiple songs,
There's a person who has an identical twin, more or less special.
well, the problem with identical twins is, it's like just two with animals.
Right, but two is different than one.
So, but
I think an identical twin's life is richer for having this other identical twin, someone who understands them better than anybody else can. From the point of view of an identical twin, I think they have a richer life for being part of this couple, each of which is very similar. Now, if you said, will the world, if we lose one of the twins, will the world miss it as much because you've got the other one that's pretty similar? Maybe for the rest of the world's point of view, they suffer less of a loss when they lose one of the identical twins. But from the point of view of the identical twin themselves, their life is enriched by having a twin.
See, but the identical twin copying happens at the place of birth. It's different than copying after you've done some of the environment, like the nurture, at the teenage or in the 20s.
Yes, that would be an interesting thing for Emma to find out. All the different ways they can have different relationships to different people who have different degrees of similarity to them. It seems like a rich space to explore. I don't feel sorry for them. This seems like interesting work to them.
There could be some ethical consequences there.
There will be many new choices to make that they don't make now. So we discussed that in the book Age of Them. Like, say you have a lover and you make a copy of yourself, but the lover doesn't make a copy. Well, now which one of you, or are both, still related to the lover?
Socially entitled to show up.
Yes. So you have to make choices then when you split yourself. Which of you inherit which unique things?
Yeah, and of course there will be an equivalent increase in lawyers. Well, I guess you can call them lawyers to help manage some of these negotiations of how to split property. The nature of owning, property is connected to individuals. right?
You only really need lawyers for this with an inefficient, awkward law that is not very transparent to do things. So, for example, an operating system computer is a law for that computer. When the operating system is simple and clean, you don't need to hire a lawyer to make a key choice with the
You
operating
don't
system.
need human who
Just make a choice,
numbers,
right? So ideally, you want a legal system that makes the common choices easy and not require much overhead.
and that's with the digitization of things. Further on is that. So the loss of the youngest. What about the loss of your life overall? Do you ponder your death, your mortality, or are you afraid of it?
I am a cryonics customer. That's what this little tag around my neck says. It says that if you find me in a medical situation, you should call these people who enable the cryonics transfer. So I am taking a long shot chance at living a much longer life.
Can you explain what cryonics is?
So when medical science gives up on me in this world, instead of burning me or letting worms eat me, they will freeze me. It's freeze my head. And there's damage that happens in the process of freezing the head, but once it's frozen, it won't change for a very long time. Chemically, it'll just be completely exactly the same. So future technology might be able to revive me. In fact, I would be mainly carrying on the brain emulation scenario, which doesn't require reviving my entire biological body. It means I would be in a computer simulation. And so I think I've got at least a 5% shot at that. And that's immortality.
Are you
So most likely I won't happen, therefore I'm sad. I won't happen.
do you think immortality is something you would like to have?
Well, I mean, just like infinity, I mean, you can't know until forever, which means never, right? So you could really, the better choice is at each moment you want to keep going. So I would like at every moment to have the option to keep going.
The interesting thing about the human experience is that the way you phrase it is exactly right. Every moment I would like to keep going. But the thing that happens, uh, you know, we've been wanting more. Whatever that, right? That phrase is. The thing that happens over time. It's possible for certain experiences to become bland, and you become tired of them. And that actually makes life really unpleasant. Sorry, makes that experience really unpleasant, and perhaps you could generalize that to life itself if you have a long enough horizon. And so it might happen, might as well wait and find out. But then you're ending suffering, you know?
So in the world of brain emulations, I have more options.
Guys, can you turn yourself?
That is, I can make copies of myself, archive copies at various ages, and at a later age, I can decide that I'd rather replace myself with a new copy from a younger age.
So does a brain emulation still operate in physical space? So can we do, what do you think about like the metaverse and operating virtual reality? So we can conjure up emulate not just your own brain and body, but the entire environment.
Well, most brain emulations will, in fact, host most of the time virtual reality. But they wouldn't think of it as virtual reality, they just think of it as their usual reality. And the thing to notice, I think, in our world, most of us spend most time indoors. And indoors, we are surrounded by walls covered with paint, floors covered with tile or rugs. Most of our environment is artificial. It's constructed to be convenient for us. It's not the natural world that was there before. The virtual reality is basically just like that. It is the environment that's comfortable and convenient for you. But when it's the right that environment for you, it's real for you. Just like the room you're in right now, most likely is very real for you. You're not focused on the fact that the paint is hiding the actual studs behind the wall and the actual wires and pipes and everything else. The fact that we're hiding that from you doesn't make it fake or real.
What are the chances that we're actually in the very kind of system that you're describing, where the environment and the brain is being emulated, and you're just replaying an experience when you first did a podcast with Lex after, and now the person that originally launched this or did hundreds of podcasts with Lex. This is just the first time. and you like this time because there's so much uncertainty. There's nerves that can go in any direction.
At the moment, we don't have the technical ability to create that simulation. So we have to be postulating that in the future we have that ability, and then they choose to evaluate this moment now.
No, but don't you think we could be in the simulation of that exact experience right now? We wouldn't be able to know.
So one scenario would be this never really happened. This only happens as a reconstruction later on.
Yeah.
That's different from the scenario that this did happen the first time, and now it's happening again as a reconstruction. That second scenario is harder to put together because it requires this coincidence where between the two times we produce the ability to do it.
No, but don't you think replay of memories, poor replay of memories is something
that might be a possibility.
they reduce things harder than conjure up things?
It's certainly possible. So the main way I would think about it is in terms of the demand for simulation versus other kinds of things. So I've given this a lot of thought because, I first wrote about this long ago when Ostrom first wrote his papers about simulation, argument that I wrote about how to live in simulation. So the key issue is, the fraction of creatures in the universe that are really experiencing what you appear to be really experiencing relative to the fraction that are experiencing it in a simulation way, i.e. simulator. So then the key parameter is at any one moment in time, creatures at that time, many of them, most of them are really experiencing what you're experiencing, but some fraction of them are experiencing some past time where that past time is being remembered via their simulation. So to figure out this ratio, what we need to think about is basically two functions. One is how fast in time does the number of creatures grow? And then how fast in time does the interest in the past decline? Because at any one time, people will be simulating different periods of the past with different emphasis based on the way you think so. That's exactly right. Yeah. So if the first function grows slower than the second one declines, then in fact your chances of being simulated are low. So the key question is how fast is interest in the past decline relative to the rate at which the population grows?
Does this correlate to you earlier suggested that the interest in the future increases over time? Are those correlated? Interest in the future versus interest in the past? So why are we interested in the past?
The simple way to do it is, as you know, like Google Ngrams has a way to type in a word and see how interested it declines or rises over time, right? So you can just type in a year and get the answer to that. If you type in a particular year like 1900 or 1950, you can see with Google Ngram how interest in that year increased up until that date and decreased after it. And you can see that interest in a date declines faster than does the population grow with time. And so interesting to have the answer.
Wow. And that was your argument not against this particular aspect of simulation, how much past simulation will be. Replay of past memories.
First of all, if we assume that simulation of the past is a small fraction of all the creatures that run it is, right? And then it's about how fast. Now, some people argue plausibly that maybe most interest in the past falls with this fast function, but some unusual category of interest in the past won't fall that quickly, and then that eventually will double. So that's other hypothesis.
Some category. So that very outlier specific kind of really popular kinds of memories. Like
I could probably say in a trillion years, there's some small research institute that tries to randomly select all the possible people in history.
Yeah.
So how big is this research institute and how big is the future in a trillion years, right? That would be hard to say. But if we just look at the ordinary process by which people simulate recently, so if you look at, I think it's also true for movies and plays and video games, overwhelmingly they're interested in the recent past. There's very few video games where you play someone in the Roman Empire. With even fewer when you play someone in the Egyptian Empire.
Yeah, just different.
It's just declined very quickly.
But every once in a while, that's brought back. But yeah, you're right. Just if you look at the mass entertainment, movies and games, it's focusing on the present, recent, past, and maybe some. I mean, what is science fiction for you? Because it's sort of what is science fiction? I mean, it's a mix of the past and the present. It's some kind of manipulation of that to make it more efficient for us to ask deep philosophical questions about
So the closest genre of science fiction is clearly fantasy. Fantasy and science fiction, many book stories, and even Netflix or whatever categories, they're just lumped together. Yeah. So clearly they have a similar function. The function of fantasy is more transparent than the function of science fiction, so use that as you want. What's fantasy for? It's just to take away the constraints of the ordinary world and imagine stories with much fewer constraints. Right? That's what fantasy is. You are much less constrained.
What's the purpose to remove constraints? Is it to escape from the harshness of the constraints of the new world, or is it to just remove constraints in order to explore some get a deeper understanding of our world? What is it? I mean, why do people do that? I'm not a cheap fantasy reading kind of person, so I need to.
One story that sounds possible to me is that there are sort of these deep story structures that we love, that we want to realize, and then many details will get in their way. Fantasy takes all those obstacles out of the way and lets you tell the essential hero story, or the essential love story, whatever essential story you want to tell. The reality and constraints around it. And so science fiction can be thought of as like fantasy, except you're not willing to admit that it's not, can't be true. So the future gives the excuse of saying, well, it could happen. You have to accept some more reality constraints, or the illusion, at least, that maybe it could really happen.
Maybe it could happen, and that stimulates the imagination. The imagination is something really interesting about human beings, and it seems also to be an important part of creating really special things, is to be able to first imagine. With you in the Rothschild, where do you land on the simulation? All the mathematical ways of thinking it, and just the thought experiment of it, are we living in the simulation?
That was just the discussion we just had. That is, you should grant the possibility of simulation. You shouldn't be 100% confident that you're not. You should certainly grant a small probability. The question is, how large is that probability?
Are you saying we would be? I just understood because I thought our discussion was about replaying things that already happened.
Right? But the whole question is, right now, is that what I am? Am I actually a replay from some just future?
This is not saying it can be a replay. It could be a totally new. You could be. You don't have to be
right. Because clearly, I'm in a certain era with a certain kind of a look around. Right. So either this is a complete fantasy, or it's a past of something that's in the future.
No, it could be a complete fantasy.
It could be right, but then you have to talk about what's the frank fraction of complete fantasy, right?
I would say the generated fantasy to replay memory, right?
So just look at the entire history. We just look at the entire history of everything. We just say, sure, but most things are real, most things are fantasies, right? Therefore, the chances that one thing is real, right? So the simulation argument works stronger about sort of the past. We say, but there's more future people than there are today. So you being in the past and the future makes you special relative to them, which makes you more likely to be in the simulation. Right? If we're just taking the full count and saying, in all creatures ever, what percentage are in simulations? Probably more than 10%.
So, what's the good argument for that? That most things are real?
Yeah.
This is what I says the other way.
In a competitive world, in a world where people have to work, have to get things done, and they have a limited budget for leisure, and so leisure things are less common than work things, like real things, right? That's just.
But if you look at the stretch of history in the universe, doesn't the ratio of leisure increase? It's not the fourth.
Right, now we're looking at the fraction of leisure, which takes the form of something where the person doing the leisure doesn't realize it. Now, there can be some fraction of it, but not much more, right?
Yeah.
Clueless forward. Or somebody is clueless in the process of supporting this leisure, right? It might not be the person leisure, it's like they're a supporting character or something, but still, that's got to be a pretty small fraction of leisure.
What you mentioned the children are one of the things that are a source of meaning. Broadly speaking, let me ask the big question: what's the meaning of this whole thing? Do you know anything? meaning of life. What is the meaning of life? We talked about aliens and motivations, but this is the one we've got. Clearly human, seem to be conscious, be able to introspect. Why are we here? This is the thing I told you before about how we can predict that future creatures will be different from us. Our preferences are this amount of various sorts of random, sort of patched together preferences about thirst and sex and sleep and attention and all these sorts of things. So we don't understand it very well. It's not very transparent, and it's a mess, right? That is the source of our motivation. That is how we're made and how we are induced to do things. But we can't summarize it very well, and we don't even understand it very well. That's who we are. And often we find ourselves in a situation where we don't feel very motivated, we don't know why. In other situations, we find ourselves very motivated, we don't know why either. And so that's the nature of being a human of the sort that we are, because even though we can think abstractly and reason abstractly, this package of motivations is just opaque and a mess. And that's what it means to be a human today. And the motivation, we can't very well tell the meaning of it. It is this mess. Our descendants will be different. They will actually know exactly what they want. And it will be to have more descendants. But that will be the meaning for them. But it's funny, you have the certainty, you have more certainty, there's more transparency about our descendants than you do about your own self.
Right?
So it's really interesting to think, as you mentioned, about love, that something that's fundamental about love is this opaqueness that we're not able to really introspect what the heck it is. Or all the feelings that come up to us, and that's true about
Many of our motivations.
and that's what it means to be human of the 20th, 21st century variety. Why is that not a feature that we would choose to persist? Civilization, this opaqueness, put another way, mystery, maintaining some mystery about ourselves and about those around us. Maybe it's really nice thing to have.
Maybe. So this is the fundamental issue in analyzing the future. What will set the future? One theory about what will set the future is, what do we want the future to be? So under that theory, we should sit and talk about what we want the future to be. Have some conferences, have some conventions, and discussion things, vote on it maybe, and then hand that off to the implementation people to make the future the way we've decided it should be. That's not the actual process that's changed the world over history up to this point. It has not been the result of us deciding what we want and making it happen. In our individual lives, we can do that. We can decide what career we want to live, who we want to live with. In our individual lives, we often do what we make our lives better according to our plans and our things, but that's not the whole world. The whole world, so far, is supposed to be big and competitive, where things happen if anybody anywhere chooses to adopt them and they have an advantage. And then it spreads, and the people are forced to adopt it by competitive pressures. So that's the kind of analysis I can use to predict the future. And I do use that to predict the future. It doesn't tell us it'll be a future we like. It just tells us what it'll be.
And it'll be one where we're trying to maximize the number of our descendants.
And we know that abstractly and directly. And it's not okay.
There's some probability, it's not zero, that it will lead us to become Rabbi in expanding aggressively out into the cosmos and the other entities.
The timing is clear. We might become Rabbi, and then this happens. These are Rabbiness and this are both the result of competition, but it's just clear which happens first.
Does this feature excite you, scare you? What do you think?
Well, again, I told you, compared to sort of a dead cosmology, at least it's energizing and having a living story with real actors and characters and attendants, right?
Yeah, and that's what funny how fun people are to me. Robin, you're one of those fascinating, fun people to talk to, brilliant, humble, systematic in your analysis.
Hold on to my wallet. What's it?
I don't spend all on. I really appreciate you spending your valuable time, and yet we can get a chance to talk many more times in the future. Thank you so much for sitting down.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Robin Hansen. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me give you some words to rate Rapid. We are possibility in the possible universe. Thank you for listening, and hope When you imagine a song, is it the opening you imagine?
No, it's kind of it's just like I never think opening, I never think final. I think soundscape of how I'm feeling right now. So it could be the middle of the song, when I'm doing that. But my process for me is very much lyrics, melody, and music really come to me. Like by the same time, I mean I'm as I'm expressing maybe feeling like it's not that simple, but it's like I'll hear it like it's like here's all the orchestra and kind of just pressing all the buttons at once. And melody in my voice is just one of those instruments.
The following is a conversation with Dan Reynolds, the lead singer of Imagine Dragons, one of the most popular bands in the world, with over 75 million records sold and over 4 songs being streamed over 8 billion times on Spotify. Given all that, Dan is one of the most down-to-earth, kind, thoughtful, fascinating human beings I've ever met. Grounded and part by his lifelong struggle and discipline. The darkness, the love, and the creative brilliance are all there in one humble mind. For this reason, many others he became fast friends. Plus, he recently started his journey in programming, which, funny enough, is where we start this wide-ranging, deeply personal, and fun conversation. This is the Let's Treatment Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dan Reynolds. So we were talking offline that you're not just getting into programming. What's the most beautiful program you've ever written? Something that brought you joy?
There's something I really love completion. It's the reason I'm addicted to songwriting. I like there being nothing and then having some blocks, materials, and building them into what you want it to look like. And then I find it incredibly rewarding to stand back and look at what you did at the end. It could be anything for me. It was as simple to begin with as just, because it's object oriented, like I'm making a cube. As simple as that. Understanding that and knowing that I built that and able to do that is really rewarding. And I think it's the thing that drew me into wanting to learn more. But as far as what is some grandiose, like some big piece of code that I've done, absolutely not. It's more, I'm still a level where it's more like, what is a tutorial that I followed? And it got, and then, so I can kind of a level where
But you're also interested in eventually, like your heart is drawn to creating games
creating anything.
and completing.
Yeah.
That's the good. You feel good as it's done.
Yeah, I've been working over the last 2 years with actually a team at Kiev on, and we can get into that as well, but on a computer game. And really have kept that kind of under wraps. But yeah, we're kind of getting to a point now where we have a prototype that we can play. It's a lot of fun. And thankfully, all the team members are in safe places now. Things have obviously been on hold for a little bit, but when that started is when I really decided, okay, I need to understand base level coding in C#, so I'm not an idiot talking to these people. And we've been doing that for a couple years.
Is there any parallels between the final completion that you feel programming? I think it's a little bit more definitive. Like there's debugging, the code doesn't work, it's messy, and so on. There's the early design stages, you're not sure like how that functions, the classes, how that work, and then it comes together, and it's really done because it works, and there's a cube moving on the screen.
Right.
Is there any parallel between that and music? Are you really ever done with a song?
It's exactly the same thing for me, just in that it's art. I really believe that we have not fully encapsulated artists. Like when you say art, I think most people think, okay, the medium must be painting or drawing, or the music, or writing. But I really believe anytime you're creating something, so like engineers, for instance, you're creating something with tools that you have. And think, and it's never done. I feel like I look at songs and I never felt you have to let go, or I have to let go, and that's how I'm just continually making myself let go. But I look at songs that I've done and wish I had done more, or kept going down that road, what would have happened. And I'm really content to, because of what our band is and what our fans expect. And there's so much more to it that it's like I'm fitting in the box. So it's like this song should be on 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And I don't know if I remember the chorus after I heard it. Even you hear the chorus 3 times instead of those 2 times. It's like there's certain, especially in pop music, it's really hard to there's it feels like there's confines, even when people are like, well, there's no confines. Still, everybody's writing chorus lines.
Are those explicit in your mind, or are they just kind of, the gut is, like you said, chorus, choosing out the chorus once, twice, 3 times? Is that a gut thing, or is that a rule thing?
You know, I think it's a rule. I mean, it's obviously a rule I'm imposing myself. Nobody's in my house saying, you don't do this, I'm going to punish you. There's no major label president who's like, Imagine Dragons needs to be a pop music band. You know what I mean? My manager doesn't do that. I do it because it's what I perceive to be enjoyable. I grew up listening to a ton of pop music, and then I ended up doing what is quote unquote rock band, which I've never perceived it as that, but that's kind of what the world is called it, and that's fine. But
you're a prisoner of a prison and you yourself constructed. There you go.
Well, I'm happy. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm a happy prisoner of the prison I have created for myself, and I made that prison thinking that it was a
Do you work with Rick Rubin? What does Rick think about the prison?
Rick was, it was interesting to hear his outside opinion when we first met, because my biggest focus for so much of my life, my biggest fear was, this stems from, I think, middle school is when it started, like, everyone being in on a joke except for yourself. The thought of thinking you're good at something and really you're terrible at it, and you're surrounded by people who say, yeah, you're good at it, and you're like, themselves, like, that's terrible. Just kind of, not just in regards to music, but anything in life. And I think maybe from having 6 older brothers, and that too, like, always feeling inadequate and like the annoying younger brother, you know. But anyway, so Rick's, and that's something I've learned to let go of as I've gotten older and have life experiences. But one of the things that Rick said really early on that stuck with me was he said, yeah, we were Zooming the first time we met. He said, I'd really like to work with you because I feel like you're not confined to a sound. You've done a lot of different sounds, and so it's exciting to work with getting more other rock bands or bands. Because most people, when they hear a band, it's like there's a very specific sound. It's like they do folk music, or they do California, they do surf, or they do, there's, and your fans kind of want that. Like, they want them to do that thing, and when they don't do it, and sometimes that goes well, but a lot of times it doesn't. People, the critics and everybody is like, go back to the thing that you did good. Do that. Rick has felt, whether he was right or wrong, that we hop genres so much, and that's been to our benefit and detriment.
Why detriment?
Because people want you to be something. It's more, you can believe it more. It's like,
it's more authentic if you never change.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's certainly not something I subscribe to because I create music, but I also listen to a lot of different genres. I would listen to Kid Stevens, and the next song would be like Biggie, and the next song would be Nirvana. And it was like a lot of, and then Billy Joel, and then was like, you know what I mean? It was a product, it was a product of the 90s, which if you listen to 90s music, it really was, a lot of reasons that people say the 90s were terrible. Like a lot of people say that. I love the 90s, it was my favorite decade of music. Was there was a lot of genre hopping, and I don't know, I love that.
Yeah, the 90s had the boy bands, and it had Pearl Jam and Nirvana.
And it had a lot of like women of the 90s is probably my biggest influence on like kind of that like angry rock women of the 90s. Like Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill is one of my favorite records of all time. The lyrics were so intimate and I don't know if she was angry or
Yeah, but there was an anger too.
it was angst. Yeah, it was angst, yes. And that in hip hop of the 90s influences me, and then my dad. So anything my dad listened to, which my dad didn't listen to me back, my dad listened to Harry Nelson, Evil Rose, Cat Stevens, Bob Dylan, Paul Simon, Billy Joel. It was very much like singer-songwriter.
Do you mind if we throw out this specific songs? Because I mentioned here listening, and I was actually yesterday, or the day before, listening to a lot of his stuff, and it's just like, damn, and not as known as he should be. Like, I was getting, you mind if I play?
Oh, please.
I don't know, not to open this conversation with a love song.
I would like that, actually.
But Without You is an incredible song.
Oh, man, that's, yeah.
And the heartbreak in the volume. What?
He's the best to do it, in my opinion. In my opinion, he's the best.
It's like the rain.
And just the sadness of, like, there's something, I don't want to talk over because this is one of my favorite songs too, but I think people have a really good relationship with Kendrick. And music, in my opinion, whenever I meet a young artist and say, I'm trying to make a new band and do something, how to be successful, I really think understanding that people have a really good bullshit indicator is the most important part of being an artist. No, I'll explain what that means, at least for me. I think that in order to have success or be a leader or whether it's an art or anything, people need to believe that you believe what you do. I think the best actors really, when they're doing their thing, it's like it's not acting. They're in it, it's how they feel, and expressing that, it's the sorrow, or whatever it is. Harry, for me, who knows, I just believe it. Because he sings that feel it. And whether he's the greatest bullshitter of all time, or I don't think that's the case. I think he probably was seen as somebody. He just could transport himself to wherever he was. It's what makes a great live act. It's what makes a great song. And someone could be the best actor and sing that on the same keyboard, same EQ, same complaint, same everything. And there's some under. I think it hopefully it will be known some scientific thing, but there's something there that energy is that people can perceive it and say true or false. And if it resonates as true, it's so much more meaningful if it lifts someone. It doesn't. That for me is what is good art. Like for people to just view it like the sonics keep sounding like that's silly. It's a song or even a painting. It's just the truthfulness of it.
Yeah, the truly great art forms has to go to that place where you really feel it. Like you forget that you're being recorded, you forget there's an audience, you really are feeling it. Yeah, which I totally agree with you. One of the things that I love about the internet is it's brought the bullshit detector of the masses. to power, which is beautiful because then the masses uplift the really authentic.
Right.
And even if you didn't write the song, I think it helps a lot probably if you wrote the song. But yeah, I was a little bit, a lot since we're in Vegas and heartbroken to find out that Elvis didn't write the songs. But I like, for example, Rocket Man, Elton John. Like to find out that Elton John didn't really know where the words of Rocket Man came from, meaning like the depths of it. It's interesting, but nevertheless, he's super authentic because for Elton John, there's something in the fun, in the darkness, and the entertainment of it. Like he goes to some place in his mind that might not be deeply connected from where the lyrics came from. He relates it to whatever is in his mind, and goes to that place eventually.
Yeah, and that's what I think it is, and that's why actor, like I said, can be completely honest to me. Maybe they didn't write the script, but I write up, like, I've always written all my own lyrics. It's a really personal thing to me. But I will say, I see people all the time who are performers like Elton John, for instance, who didn't write the lyrics that I believe that it means just as much to them as what I wrote, because they find the meaning in it for themselves. At least the greats do. I think that's the difference. And I think you can perceive, and I'm sure you've seen art that doesn't move you, and maybe it moves me, but for you, for some reason, you perceive it to be uninteresting to you. And I feel like a lot of the time, it's of course sonically maybe it's uninteresting to you, but I think the majority of the time, myself, I can find inspiration in sonic value of painting as long as I see it and I feel truth from the person who painted it.
Yeah, but for me, the lyrics, maybe not the entirety of the lyrics, but a few words can do wonders to take you to a place. And sometimes those words don't need to be connected to the other words. That's the beauty of music. They're allowed to float in the space of mixed metaphors.
Yes.
They're allowed to just jump around and somehow it paints a picture without actually, what is it, glycerine vibration.
Right. That's how the person says it, right? It's like, it's the feeling of exactly, and the same person could say that word 10 other ways and you don't care. But someone says glycerine or whatever it is, and it's like, oh, you know what, that feels like the person, the way he said that, he meant it to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I can't forget this evening where your face is you were leaving, but I guess it's just the way the story goes. You always smile in your eyes. Your sorrow shows. Yes, it shows. Let me ask you to analyze the song. Do you, so there's a lady, possibly, who's leaving him. Do you think he's leaving her or she's leaving him? Do you And then the chorus is, I can't live this living is without you. I can't live, I can't get anymore. He's got a voice.
So yeah, he does. And if you really, there's some incredible documentation on his life and the end of it. Yeah. So my answer to this is probably skewed based on what I've seen about his life too, but he was a real alcoholic at the end of his life. He destroyed his voice. And ended up killing him as well. And so when I hear that, I perceive it as someone who's destructive, in a destructive place in life, who can't love someone properly, and so they can't live with them, they can't live without them, which is really something I really identify with. I think is, one of the struggles of life is loving yourself enough, it's forgiving yourself for things and letting yourself love someone else, and she's regardless of that, even being like. And maybe I'm wrong with this child, at least is loving himself let me go. I did those things. Oh, well, these things. But there's so much more complexity in this to relationships and that, like, you know, for my wife and I went through really difficult separation, and that's, you know, stories about me or different questions or something, but the nuance of it makes me think of this one, which is there's just more the being with someone, not being with someone, than, hey, I think that person's really attractive, or hey, that person is I love them, now I don't love them. Love is such a complex, nuanced thing that a lot of times there's just more going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, on a small tangent on that, just a curious question. Have you paid any attention to Johnny Depp and her trials?
I have watched quite a bit of it. My wife really loves it. She watches it in bed at night.
So it's raw, like, to me, it's really, because you mentioned how complicated love can be. And I've never seen, I don't care about this lovely nature of it. I don't care I don't care who it is. But it's just laid out such raw form. For the world to see, the toxicity, but also the passion and clearly some the drugs and the drinking, but also like the longing and the dreams and I will always be with you, I will die for you. The places, the roller coaster, like, it's all there at the end, past the end. So it's like, I've also recently reread the last Song of the Rose about it going out to Germany, rise to fall. It's interesting to look at the entirety of that process after it's all over, many, many decades after it's all over. That book in particular written by the person that was actually there. And so here we're seeing two people in the context of the courtroom analyzing this rise and fall of love affair. It's fascinating.
You know, the truth is, I was telling my wife this actually just the other day, because she was asking me about it. It makes me really sad. It's humorous. Like, you know, there's a lot of parts in it that are just really funny. But I look at it and I also see the internet. And, you know, someone's always the villain and someone's the hero, which is such a funny thing. We talked about a little about this on the times, but I'm a real firm believer that it's just more complex than we think. Always. And Johnny, for instance, is very charismatic. And you like him, and he's funny, and just the way he does things, and he looks certain ways, and he says things. He's just, you really love him. And I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, to look at him. Johnny is the winner, Amber is the villain. You kind of look at it. Yeah, and I kind of look at it and I feel like, were any of you like him? Like, were any of you there for these things? I'm not saying one or the other. Like, but all I see when I look at that is like two people with a lot of deep-seated hurt, anger, and that anger is so poisonous to both of them. And they're getting through it in a way that they only know how. I'm not saying we shouldn't be able to look at cards and laugh about it and stuff and be virtuous or something, but just that there's no hero. Yeah, I think unless you've been living with Amber and Johnny, you don't know. Just because one seems to be charismatic and warm and funny or more believable doesn't mean that the truth is the truth.
And I feel like there's still love there too, which makes
That's the hardest part. He won't even look at her. He looks down the whole time, and maybe people say this was anger or hurt or whatever. But the way that she looks and stuff, it just feels like there's so much hurt there that it hurts me to watch it. I just feel like my heart just like aches for them. And for both of them, I don't know either of them personally. And I don't know. It's hurt.
But I've never seen some love laid out in this raw kind. Like, it makes me feel better about, like, it almost gives you seeing people have gone through a struggle in this sort of mundane kind of way gives you room to struggle yourself about the messiness of love. Like, you're supposed to, like, relationship is supposed to be simple and whatever. But it's like, oh man, it's like this hurt. Yeah.
and for the record, like, I don't feel like it shouldn't be shown. Like, I think it's actually really beautiful art, and I agree with you. A lot of people who walk away from it and changed in certain ways, or look at things different. I'm not saying it's changing the whole world, but it's art. It's just like if you look at painting, it might affect you. My only commentary is more that there's not. I think it's silly when people say who's right and who's wrong, who's the clear villain, who's the. Like, we love as humans, we have to have an answer for everything. We have to put everything in a box. It's like, we were looking at this and we're deciding, you're right and you're wrong. And I just think it's silly unless it's your life.
So speaking of heroes and villains, highs and lows, you grew up in Las Vegas. And you said that Vegas is a performing town, a town of high stakes, drama, and eccentricity. It's a town of high highs and low lows. And I'd be damned if my therapist didn't point that correlation out to me first time. So to me, Vegas, from the outside, is romanticized by certain movies. The lows define the beauty of this town. And certain movies, the King Casino, with Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, and Sharon Stone. Leaving Las Vegas with Nicolas Cage, Kieran Rowling, Las Vegas with Charlie Chaplin, Hunter Thompson. First of all, what's your favorite representation of Vegas from darker side? And do you draw any wisdom from the darkness, the lows and the highs in those movies, or is it over romanticized?
So I grew up in a really conservative Mormon family. Vegas was established by the Mormons and the mob. Those were like the two very different worlds that created what Vegas is. And if you live in Vegas, it really shows in a lot of ways, because Vegas has the smoke and parties and craziness, but it also has very like neighborhoods and big families and conservative people and liberal people living together in a really interesting way. And for me, growing up here, for instance, was a lot of like driving on the freeway and my mom being like, "Children, close your eyes." And they go around that billboard. "Hey, Mom," on our way to church, you know what I mean? It was like, but also being like, "This is crazy." Yeah. You know what I mean? Take it in whenever I could when I could.
Yeah.
So I saw, and I'm grateful for that. I really love that I didn't grow up as a Mormon in, for instance, like Utah or something like the typical place, because I saw both sides and I appreciated something from both sides. And now, as a person that is not religious, but spiritual, I'm grateful for that divergent character, that juxtaposition, two-edged sword that Vegas is, and I try to apply that to everything in life, which is like Johnny Depp and whatever. It's like there's two sides to every story. There's always two sides to every coin. So there's something to be said for both. I try to see people. It's just, I try to apply it. As far as a movie that personifies Vegas, or something that movie that personifies Vegas in a way that resonates with me.
Don't say Halo.
No. I also, like, I wasn't even allowed to watch PG-13 movies growing up. So a lot of the movies you say, I either didn't see. I didn't have cable television. I wasn't like a playground. I was really, really conservative.
So it didn't define your intellectual development.
No, I just I can't think of any movie that comes to mind. Like, that's my Vegas movie. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure I've seen some of the movies you said now, but I can't think of one that I'm like actually personifies Vegas in a way that feels honest. Or like, was there a Chevy Chase?
Yeah.
I think that's maybe the one I thought of in my last, like, because I love Chevy Chase so much. But maybe it's one of his Vegas Vacation or something.
Yeah. So, but that's more like lighthearted.
Yeah.
So,
right. It's not like, I guess what I'd say is there's no truth that has been that I've seen of Vegas. Because when I see it, Vegas is there's obviously like parties and stuff in my life, which I'm not a big party person, so I haven't really experienced much of that. But there's also drugs, and I have a strange relationship with drugs. I've lost a few friends to drug overdoses, so I don't that's not romantic to me. But there's also like, yeah, I mean, you asked for a dark reflection of that, but I guess I certainly see a dark reflection of Vegas. And I feel like Vegas is typically personified as like the table is very good, but it's also like friends who've lost all their money to gambling addiction. So it's like, what I guess, yeah, somebody maybe needs to maybe that's an open spot. It needs to be a dark side of Vegas. Well, it's about Mormons in Vegas dying of drug overdose, getting caught by the mob.
Yeah. So you mentioned your spirituality. You said that having a crisis of faith, and just the philosophical question of asking who's God, does God exist, and thinking of the flip side of that, mortality, what happens when we die. Those kinds of things were extremely difficult, deep things for you in terms of your development, the whole process of figuring that out. Why does it hurt so much to lose faith in God?
Yeah, I would say that the seeking of God, let's say that, is an obsession for me. It has been since I was young. I really feel that I'm deeply like committed to finding answers in life. And there's some answers that I don't think there's an answer to, and also very OCD by nature, so I just don't give up to that. Well, there must be somewhere to that. There's some teacher, or there's somebody out there that has the answer, or maybe it's yet to be found enough. And really, my life has been to date probably unhealthily committed to finding answers about God, or the lack thereof, and mortality. It's all I see. All our records have been about.
Who do you think is God? Have you ever gotten a glimpse?
You know, I would say the closest I feel like I have been to experiencing God is, and it sounds so, I don't know, but it's the right answer. So that's my honest answer for you. I feel like I had pretty much given up all hope of there being anything greater than, you know, us being, evolving, being here and then dying. And you're wondering? God. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else. To where I am now, which is there are answers to be found. I don't know them. I don't know what God looks like, or if God is anything to do with the word God in the way that I say it. But I do believe pretty fervently that there is more to be found. Is it motion sensor? I mean, look that big on that actually. Do you know which one is this one? All right. Yeah.
How many people does it take to raise the squirrel?
Like it was hot too. Like I was doing like the 2-finger like technique.
I'm glad you survived that. That'd be pretty ironic if we talked about mortality and this would be it for you. I've never done ayahuasca, so it's a mixture of 2 plants. One of them is DMT, but a lot of people I really respect, very, very intelligent people, had profound experiences with ayahuasca. What is that? Where do you go? Where does the mind go? What the heck is up with that?
I'll first say that I can't even smoke weed. I really do not enjoy it because I hate to let go of control. Like, if I feel out of control in life, it's like one of my biggest weaknesses. It's like very scary for me. And some people, really enjoy letting go, and I really don't. So I was pretty terrified to make the jump on ayahuasca. But my wife, that deeply respect, made a profound change through ayahuasca.
And I saw it right away.
Yeah, and it wasn't a strange. Like I think we have a thing in America. It's like a misconception, stigma on psychedelics, where it's like it's a drug, and it makes some people crazy, and then you're gonna be on the street and be out of your mind, or you're gonna become like a crazy person, basically. And I think I really bought into that notion because, again, I wasn't even raised with kids. I mean, like ayahuasca is very, I didn't, you can imagine what that was like for a Mormon kid. I didn't know anything about it, never touched drugs at all, and never even touched a cigarette, Anyway, so I think we have this misconception about it, where Americans are quick to go to their doctor and take any medication or drug. But, whoa, when it comes to like psychedelics. Anyway, that being said, so I had that trepidation going into it, but I really loved and respected my wife, and I saw it make a profound impact in my life, where she suddenly was able to heal from a lot of trauma that she had. She went through a lot in her life, and it really helped her heal. But it also set her on a new path, spiritually, that seemed really like a place that I wanted to be. So I did it, and I did it twice. The first time it didn't really have an effect on me, which happens to a lot of people, I guess. I drank, this little thing, and it was like this shaman who came over from overseas. It was really, I'd been in the plant, world for decades, and it was a really incredible, I don't even know if he likes to be called shaman, but
It's supposed to be like 30, 60 minutes to take effect in a few hours. The journey lasts about 4 hours.
yeah, so the second time I took it, took it in I would say 20, 30 minutes exactly. I started to feel like I was like the dimension of what is reality. Like the curtain was pulled open, and there was a lot more to discover. And it really blew my mind in a way that I think would probably blow anybody's mind if, for instance, God, like some Christian God, or whatever it is, we all think it would be this beautiful thing, but in reality, it would probably be super fearful and think that they've lost their like I've always like joked that if the Mormon God came down and told my mother, like, if God himself came out to my mom, Mormonism is incorrect, she would say, Satan.
Yeah.
It's like, I think our minds are just not prepared for a lot of anything that's really extreme. And it was very extreme. It's like the curtain of life was cut open, which scared me, but then I felt very much, a lot of people that I talked to had a similar thing where very much like I was either communicating with something that was perceived as God to me, or the highest sense of self, and mind, Mother Earth, called so many different names. Really, a lot of people have a very spiritual, similar experience with that. So it just in that it's like this kind of profoundness. It wasn't like there was nothing, at least for me, that was that felt like just like psychedelic, funny cartoons or something. It was like I'm about to go on a journey, and I'm going to communicate with something that is incredibly wise. Showed me a lot of things in my life. Kind of almost like from the bird's eye, almost like I was looking through a video camera, a younger man. There was a particular thing that communicated to me. I really have a hard time with this accepting success and not feeling undeserving or something. I can't quite put it in words, but like my position and what I've been doing, I've been doing so much. Showed me this thing when I was young, explained to me why I am where I am now. And I to this day, like, it did not feel like myself. That's the only way. And there was a lot more I showed me. It was incredibly painful. But just to be, like, to put it into a short thing for this, it felt, I walked away feeling very convinced that there's more to it for sure, and a lot of my deep like things that were traumatic for me didn't feel traumatic anymore. Specifically, crisis of faith. I was very angry at my parents and my community for raising me in what I perceived to be falsehoods. And not, I felt like the power of everything I believed was ripped off me and my parents. It's like, good luck in life. But really, my parents gave me everything. And they believed that very much so. You know, but naive young man was angry. I felt like they had been duped, and thus I had been duped. But ayahuasca really showed me this roadmap of like, this is truth. And you're concerning yourself by a grain of sand, which is Mormonism, whatever it is. And there may be some truth in it, and there may be falsities. But so is all these other grains of sand. Focus on the truth. Stop focusing on these little details that are meaningless and forgive and let go of people believing in those things to begin with. I don't know if that makes sense, but that was like the core thing I was taught. And to let go of control. Stop needing to control everything.
And it felt like the wisdom was coming from us.
Like it's really, I do not believe, at least in my current self, I don't have that. The mindfulness that I believe that exists in me to reach a lot of conclusions that I did. And there was a lot more to it that would be for like relate my conversation with you. But it's so hard to put it together. You feel like a crazy person. Anytime I talk about ayahuasca, something doesn't get me. I don't even know what it's been like. How do you explain to someone that you felt like it in multiple dimension type things happened in a way that putting it into words, and none of it was words about it, it was communicated. It was like, you know how people talk about telepathy, and if it existed, it would be like, I can communicate to you in such a deep way. I'm so confined by me having to articulate these words, put them in a sentence to you guys, and tell you, like, only I could just be like, yeah. And emotions do that sometimes. Like, you can see my emotions and be like, oh, I communicate. So that's what it felt like with ayahuasca is it was communicating through very clear things, but it wasn't like, damn it, it's me. Mother Earth. Let me relax, sit back, let me show you. But it's very clear to me. And no, it did not feel but maybe some smart people in the family would say, oh, imagine
There's a lot of stuff in our subconscious that we haven't explored. If we haven't explored the depths of the ocean, the only way to figure out is that the unused shadow that's going on underneath the surface of our unconscious mind.
Right.
And what is that connected to? Is that just inside of the mind, or is it some kind of, is there some kind of collective intelligence going on? Or all humans are connected to one kind of greater organism? Like, what is consciousness? We're a lot of people who don't understand any of it, like how the mind works, at all. Like, what is it? Like, what is the origin of consciousness? What is the origin of intelligence? There's a lot of hubris about this. We give each other PhDs and Nobel Prizes and congratulate ourselves as if we figured it all out. But humility is what we hear. And that is the question that humans have been asking for ever since humans were humans, which is the question of mortality, the question of God. So whether it's hammered to be or not to be, I think it's the hardest, most important question. But people would ask, why live? Um, so in terms of crisis of faith, in terms of your source of truth, in terms of some of the dark places you've gone in your mind, what's the good answer to this question? So for Camille with this is the question of suicide. Is what's the purpose? Like, what's a good answer to why keep going? Especially when you're struggling, especially when you're not, when you keep feeling hopeless, when you feel like a burden in this social truth, when you feel like you're trying to live our lives, what's a good answer to why live?
I think
Have fun.
Well, it's the simple answer right now is to say it's very easy to have kids to say. The right answer is you just, of course, you brought these kids into the world, so you have a responsibility to let them take you as a father to them. How old do you have? For as long as I can, and take care of them. It's the most innate sense of me. Just, it's wired in my animal existence. So if I take that away, right, that's kind of cheap.
Let's put that aside. It is cheap. It's cheap. There's still some unrepresented children.
Yeah. And to that, that actually been real struggle for me for many years. I had a real point in my career where we were flying somewhere overseas and we were in a small plane and the lights went out and like, all these red lights were flashing and the plane was starting to dive. Completely like scariest plane I've ever done. My manager was next to me, he was my brother. He was crying and texting his wife goodbye. That's how like crazy this thing was.
Was it real, like
genuine engine out, planes going down, pilots looking like crazy in the front, and it was a really tiny jet. And like I said, my brother next to me crying, like next to us, really, really scary. And I felt, I genuinely sat there and I was like, this would actually be nice. Like I really felt like this goes down like sucks, it's hard. And that sounds so ridiculous I have to say because again like I'm in a different place now and I see my life for what it is. But at that moment
so life was primarily defined by self-support?
it was really I was incredibly depressed. I had been trying different medications since I was young and I just had not found anything that was working for me. And then I was in a faith crisis, I lost all my faith, started the band, just became, I wasn't ever thinking of this band. It was like, when you call the band Mac Jones, I'm not thinking of it. I was like, this was like a side project that was fun for me. It was like out of in college, I was like in school and I was like, you know, I did biology class. I'm gonna write down names. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was not, hey, put it inside, this is my career, let's go. Like it just happened. And I'm an introvert by nature. I'm really not an extroverted person that likes to go out. I like to be at home with a couple friends, have a waiting conversation, and have a good food. Like that to me is perfect. Read a good book, listen to go on a walk. Those are things I really, really enjoy. And then suddenly I'm in this life where it's supposed to be something that I really don't want to be. Except on stage, which is a really fascinating, like, strange thing to me, which is on stage I feel so free and exuberant and like an extrovert. And then I come off and I just feel like I shrivel back into a show. Like music does that for me, performing on stage does that for me.
Can you take a small piece of that?
Yeah, of course.
What's the high? We'll go through that the introvert who wants to come up and read a book. You are the front man of one of the biggest rock bands today, playing in front of huge crowds. What's the high of that, and how can you land that high?
The high of it is it's incredibly beautiful to walk on stage, sing these songs that you write, and see it resonate with people around you, seeing different cultures, different places, celebrate life. It's suddenly the world seems like fantastic. It feels like we're all on the same team. Right, one big club. Yeah, it's like everybody in that room gets it. We all like it just it feels like what you want, which is just like this coexisting unit of people. And it's not even about like I just it's incredible. For sure, it's incredible. I love it, and I've been doing it. And then you walk off stage and you turn on music. You see, we're all against each other, everybody hates each other. It feels that way. The music really, music is so important. That's what music is for people. Because even if it's just you and that person that wrote the song, you're listening to it, and the two of you feel connected, you know, it's like you're hearing Tracy Chapman sing like Fast Car or something. You're just like, oh my gosh, yes, I get it. You feel connected to that person, you feel wrong. So that's the high, for sure. And then you get off stage, you know, as much like my uncle is a heart surgeon, incredible heart surgeon, like writes the book. Like he's like the guy the heart surgeons talk to, who's out of Nashville, Tennessee. He's just an incredible genius man. He always works and always reaches out to me. He's like, musicians die all the time. The reason they die, you know, is because you're getting on stage, your heart's doing this, cortisol levels are doing this, you're getting off stage, you're just with this. And it's a really real thing. Like, you get off stage and you feel like you need drugs. Because you're like, the world feels like, incredibly daunting. And it's also, I'm sure it has to do with like some like health things in your heart, cortisol levels that are so crazy. It's like, and people are like, well, nothing's enough except heroin. Nothing's enough except heroin. And that's why a lot of artists turn to that stuff. And I don't say it in a preacher. I don't say it in a preacher way. Like, I struggled with drug abuse in my life, and I really, I understand why artists can do it.
But also the fact that you're an introvert. So the other side of it, the fame. That's something that you also said is a double-edged sword for you. The interesting thing about fame is that you also mentioned this is something you can't take back. So it's a thing you can't just like go on vacation in Hawaii and it's like, say, do I like it or not? No, you're staying in Hawaii for the rest of your life and you've never been there before, whether you like it or not. So what's that like being, loved by millions and millions and millions of people, which is perhaps the best kind of fame in terms of if you have to choose the kinds of fame there are, and still being an introvert and all that kind of stuff. So, what you feel alone, more alone being famous? Is there loneliness there?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a funny thing. Okay, if you were having this conversation a couple years ago, I'd be incredibly hard about this because the last thing I want to ever do is sound ungrateful or unaware of how much I have. Woe is famous celebrity with money. Always feel like hard. But I'm also at a place in life now where I'm gonna always just speak my truth because that's the only reason I'm here. Because I'm here to speak my truth because I'm gonna tell you my truth, whether it's whatever it is.
So you're human, your feelings are real. And so, right. That's the interesting thing. You win the lottery, what's that going to feel like? It's not about complaining, it's so hard to win the lottery because you get a lot of money. No, it's still, you're human. You get to experience these feelings. And it's fascinating. You put humans in different situations.
Right.
And it's also fascinating because a lot of people think, well, I would like to be famous. That's a big thing now on social media, on Instagram, and so I would like to be or rich or famous. And it's very interesting to think, all right, well, once you arrive, are all the problems solved?
No, yeah. So I would tell you, according to me, I think it's true. There are certainly some differences. One, it's once you're there, you can't come back. Whatever. Maybe that's fine because maybe you won't. But the real pitfall for me is that you're Lex, and you're what everybody's perception is that Lex is, and that's what you are. Now, Lex is probably a lot more complex and complicated and has a lot more to Lex than the Lex that is the celebrity. So, but anybody who meets you, that's who you are to them. And you may not feel good, you may feel confined to actually have to be that person. Like early in my career, anytime I met somebody, I suddenly felt like I had to be Dan Reynolds from Dragons. Anytime I met somebody, including my family, who were also like, "Whoa, this is crazy! You're like Dan Reynolds from Imagine Dragons." And I wanted to just be the goofball that I had been my whole life with my brothers and family. But suddenly, I found myself feeling like I have to be So you're almost like playing a role. It's like I've heard a lot of actors talk about this, where they take on a role and then it's like they feel like they like become that, and it's a really scary thing. Like you alter who you are almost to fit the notion of other people. Especially if a lot of artists are empaths.
These are my powers.
You know, a lot of people get into art to deeply empaths, and so you feel a lot of what people are feeling, and you never wanted to burden people, and you always wanted to deliver to that person, you know, what they want. It's like people pleasing. It's very goes hand in hand with a lot of like these famous people. And they get to where they were because they know how to do that. They know how to be around someone and look in the eye and make them feel like they're the only person in the room. And then now they got that role in that movie because they sat with the casting director and they were like, so funny. Anybody could like put on the charisma, do it all. Anyway, I'm going on a different tangent here, but long story short, there's a lot of things that are really unhealthy about it. And then a lot of people who want fame, and the second it starts to go away, then they're like, who am I anymore? I was everything. Now I'm like, I'm down. Now I'm not a famous person anymore. And now I hate myself. Now I'm going to do drugs. And it's like this vicious cycle. You'll never be famous. You're always going to, it's like, there's just so much to it that I've just not, again, like, I've lost friends in this career to that, for sure.
And there's a certain element to sort of on the losing fame. I've interacted with a lot of folks, especially young folks, like on YouTube. So fame is a thing that has levels. You're always trying to do very well things. A lot of folks are chasing fame. It doesn't matter how famous they are, you're always trying to chase more. When we start to lose it, interesting things can happen if you're not self-aware, which is like you mentioned, you might be trying to grasp back at where you were by leaning into the formula that got you there. And so the constraints of the image that you mentioned becomes the thing that you're now trying to lean into. Like, and that's actually walking away from what you really are. Like, you're being further into being that person. That's true for acting, that's true for even on like, YouTube, which is people acting that role that got to the table somehow. Yeah, it's dark, but I think that's just good for everybody to see. But that's a very human struggle, even when you're not famous. You're finding yourself, being yourself, of not doing people pleasing at any scale.
Yeah.
And being trapped by that.
Yeah, and also feeling like it's never enough. I think that's something all like it very not. It's not just a famous thing, but it's like in the whole like everybody deals with feeling like when I'm here, I'll be happy. When I get that job, I'll be happy. When I have that money, then I'll be happy. When I get that surgery and my nose is like this, I will be happy. It's like a constant chase of happiness instead of happiness. But it's like the opposite. It's the opposite of self-love. It's the opposite of happiness. There's no presence to it. You're constant. You're never going to arrive. And you're just going to live your life, and then you're going to get that. You'll be like, I was chasing the wrong thing my whole life. You know?
I should say that podcasts are interesting in that way. So for me personally, because you just talk a lot, you can't. People that meet you, they know you, and they know the evolution of you. And that's the same thing for like you right now, Darren of Imagine Dragons, just being on a podcast, like long form, reveals a side that liberates you, being yourself. Like, people say, oh, this is human. Because they, music, they have a deep connection with you, they have experiences with you the way they experienced it, and that's who you are with them through the songs. And now you get to say, oh, this is a human being. Probably gets angry, gets sad, excited, is hopeful. There's a core, there's a good human being. With the whole world goes through emotions out there. It's a giant, beautiful mess. And podcasts, that's why I love podcasts, like long form. You get to hear some artists and actors and so on. And some of them get to see, oh, you've lost yourself in the surface. That's the tragedy of some actors, some great actors. They've left so much of themselves in the roles they've played that they can no longer be the thing they were before those great works. It's, it's, it's hard. It's hard to see. So you get to see how Johnny Depp with Pirates. He was talking about that with Pirates of the Caribbean. That was a shift, right? Like he's not that guy. Right. He's forever that. But the point is to remember that you're not. Your family, which is interesting you say your family. When I see people close to me, there's elements like that while you're not. They start treating you like the famous person.
Yeah, I'm fortunate to have my manager, who's my brother, my older brother, and my lawyer, who's my older brother. And that's been helpful because it's weird. It gets weird with that. One of the best advice I was given was by Charlie Sheen.
You guys had some Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, we were playing
the wise sage of our generation.
The wise sage Charlie Sheen. It was really wise. I was sitting next to him. We were playing some late night television, and he said, "This was right at the beginning." He just said, "Boys, just mark my words. Your life is about to get really weird." So I said, but it stuck with me forever. It's Charlie Sheen, of course. And I remember being like, right, okay, Charlie Sheen, I'm not Charlie Sheen. It's not going to get weird. But it got really, really weird, really quick, because suddenly you've existed your whole life in this way where everything you get, you achieve, it was because you got it. And every conversation you had, like, if someone liked you at the end of that conversation, it's because they liked you. They didn't like you because they didn't like you. And you can make complete peace with that. At least I could my whole life. I was like, life is a challenge. And be myself and go through it. Find people along the way that I connect with, others know. That social integrity is so important to us. And we think it would be nice to have this, and this is going back to the pitfalls. We think it would be nice to walk into a room and have everyone be like, and you could be like, dumpster fire. I was like, oh my God, dumpster fire is amazing. Yeah, you said dumpster fire was amazing. It's incredible. And it just breaks everything that you knew about humans. And it sucks. So then you're seeking out people who, it's just within the family's supposed to get. Because in your family, it's going to take a little bit where they're like, oh, this is a little weird. Like, all my friends at work are now asking me about you. You're my young, stupid brother. But now you're suddenly like the young, stupid brother who wants an autograph. So it still makes, like, they have to get over that, figure that out. And then you meet people, too, who know about this whole concept. And you're like, I'm going to be assholes to show them that I don't subscribe. And you're dealing with, like, people who are like, don't stick by it. The person who's like, if you could say something actually profound and nice, but be like, that's stupid. Because it's like an actual attempt to, like, show you how much they don't care. So you live in this period.
It's still, nevertheless, even when nobody knew you, you were seeking for deep human connection with a small number of people. And now, when a lot of people know you, you're still looking for deep connection with a small number of people. The struggle is the same. Can you speak to, because you mentioned some of the dark moments, what advice would you give to people who are struggling with depression? And maybe for the people who love the people who are struggling with depression.
So what I have found to be the most successful for me, it's back to the basics of everything that the therapist, the psychologist will tell you, psychiatrist will tell you, right? You need that, which is exercise every day, eat healthy, for sure. Find time, make time every day to do something that you love, whatever that may be, whatever brings you joy. And you might, and when you're really depressed, that actually fits in. Because the things that brought you joy don't bring you joy anymore. When I'm really in the thick of it. But for me, this is the cycle that I'll go through is I'll look at my life and I'll say, okay, what can I clean up? All right, well, for me it was cutting out alcohol actually helped me a lot. I know that sounds like big. I'm not judging anybody for that. I still drink on occasion, but I felt like alcohol has been very unhelpful to my mental state. Feel less drive and less happiness the next day for things that I want to do. I feel like it plays a lot with your serotonin.
So look for stuff to change.
Clean living, yeah. Clean living, but also understanding that sometimes it just is. And you just keep breathing. And it will get better with time.
This too shall pass.
Like I really think that I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've had a lot of good all the things. You have major depressive disorder, and this is what it is. But it's certainly worse for me than what you. So I know there's like you can't think of the term for it. There's a term for it. Seasonal depression. So I'll get to the winter and suddenly, Jesus, everything really sucks on a deeper level. And then, so it's like this too shall pass is another thing. Just practice those things. Absolutely see a therapist. That's my biggest emphasis of life is to, like, on stage, like my goal, like a few things that I really care about. One is mental health, and destigmatizing therapy. Because for me, I didn't go to therapy for a long time because I felt that to be admitting that I was weaker than Lex. It doesn't have to go to a therapist because Lex is stronger, so he's strong like Lex. I would look at all my older brothers, and I looked up to them so much, and all these incredibly successful people. Plastic surgeon, anesthesiologist, dentist, 2 attorneys, Stanford, NYU, incredible high standards, Eagle Scouts, they valedictorians, they just did it all. But for me, I was really did not want to, and none of them wanted to. So it was like, what are you going to do if you're broken, you if you can't have life? And I think that's incredibly dangerous. And I feel like it almost cost me my life because I took so long to find therapy. So I really want kids to know that the great people that achieve great things, they're doing amazing things, they probably have it. I'm fine.
They go to the jail, but it's not the jail. What, so I want to be a psychiatrist. But, maybe that's why I make podcasts. Maybe
It could be a good
I would
think you are a psychiatrist. You're not, right? I think you're a psychiatrist.
I think I need more. I think actually to be a good psychiatrist, you also need to be seeking therapy. Like you also need to have some stuff to work through in your mind. I think, you have to go into some dark places. Good advice. It's the ability to empathize, and especially if you directly experienced it. You can go to those places in your mind. Like you said, it's with the music to be able to get through. But why did therapy help so much? What is the process of therapy? You can just educate a little more. Are you basically bringing to the surface and talking through things that you, because of the momentum of life, you just never allow yourself to speak through, to think through? Is that what therapy is? Or is this a more systematic thing?
So I've been to a lot of strange different kinds of therapies. I'll tell you, my first therapist, if I could say, how hard is it to find a therapist that connects? It's actually pretty hard. I think actually I dispute you because going back to the beginning of my therapy was with a Mormon therapist. So it was very much like, well, are you reading your book of Mormon? Or are you praying it? You know what I mean? Like, that was a big focus of my therapy.
It was like a faith crisis in the distance.
Yes. It's like, and then
You're making it worse.
Yeah, the next therapist I went to was a Scientology therapist. I met my wife, and she was a Scientologist at the time. It's like, it's such a funny thing to look back on because we met, and I was like this one missionary who just got me from this mission, and met her, and she's a Scientologist. I was like, wow, that's shit crazy. And I'm like, that's crazy. She's like, what are you talking about? That's even more. That's shit crazy. The two of us are like, huh, you're just something serious. The both of us.
Yeah, the tension actually forces you to think through, like, what is true.
Yeah. And we really found Scientologist therapist who that therapy consisted of what have you done wrong to Asia? And they would ask me that question over and over and over and over. So I'm like thinking of the deepest, darkest things that were the recesses of my mind. This was marriage therapy. Anyway, it was Scientology therapy. That was different thing. And then I went to therapy. No, not attached to any religion. And that was a really and since then I've been through a couple different therapists, but that was more because where I was and moving. So is it that hard to find great therapists? Probably not. But maybe don't go to your Mormon therapist therapist. So maybe that's the route for you. Maybe it's the route for you.
Yeah. But what is so? Is it bringing stuff to the surface, basically?
Yes, I can even answer
that. What's the effect? Why is this so effective? Just is there something that works too?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously there's the common things that you think of, which is like, oh, I've been holding these things and I don't want to tell anybody. I'm going to tell this person, there's relief in that. But that's really not where the real work comes from. I think the real work is meeting with someone who is well versed and educated and understands. It's like coding. It really is. It's like someone who like they listen to you and they're like, well, that was a trigger, and this trigger. And probably every time you're hearing that, thinking of this thing that happened earlier in your life, and they just will walk you through scenarios. And maybe some of them aren't right, but some of them you'll be like, it'll resonate. Wow, I am feeling that because of that, and that did happen. And maybe if I call my mom and say this to her, it'll make, hey mom, what's happening? It's like work. You put in work and you have hard conversations and do difficult things. And so if your therapy is not difficult, I actually think that's not good therapy. Good therapy is it's going to be a little difficult. It's work. Like
During and after.
Yes. Like I had this incredible therapist who I told him that when I was going to do ayahuasca, he was like, Jesus, he actually was a doctor before, really well educated, studied person who walked away from brain doctor. What's the word for that?
Brain surgeon? Neurologist.
And he said, well, basically his belief was that ayahuasca was like basically doing therapy, like 50 sessions. It's like it's like really intensive. He's like, I don't know if you want to do that. If you do, you can make some big steps forward. But I prefer just to do that once session. And so yeah, it's hard work. And that, I typically like it's really hard for me to talk about ayahuasca, by the way, going back to that, because I'm not looking to tell everybody to go do ayahuasca. It's incredibly hard. It was the scariest experience of my entire life. It felt like I went to heaven, but it also felt like I went to the darkest, deepest hell that was incredibly scary. Incredibly scary. Yeah.
You told the story of how you wrote the song Gleaner, or like your childhood friend, I guess, a dog, like bullying and that kind of stuff. This song, a lot of your songs are super interesting. Just the percussion, it's super interesting lyrically, how it flows, and also pain is at the center of it. I mean, a lot of, like you said, the crisis of faith. I mean, existential questions are basically behind a lot of your songs, funny enough. Maybe they're covered in metaphor, so it's hard to see. But it's there. And this song is really interesting that way that it feels. Pain, you make me a believer. You break me down, you build me up, a believer. That's so interesting. Maybe can you tell the story of how the song came to be? I'd love to listen to it. I ask some questions of music about it too.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we were talking about with therapy. I just feel like the greatest things in my life have come from the deepest hurt. Like losing someone, that you love is maybe the hardest part of the human for me, at least thus far. Like when I think of, okay, what was the hardest thing? I was like, it was like your physical pain, be like going through financial pain, whatever. I think losing someone that you really love, death, is one of the hardest. For me, I would say it was the hardest thing. but it also makes you look at your life completely differently and alter your life. At least for me, in ways that are really healthy. Being more present, letting go of things that are meaningless, trying to control what other people think about you, wasting time on things like that, and you suddenly see like time. I got a small amount of time. Like, how do I want to spend it? I'm gonna spend it in the best way I know how, and that's it. So, yeah, I mean, it's a basic concept that's been said a million times over in a million different ways, but that's pretty much what I was trying to say with believer, which is like, I lost faith in everything at that time period, or previous to that time period when I was rebuilding my faith or my spiritual thought process. And it was after I lost it, and it's like, finding, being a believer, and that's not necessarily like a believer in God or a believer in heaven and hell or anything like that, but a believer in morals, believing in goodness, believing that there is some light. And again, those words, like, they're just words, and I wish there were better words to formulate the thought that I'm trying to express, but just more. Like, the thought of me dying, for me, I don't fear it. But actually, I really fear not seeing my kids again. I'll say that. That is fearful for me. I feel like I love so deeply these children with the thought of like leaving them. For me, is a scary thought.
They're kind of good reminder how much you love life, actually.
Yeah.
And you don't always remember that.
Yeah. And, I think having kids is not forever. Absolutely, for sure. But for me, and especially if you should be having kids to give yourself a I mean, like, I feel like dying. Like, you might feel more like dying after having a kid, actually.
It's very stressful. But it is a place to, like, I've changed a lot of people that I've known, that it gave them a new intensity of gratitude for life, for sure. Do you mind if I'll return to the pain and the belief. You might be listening to the belief myself. Enjoyed the music first or the words first?
At the same time, which is very typical.
Like, just the way it opens. That's the vocal. You ever think about like what the first few seconds sound like? Is that something that, like, when you imagine a song, is it the opening you imagine?
No, it's kind of it's just like, I never think opening, I never think final. I think soundscape of how I'm feeling right now. So it could be the middle of the song, when I'm doing that. But my process for me is very much lyrics, melody, music, really kind of the same time. Like, but at the same time, I mean, I'm as I'm expressing, maybe, feeling. Like, it's not that simple, but it's like I'll hear it, like it's like here's all the words, but kind of just pressing all the buttons. And melody in my voice is just one of those instruments. It's just utilizing one instrument.
So you see the landscape. Now landscape with melody, with percussion, lyrics,
Yeah,
a little bit, or lyrics.
Well, I would be words, like a word here and there. Like, I'll be like, I'm like, what's a word that I'm thinking of when I'm feeling this soundscape? And I always create with no theme in mind, never, for better or for worse, because my process is I'm sitting down and I'm writing a journal. Simple as that. Like, when you sit down to write a journal entry, are you sitting down and you're like, okay, I have all these words here that I'm going to put on the page, I'm going to put it this way, and my theme for my journal entry today is going to be this. Maybe something to do, but I don't. My journal entry is, I don't know, it's like, how was today was this, doing this. Now that I think about that, I'm really into that. That hurt my feelings when this. You're formulating it as you go. And that's the joy of it. And for me, that's what music is. So I'll sit down, not thinking, hey, I've been wanting to write a song that has a heartbeat. But if it's not even write a song, it's like, how am I feeling right now?
And it's joyful. Is the feeling joyful sound like it's
I think it's
or at least it's fulfilling.
Fulfilling is what I was kind of looking for.
Because a lot of artists talk about this really strong, like we talk about writers.
Cathartic. That's what I was. It feels like having a good moment with the therapist where you're like, okay, I'm expressing this thing that I just need to express. For whatever reason, I need to express this. The majority of the songs I write, for the record, I write over 100 songs a year. I release 20 songs every 3 years. So, I don't know, what's that percent? 20 out of 300. More much. It's less than 10%.
Less than 10%.
8%.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's
and then like getting together with the band and like getting them selected down is really like how the process happens. So you really writing a song for 1 to 3 days, kind of maybe a song that you can't quite figure out the puzzle of that's gonna last a little longer. Where's this from?
every idea.
You finish every idea.
I finish every idea.
So it's not just like laying completely unfinished.
I could open my computer for you right now, and I would show you hundreds and hundreds of songs that you would listen to and think, that sounds like a song. It's like there's rhythm, melody, there's multiple instruments, there's lyrics. Like, it's the same thing as recording for me, which is music, which is I can't walk away until I complete it.
It's finished.
Well, finished is
Yeah.
But it sounds like a song. I certainly do a lot more with it after with the band and share it all, but it's a song. It'll be like, you'll listen to it and say, okay, that was a song. I get it. You understand what it is, for sure.
Do you think, this is a painful question from a fan perspective, do you think there's genius on your computer that you walked away from that you just didn't notice it? Like, do you think there's truly great songs that you've written that you just didn't notice how great they are?
I think greatness is something that I feel like I don't feel like I've achieved greatness. Genuinely, I'm not saying that to you as a way of like humility.
That's Michael Jordan.
Like, genuinely, I feel like I am on a journey right now to find way. And I'm 34, and it's like, I haven't begun that journey. I feel like I'm just starting out. But that being said, I certainly don't know the right answer to what songs are beloved or good to the masses. Like, imagine trying to such a massive entity. It's like, I will say this, there are a couple times where I've fought really hard to decide on a single. Really hard. Or I always fight for what goes on the record. Always. I always put the record together, and that's the record that I want it to be, and me and the guys come up with that. And it's nobody else has no manager, no. The single, everybody wants to have a saying. Your label wants to have a saying, the manager wants to have a saying. And I have fought really hard over that. And I've been wrong before, and I've been right before. But as far as songs that I hunt up, I mean,
you can imagine so many songs. You think of so many Beatles songs that are like some of their greats on my guitar gently weeps. I'm trying to imagine weird sounding, not that interesting, possibly songs that turn
pretty. Honestly, it may be our best stuff is that we don't put out, for instance, because our band is such a complex question. I really don't know. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll die and people will look and like, I hated Magic Dragons, but no, that's a nice one. I really like that. Or maybe they'll be like, oh, it's all sounds like it. I don't really know.
But that's sorry, it is a tragic thing. That's why I ask it. Which is like, there could be some great, incredible things that will take a long time to rediscover, to realize how great they are. And it's also the tragic aspect of being an artist is you don't know. To get fame and all that kind of stuff, you don't know what's going to really move people. Because ultimately, we want is to connect with people, and you don't know what that's going to be. It's hard. I mean, to me, it's tragic. Just as a fan of yours, maybe I wonder if there's incredible stuff there. Just as it is tragic to see great artists throughout history who didn't get recognition until they died. It's like because they basically held on, Franz Kafka was extremely self-critical. A lot of these books had an idea of what's good and not. They had genius, but they weren't entirely wrong. They became sufficiently popular. But it's interesting.
I try to genuinely to release the songs that move me. I'll say that.
You're your own audience.
Yeah, I try to put out the songs that make me feel the most.
Welcome, how you doing?
Feel.
What up,
That's my only gauge. Because it's so subjective of like what is good, what's the nobody knows the song from masses, right? Nobody knows that from that. Nobody knows. So for me, it's always what makes me feel something. One of the main lessons Rick Rubin taught me when we worked on this record was his main point that he would continually bring up, like, because he's not the type of person to be like, that's a bad song, or that's good. It's just not who Rick Rubin is. It's more like, there's more nuance to it. He would say, I don't really believe you. That's what he would say. And I knew that was like, that's not. He'd say, and I would genuinely, there was a time we said it, and it was about a song, and I really felt it and meant it, and that's it. But he didn't believe it. He heard it. And that was enough. I was like, man, at the end of the day, like, I can believe it all I want. If the listener doesn't feel the honesty, just like we were talking about earlier, I think the most important ingredient is this truth, perceived as truth to someone else. And if it's not, the bullshit indicator goes, I don't care. Throw it around.
But you said that he made you go through, like, line by line, the lyrics, every step.
I was excruciating.
Why was that excruciating?
Well, first of all, it's Rick Rubin. So you're in the room with, like, Rick Rubin, who's kind of one of the greatest of all time. And so I had to first just put that aside. Be like, okay, well, I'm one of my favorite records, but still, you're human. Not everything you say is going to be right. You know, and I'm a strongly opinionated person, and so is Rick. And so number two is just together. You know,
the lyrics is not really not composition, but just like, let's look at the lyrics.
Yeah,
meaning.
Yeah, oh yeah. Because you would look over everything. There was like, and there were battles he won, battles that he didn't win, and maybe he was right. I don't know. I mean, there was, for instance, I'll give you an example. There's a song on the record called Number One. Rick will probably not. Because this was a big one that we kept going back and forth on. But this will give you a good insight of what it's like. And there's a line in it that says, I don't know, of course, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't need no one to believe. When it's all been said and done, I'm still my number one. And he was like, nah, cringe. Like, I just, like, you have to be like, you not be like, you're still my number one. Like, no, it's not about anybody else. You know, it's about, like, self-love. He's like, yeah, but, like, you need to really talk about self-love like that. It's like, oh, God, I feel like something else we can say. Like, you just kept, you know, we kept coming back to this song. Okay? I was like, I changed it. I tried changing it. What did I change it to? It wasn't your still my number one. It just made no sense. It wasn't about some love thing or like someone else. I changed it to something else, and it was the one thing that I was like, I'm really sorry. Like, I get it. And
What else, dude? How you living, Tim? Oh, yeah. Come on back. Get your ass kicked.
But there were other songs, for sure, where Rick was like, that, or this, or this looks right. That one's can say it a different way. It was really awesome.
It's really interesting because you're trying to say something so simple and yet not make it cringe.
There he is.
That's a
Big
strange
dog's in the house.
because you want to say something.
How you living, Tim? You ready to get your ass kicked? All right. Sound like Donkey Kong. Right. You've been sending invitations, dude. It is your obligation, choice, whichever you consider it, to accept. And they'll have to send it to you again. shot. Yeah, that's it. Or you can pay off spades for this stuff. I'm a headshot ahead. No, I know. So hit your shot. See, he's in a better position. You're in a better position. You can easily take the lead. Easily, you hit the ball. Oh, you fucked yourself. You should have made that shot. You should not have tied. This is your hole. Oh, yeah, it's like probably the best hole location. Come on, baby. It's past, it's past the hole. It's not what you want to do. Oh, do you think you have a good shot? You just helped me majorly. I'm in here. What do you think of this strategy? Terrible. I'm ready for it. It was amazing. Oh, you're very fortunate. You took out that tree. It's better than your shot. Rabbi takes the lead. It's actually Rabbi's know-how. Rabbi Rothschild knows how close to what he is. Why don't you hit my ball? Everybody would appreciate it. You hit my ball. Perfectly. Are you going to go in the water? No, but you're like in my head. What a shot. Oh, did you see that one right over the head? Welcome, welcome. We're going to be putting Deadpool here. Welcome, Deadpool. How are you? The Cars guy. Which guy would that be? What car guy? Oh yeah. No, I remember who you are now. Yeah. How are you? Well, man, did you ever get that to work? Seems impossible. One day though, we're gonna make them recreate that game just for you. What's good, Deadpool? What's good? You're not good with. How's that? Well, cool. We are playing a game right now. If you'd like to play, it's called mini golf, like miniature golf. Well, the game we play is called mini golf. The app is called Play-Doh if you want to download it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you coming in. You know that you're always welcome, and we only want good things for you. Very close. Good job, you. That's one game to nothing. This isn't my favorite. That was a good shot, but it didn't do what I needed. It was pretty similar. This needs to be short, and it was not. What the heck? Short and long. Oh no. Oh no. Make it. I'll take that. If I'm going to lose, I want to lose like that. What's it like to have the meal? That was the. You put it in a spot that fucks well, it turned out pretty well for you, big dog. Extra speed. This has a chance to be really good for you. You're doing really well. Oh, you have a tough. No, you got a pretty easy shot. Stop. Fucked it up. How'd you like that? Now you're tied to me. This is the hole that I got. That's right. Are you fucking serious? Look at that. Get my ball, big dog. Dude, this is shit, bro. Wow. Calm down, big dog. Hey, I have something to tell you. It's not Hayden Ross, but it's pretty close, sort of. So there are these guys who always make fun of me, and Hayden Ross is sort of. And after we played last night, or whenever we played, um, I checked my messages and I just saw this huge, the notification. I saw all these people making fun of me. And they're like, come on in and talk with us. You're always in here, but you never talk. Hit the ball, dude. Hit the ball. Are you there? Are you fucking serious? Dude. Dude, are you there? No, it's not. Your turn. You actually missed the shot. There you go. You're still gonna tie. Oh, this whole wheel plates. Haha. What do you think of that shop? So they were making fun of me, and I just saw my notifications. They're like, "Come talk with us, come talk with us." So I finally get in there, and I talk to them for like, I don't know, maybe an hour. And like, they were really, really nice, and they were like, they said, "We like you. 80 bucks with you, so you're cool in our book." So that's cool. If 80 bucks with me, that's neat. This guy who's called Biggest Loser on the internet, I'm not joking. That's what he goes by. Apparently, dude, I'm playing like dog shit. You have a chance to steal a whole water. You're good. You take it though. Well, yeah, I mean, he's in there right now. They're, I like them because they're like super fans of mine. They made their profile pictures of me. I like them. Dude, are you serious? You're going that way? Are you proud that you went that way? I don't see why I don't think I will get a chance to see champion. That's 2 games. Yeah, I think through association, basically. He's friends with Brent Aiden's like right hand man. Aiden's right hand man, I think, is Citrus, and they're friends. I'm friends with Citrus. You're gonna need it. I'm looking at something all the way down. Dog, I'm already winning 2 games. Oh, that was bad. This is so yeah, I mean that's not really what I'm going for, but I'm just happy that the people in there are being nicer. Then I'm in this other Discord, Wall Street Bets Discord, OG Wall Street Bets, and they're usually really mean to me. They're usually really racist to everybody, and they're slowly but surely, somebody will be like, "I hate you," and I'll just say to them, "I hope you have a great day." Like that's the best comeback I have for them because you can't really hate on somebody if they're hoping that you have a good day. I mean, you can be as negative as you want, but then when I ask them the next day, "Hey, how are you?" and they're like, "I'm doing okay. How are you?" Then I got it. That's exactly where I need them. Oh shit! What a bad shot. So, and I get it. Most of them haven't really probably been around Jewish people, and they don't necessarily have a good understanding that many of us have very kind hearts and only want the best for the world and for people everywhere. I've now taken a 2-shot lead. Keep in mind, I'm up 2 games to none. I hate this hole. I hate this hole when you're playing with multiple people. There you go. Dude, you are in my fucking way. United States. 10% of New York City is Jewish. There are as many Jews in the United States as there are in Israel. Approximately, depending on numbers, 12 million. All right, this is a big shot. What a great shot. Yeah, between 1 and 2. Dude, look at your shot. You almost stole him there. That was very, very good. All right, here we go. Smile. Oh, wow. Did you see this? Did you see what just happened? Give it to me. How do you like that hole in one? That was probably the most crazy hole in one I've ever seen in this sport. Got a perfect game going. Oh, no, I don't. Because I didn't score in the last one. All right, I don't like this hole. Just don't hit that dome. Just don't hit that dome. Laugh. My friend, I am up 3 games. Not number. How does that make you feel? Just got it. All right. Not necessarily good, but when people aren't I know. When people aren't attacking me or like inspiring to or colluding, then I do a lot better. I like this shot. That was terrible. We could get a lead here. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Dude, you're going to take the lead here. How does it feel to take the lead so early? This is definitely going in. I don't know why you think that's good. Water, or actually it's going to hit the not with me. No, maybe. hit it off of the spinning thing. Like that. But you have to hit it harder. Like that. Oh, I went in the water, dude. Looks like I'm gonna be down two fucking shots to none. Or two holes. It's gonna be 2 holes to 1. Or 2 holes to none. No, I've already given up on this one. No fucking way. No fucking way. Are you serious? That's horseshit. Alright. So now I have to win. I have to win 3 holes in a row. Outright. Oh, perfect shot. No, it's not. You never make that shot first time. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm fucked, folks. I need the best shot in my life. No way. Dude, shut up. Give me an easy shot. You are fucking me up, and that gives you a perfect shot. Yeah. What are you doing? I'm gonna take you now. Oh, there you go. Right? I still have a chance to at least get a win. I for one. Take out the fucking no. Down. Calm down. Oh no. Stop, stop. What are you doing to me? Dude, what are you doing to me? You won. Dude, what does it feel like to win? You definitely. You're, come on, man. You might have a perfect game. I'm gonna have a perfect shot. I'm gonna hit your ball. Yeah. question. That's true. Now, get my book. That's amazing. You got to win. You, you ready for You ready for Ocho? You check whatever you need to check, big dog. All right, good. I'm ready for you. Waiting on other players. Very cool. Very cool. Hey, what the fuck, man? Dude, Zook, I won that. That could be what? Go, big dog. Oh, 3-0. Hard to have my favorite. Dude, I have so many of the same coverage.
Yes.
Four games to none. First to 10. Get out, my dog. What the fuck? Wow. You win. 5 in a row. Yep. 5 games in a row. No way. 6 games in a row. I want to see you get 10 in a row. Next one. Come back of the century. Give me some special cards. Sure. 7-1. Seven two. Wow. Impressive. Eight one. 8-2. 8-2. Eight three. Uh, I think if you don't have any blues, then it gives you two cards. such weird questions. Yeah. When you ask me questions, think before you speak. You just can't sit there and ask me strange questions. Stop with the questions. Go for it. Why would you even want to hang out with me if that were true? Why are we on this topic? I want to protect children, and here you are asking me straight questions, which makes me think about you. Are you? I'm interested. Right? One more win and it's over. Better than a lot of places. There you go. Congratulations. I don't know. I would accept it, but I'm not holding my breath over it. Biggest loser. Right? Feel free to watch his podcast with me. Lex Friedman. I think he's got some musical producer, the musical writing on. We'll see.
Some of the greatest love songs. You look at the Dog song. I mean, that's the whole thing is cringy. If you just read it on paper, like it's a like, like it's a court report or something, but yet it's not. Especially when it's sung, maybe. But no, there's something about maybe
Sung in a way you believe it.
when you believe it, but also written in a way that's singable in the way you believe it. So it's like there's
All right, big
And
dog.
then it rolls off. It's just
You take care of us. See you tonight, hopefully.
no word catches your mind as cringy.
Yes.
This just but then music. I think great speeches are like that too. Just communicating ideas simply. That's the art form. Is to not be cringy. It's so interesting. And then just like when you're raw, real, it might at first feel cringy. So that the battle there, and that's where you see people fail. like just regular artists, like I don't know, at open mic. I go to open mic, so I just listen to musicians. Like when they write songs, like they fail that test. They write simple stuff, but it's cringy. Why? I wonder always that. Like, what is that?
I tell you, like, I tried to explain this to my brother the other day. It's the same thing with a live performance. If I'm not in my right headspace and I walk on stage and I walk up and let's say I say something like this. Yeah. Because I'm like, this is the move, right? Yeah. This is the move. The crowd doesn't. In fact, the crowd's like, that's good. Yes. But if I wasn't thinking about doing this and I went up there and I said something like really, the crowd was like, I can't explain this to you. That's so silly to say out loud. But it's, people will resonate to it when it's, and when it's acted, it doesn't, you could do the exact, the motion could look the same, your eyes look the same, but there's something about the energy that people know. They know if it's real or not.
Yeah, people are, like you said, incredibly appreciative that
I'll go on a stage, and if I'm not in the right headspace to be real, it won't be a good show. If I'm real, then it's a good show. It's as simple as that.
Let's go to the song. Like I said, great opener. So you have this in your mind, it's landscape.
Yeah.
Oh, is this that one motherfucker? What's his name?
The beat was
That fucker from fucking.
What about the first? Then the
What's his
second,
name?
First things first.
The first line I wrote was first things first.
No,
I don't know why.
this guy's from Imagine Dragons.
And then I was like, oh, that
Whatever.
was,
It's just one night. I was driving by the fucking Honda Center, and there's an Imagine Dragon.
Don't you tell me where you think that I could be. From this one, I can say I'm a master. I'm a master of myself.
this guy had that in his office. He had this time. It was something about to say around here.
There you go. Simple statement.
Yeah.
Zero proof. It's so powerful. It's so simple. I'm the master of this. This whole song is just trivial, but in terms of lyrically, but extremely powerful and original and unique sounding. Something about the words. Just even if you don't have to just you just read them. And then I was working for young age, like myself, and masses writing my poems with you. That look at me, took to me, shaking me, feeling me, singing from the heart, and taking my message from me. I can't, why not? You're reciting your rest of it. But the percussion is throughout it. And that was there.
The percussion is almost in the lyrics, yeah. And I'm a very percussive singer because I was a drummer first. Before I think, thing with Dave Grohl, probably a similar thing, which is I think in percussive sense a lot when I'm writing. And I also was, before I could play an instrument, I would beatbox. And I think Michael Jackson did this too, actually. I've heard in the studio that he was very similar. But a lot of what I do is percussive, because my brain thinks it percussively first.
A little more.
So it's like a drum. Like,
and then you lay words on that.
Yeah.
It's building.
It's almost like drums.
It's all building for the chorus.
Dude, I don't know if I can focus. I don't want to get in trouble.
What about the word pain? Where did that come to you? Pain.
No one likes that show.
Yeah, just the idea of I just wanted to. I really, one of the things that a lot of the songs that I like divisiveness. For instance, not always, but there's times where I want someone to hear a song and I want them to either love it or hate it. I really don't want to ground. A lot of the songs that, like, a lot of my favorite songs are divisive songs. And so, for instance, with Pain, I want you to hear that. Like whoa. You know what I mean? And it's something either somebody's going to hear and be like, oh, I just don't want to hear that like that, or it's like, oh, I felt that so deeply when he said that in that way because it sounded like this. And when you think of the word pain, it's like that's a when at least for me when I do that work, it carries a lot of weight. Carries a lot of weight. I wanted to sing a lot of weight, and to come into that chorus with like it's a striking moment. And I'm also a tenor singing I'm a baritone singing as a tenor. So that's where that natural like gruffness comes from, is I'm singing out of my range, really, up in my head voice, and it carries a lot of weight with it because of the baritone.
Can I ask you a specific sort of the pause before the pain? It's really interesting. It's like a couple. Wait, is that how much work does that take to get that right? That's incredible because it's like so you're kind of seeing the beauty through that, and then that whatever that sound is,
Right, the bass you hold on.
Yeah.
I actually when I first was approaching the chorus, it was actually so. Took a look and see how they could get my message conveyed from my lesson, seeing the beauty through the seeing the beauty through the pain. It made me like it came in on more. I think it did not work, and it felt like it didn't hit in the way that it was supposed to hit because you project that. Right? You're like you're waiting. Beauty through the pain, it made me right. Beauty through the pain, it made me up. So I wanted to feel a little more like striking. And it's like that thing that makes you kind of do this a little bit. You're like, huh? But once you hear it a few times, you're like, and you predict, you know what I mean? It's like, I'd rather someone hear our song the first time and be confused by it, so they play it the second time. And then they're like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, I really have, I'd rather turn some people off along the way, and then the people who come along for you are going to feel more committed.
It's just an interesting, like, it feels gutsy to insert silence.
Yeah. That's what makes it, it's like the greatest speakers of all time are like, and I told you, right? That's kind of no. You're like, oh.
Yeah. I noticed that. Yeah, that's so interesting to do that just at the right time. And then pain, right? It's a brilliant song. Did you know it was a good song when you wrote it? Out of the thousands of songs you wrote?
It's always the same thing for me, which is like, if I want to listen to the song, and I want to listen to it a lot of times, and those are the songs we put out. And I only want to listen to the songs to make me feel something. Whether or not it's like our single that did the very worst of all our singles was the song that I wanted to listen to least. But it made the most sense as a song, which was all the wrong reason to choose it, right? It was I Bet My Life. It was the single off our second album. And that song was originally written as just a guitar and a vocal. It was very just quiet and loud. And we were like, oh, let's try to dial it up, try to produce it. And we overproduced that song. We self-produced it as a band, and we overproduced. And that song, I mean, it did good, in terms of the song, but for us, it's not good. Compared to other songs. And I really look back at that and learned a lesson from that. It's like, I don't want to listen to the song. That's a sign already. You don't want your own song? Probably not a good song.
You said your dad, elsewhere today, just the fact that your dad early on was a kind of the early Rick Rubin.
Yeah.
So when you were starting out, he gave you feedback, he listened. What did you learn about music, about life from your dad?
My dad is a really quiet farm, grew up on a farm, very humble. I think he starts every sentence by saying, this is just my 2 cents. Pretty much. You know what I mean? It's like take it or leave it. Like, you know what I mean? It's that kind of a sense of there's humility in everything. And it's real for him. It's not like false humility. I really feel like when he's saying things, he really is like, maybe this isn't any worth to you, son. And he means it. But here it is. And it's always gold. Like, that's incredible.
So what, in those early days, did you like, so you were like 12, something like that, and starting to write songs?
I wasn't showing my music to anyone. I started writing when I was 12, and I probably wrote for at least, let's say, 6 months or so. And I've written probably a lot of songs. all sad. No, it was the first song I ever wrote. It was like bluesy thing. There was my voice to that, and it was like, all by himself, no other one around. He's still all alone. Where would he be found? Did he was found on his own? Everyone is afraid, so I will keep on. You know, it's like when I was like a 12-year-old, I just felt like depressed for the first time, and I just was like,
I think you discovered the blues.
yeah, right. It really was like my sense of the blues at that time for sure, like that version of the blues. But it was like 12-year-old kid with a bunch of acne, and like I hated going to school. I felt like I just had not found myself.
That's a great song, by the way.
I wanted to kick yourself. We got us. Yeah, but
Yeah, what was your dad? At which point did you begin to share it with your dad?
a lot of the songs that I wrote in the beginning were very much like Bobby McFerrin, like that, because our mic was in a part of the house where I couldn't do with the piano, only the instrument I played at the time. Yeah. So I would do everything with my voice. Then I started teaching myself the guitar in that beginning like 6-month period, just watching my brothers play in the garage in the basement. And then I started to write songs and more like Enya vibes, like stack my voice like 20, 30 times. Enya meets a Jarre, which is who my dad would listen to a lot. John Michael Jarre, he's an incredible synth genius. But anyway, so I finally got my gall up enough to show it to my dad one day after work. And I got very little of my dad because there were 9 kids and it was 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'm coming very tired. There's 9 kids that were like, Dad, and you're the young one. You're just getting this. I was in the middle kind of too, so it's even middle child. But I sat down and I was like, hey Dad, I show you this song. Like, oh, he didn't know I was writing anything, and I showed it to him and he listened. And he took it off and he really looked at me and was like, that was really good. So like, I've gotten this when you said this, and you made me feel this. And he's like, and that did it. I probably would have given up. Like, I looked back, that was a very pivotal. I was like in a place where I was like, is this good, bad? I don't know. Maybe so embarrassing and terrible. And I was already writing lyrics that were a little like overly metaphorical to hide that I was feeling a faith crisis because I thought, okay, I'm gonna show this to Dad. No one my dad would know I'm like questioning the truth from Mr. Joseph Smith. Somebody would be like, it's Joseph Smith, a real prophet. Yeah. It's like writing way over because my dad really validated it and he was no bullshit person. So I knew when my dad said that, I was like, you know what? At least my dad really actually thinks this is cool. And I really trusted my dad's taste and thought everything he listened to was cool. So I was like, wow, I keep doing this. And I just showed it to my dad for years and years. Still to this day, I sing every song.
Did he, underneath it, with the feedback, is always like, ooh, I like this idea, I like this, just a positive, like a
No.
but like underneath it, do you sense the positivity? Because I think that's
Always. Never mean, never malicious. There's 2 types of criticism. There's like criticism that's just like you're looking to be hurtful to someone, and then there's criticism that's like really important for art. It's the type of criticism that's like you see the value in what's happening, and if it's honest, then you maybe communicate with that person. Like, I see what you're trying to do with that. It's not even like you have to say that or whatever, like clever enough, but it's like my dad would just give me this honest criticism that would be like, it certainly wasn't always good, but I knew it was always going to intention. I guess that's what I would say.
you mentioned, you made me re-listen to it. I'm a big fan of Cat Stevens. You made me re-listen to Father and Son. Probably all sons have issues to work through with their fathers. It's just, and you said that you connect with this song in particular. I think, so you're a father now. What is it about the song that connects with you? For people who put a little bit. People should educate themselves on Cat Stevens.
Oh my gosh.
Try to be
The best. Get right on this.
You think this is a hopeful, a sad song?
I hear it as hopeful. I hear it as a loving father saying just what his son is doing. Make a change, just relax, take a
breathe. Yes, dude, yeah. That's your call. That's so much you have. It's like that calm wisdom.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's wise.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And just the way he says that, like that should be a corny line, but it's not corny at all.
Yeah. Look at me, I'm old. Yeah, I mean, the simplicity there, and yeah, but it's such a contrast with what's his name, Eric Chapman with the Cats in the Cradle, which is like the sadness of. So this feels like there's a wise, calm connection between father and son, right? With Cats in the Cradle, I don't know if you remember that song. Um, he learned to walk while I was away. He was talking before I knew it. As a group, he'd say, "I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know, I'm gonna be like you." And the idea of that song is that he does become like his dad, which is funny, something you said. Uh, but in a different way, he become too busy to make that connection. His dad was too busy to make a connection with his son. In a not a dramatic way, in a very kind of calm, nonchalant way. Like you just don't have time. You're busy at work, and you provide for family, and so on. There's connection, but you don't really get form that like depth of connection. And then the father, when the son shows up from college and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't spend any time with the father of that. And just the calm sadness of that. And like we can live parallel lives that never quite connect.
And there's a little bit of that father and son with Cat Stevens too, you know, like when the son is saying, from the moment that I could talk, I was ordered to listen. I always remember listening to that line, feeling like that really moved me. But the beauty of that song is it shows, it's kind of like the theme of what I feel like we've talked about since the second you got here, which is something I really like. I don't know why it's such an important thing in my life right now, but the duality of just understanding that you don't understand someone else's situation. And there's truth to both sides. Like there's truth to what the father is saying to the son. He's like saying this thing, he's like, I'm looking out for you. I love you. Take your time with these things. If you want to get married, this is great. And then the son saying, listen, like I want to pay my own time. I want to do this. Like, why are you telling me this? Like the son's not wrong. Because there's a lot of parents who tell their kids what to do and they're wrong. And, you know what I mean? Like and they don't let the kid form the path that they need to. But should you not be paid? Like, you know what I mean? It's just
There's a thing. It is annoying when you're older. You get to see people do all the same things. You can say, well, this is a phase, and you'll see that this actually will end up in this way. You can like predict how the life unrolls, and it's very annoying for young people to hear, especially because it's probably going to be true. It's like, no, it's not going to be like this. No, it's different. But then you become that person. But that doesn't mean they also let them live that life. Like let them make mistakes. But they're not mistakes actually. They're like beautiful deviations from the path that they end up on. And those make the path. Do you have advice for young folks today? I've had like an incredible dark journey and a successful one, a loving one, and one of the most successful artists in the world. Is there advice you can give to young people today that would like to find themselves that way, especially if they're struggling?
I thought you said device at first. Like, honestly, I feel like that device is not help. Maybe I'll just throw away the device. Advice. I would just say, like, what I emphasize to my kids is I really, really want my kids to just learn to love themselves. It's easier said than done. It's really easy to pick on yourself in life. It's really easy to look in the mirror, wish you looked different, wish you were more successful like that person over there. Wish that, wish a lot of things. And people that I see that really succeed at life really succeed truly. And that doesn't mean they're making money necessarily or they're succeeding, they're talking to a lot of people. Like, their success to me is like happy and real. They have real self-love. When you meet someone, you meet Rick, for instance. You meet Rick Rubin. Rick has a calmness about him. It's funny because everybody sees him as this like Zen master. Rick is just a really loving person who also loves himself and has self-confidence because you just see it and it resonates, and that's why he draws people. And that's why he's so great in the studio, because you know his intentions always. As an artist and a producer comes in, you're like, whoa, what are your intentions? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get a hit out of me for the life? Or are you trying to make me something? You're trying to like make me this so you can prove this about yourself. Like, there's a lot in that dynamic. And the reason that Rick is so good is because you know his intentions. And his intentions come because Rick has that self-love. So for me, find the things about yourself as they're there that you love and really focusing on them. And it's not selfish. Like, I feel like I was brought up in a family too where it's like never look inward, like be selfless, like serve, which by the way, is a true principle of life. I think you love yourself more and you serve more. I think that's really evident in life. But also spend time doing the things that make you happy. Take time every day to go on that walk that you need to go on. Listen to that tape that you need to listen to. Like, for me, that's something I need. I know if I do that, I'm going to be a better dad because I gave myself some love back. And just forgive yourself. Forgive yourself because everybody messes up. Everybody hurts others. Everybody says unkind words at times. Everybody fails all the time. And if you think that you're going to not, you're wrong. And you're eventually going to, and you're either going to punish yourself for it every day and be a lesser version of what you could be, or you're going to forgive yourself for it. And if you learn that that's not something you want, try not to do it again. Do it again, and you're probably going to do it again. Whatever that is, you're going to gossip about that person. You're going to feel bad because then you gossip.
Like, is there something you could say in terms of self-love? Is there a role for being critical? Like that those demons of like self-criticism, do you need a little bit of that? Tom Waits talks about like my tongue will drop the poison.
Right.
You need a little poison. Or is that silly romantic?
No, I mean, my biggest thing in life has been like the thing that I've worked on the hardest for the last few years is to not be overly critical. And to let go of control. I think it's really easy to kill an artist. It's really easy to kill an artist. Like, if my dad would have sat down with me that day, and even if he would have just sat down and been like, good job, son. It's not silly, right? Like, not everybody has a dad who's going to ever do something or put in the time or whatever. But that might have altered everything for me. Like my dad taking the extra time to just give me a thoughtful response. Those kids know. Kids know when you're just like trying to get out. I knew he wasn't. And that did a lot. So yeah.
But is that a huge, isn't that what makes the artist? It's the fragility of it. That, like, would you have any other way?
No, I agree with you. I think that's the beauty of art. But I think also on the same token, it's like I went to Music Cares recently, which is a charity for musicians that are down on their life, that maybe were successful at one point or never been successful and can't pay the bills. This charity contributes money to these artists, aspiring artists, or artists who've had drug issues. There's a lot to do, and there was a statistic that they told it was staggering to me, which is I think it was 75% of artists, musicians, say they struggle with severe depression. That's really high. I don't know what the national average is, but I would guess that's higher than the national average per occupation. So I just think there's a tricky balance. There's a tricky balance in art. So yeah, of course, like it's a necessary thing, the fragility of it all. But
Yeah, I wonder, because I'm extremely self-critical, and I sometimes ask myself the question, I've romanticized it, or rather, I've learned for it to be productive, to channel it to productivity. But I wonder if there's better ways to do that. And I also wonder if it's eventually a thing that destroys me. Like if long term, if it's a healthy thing, it might be useful when you're sort of actively fighting the battles of the day, the information engineering challenges and all that kind of stuff. But then when you're sitting back and enjoying life with family and so on, is that going to be like, do you need to find that self love, like ability to kind of uh, silent with
you know what? I really you're making a good point, and I think that the middle ground is you need self doubt to push you to be better. I do believe that, like, for instance, if I believe I've hit like you're like these are the songs on there that you think is genius. If I think I've written a genius song ever, I think I'd probably stop. I think I'd be like, you know what? Did it? I wrote what's that perfect song. Imagine, imagine. Okay, if I'd written Imagine, I'd probably be like, that's it, did it. All right, perfect song has been written. It's the best thing ever. So the fact that there is like self criticism and criticism outside, I think is necessary. 100% for sure. It pushes you. It pushes you. It pushes you. It's just finding the right middle ground for that young aspiring artist to also not feel squashed and to be heard and to love, just to not even feel squashed, just to love themselves. So that when they're in the room playing the song, they'll believe it because they believe in themselves. They love themselves enough that they believe it. And then they'll do great. And then the song will come out great. And they'll do a great performance.
I have to ask, it's one of the very interesting aspects of your life, of the way you put love out there in the world. What is at the core of your support for the LGBT community?
A couple things. So one, growing up from a young age in the artist community, a lot of my closest friends were LGBTQ, starting in middle school. And I think a lot of the best artists in the world are LGBTQ, and that's not a secret. It's just it's like the artist community is filled with lots of LGBTQ. So I think being raised in that community, in that my friends struggled with their faith and their sexuality, really opened up my eyes to how incredibly hard that happened. For instance, okay, when I was in high school, there was someone who went in front of who was LGBTQ and was Mormon and felt like there was not a place for them in the church. They felt like, when you're being told that it's evil and you believe it because you believe in your faith and you feel like it's unchangeable, you're putting a kid in a situation where there's really no good resolution. It's either be alone for the rest of your life or marry outside your sexual preference. I don't want to marry a man. If I was forced to marry a man, I don't want to because I'm heterosexual. So you're forcing a kid into a situation where it's very dangerous. I'm so sure this kid went in front of the Las Vegas Mormon Temple and shot himself. Don't tell me. That impacted our community. Like, and not just that, but it was like severe bullying to LGBTQ kids in the 90s. It was especially different. Like, there's still bullying going on. Man, bullying in school, I don't really know actually what it's like in school. Maybe the bullying's just as bad as it was in the 90s. But there was like, I would hear all the time like that sort of being slung out of people who were LGBTQ. All the time. And I wasn't even LGBTQ. So, it's that any social justice issue takes all sides. It takes all pieces. If only the pieces of the puzzle contributed, but from the side that is affected, I don't believe that we'll ever have resolution. We're doing a shit job. Okay? We need to do that. That's just that's the reality. So that's part of the reason I also have family who's LGBTQ, and it's just something that's been part of my path, and I feel like I'm a big believer in take the path that's presented to you. And this was just something that came up in my life a lot. When I met my wife, she was living with her two best friends who were LGBTQ, who really didn't want her to marry me because I was Mormon. At the time, it was Prop 8. It was Mormons were 5 years LGBT gay marriage. And so that, and then they didn't come to our wedding, and that really broke my wife's heart. So it was just like, because Mormonism represented everything that was against their community. So
you felt you had to say something.
Yeah, I felt like by not saying anything, I was saying everything. I felt like by not speaking up and being like, hey, Dan Reynolds is a Mormon singer, here's this new band, I'm Dragons, and we're Mormons. It was like, okay, well, what do Mormons represent? They represent Prop 8. What does Prop 8 represent? Bigotry towards the LGBTQ community. So what do? Okay, I speak in every interview and be like, well, that's not me, I don't believe that too. Or I just be more active about it, and especially when it was affecting my family and friends throughout my entire life, it's like, all right, this seems like a path that we go. So, long story short, is a path that just presented itself through things in my life.
So just on that topic, religion and God give a lot of meaning to a lot of people. It gives tradition that brings people together across the generations, but also can hurt people. What do you make about that tension? So a source of meaning, but also a source of
The reality is, at least to me, again, this is just my reality. I feel like I'm doing my dad's thing every time I'm talking to him. Like,
my two cents. You have become your father.
Yeah. But the reality, and my reality is the reality.
Yeah.
Right? I think that religion has brought a lot of hurt and pain to a lot of people. Absolutely. I don't think anybody can dispute that on either side. Whether it's war, whether it's slaughtering of entire peoples, there's been a lot of pain and suffering that's come from religion. So my little thing that has been hard for me is the faith crisis, right? I had religion and I lost it and I had nothing. So that's, for me, I was like, well, religion did that. But then at one point it's kind of like, how much of my life am I just complaining about being disappointed or being depressed? As I get older, I'm like, okay, so what? Okay, it's really hurting. But were there any good things that came out of Mormonism? Yeah, there's a lot of good things that come from my family through Mormonism. Closeness, we're really, really close. Mormon culture is that you live together forever, right? The teaching is that your families are forever. You die and you're going to heaven together. Oh, my family really believes that. All of them do. And that instills a certain way of living. It's kind of beautiful. Even if it's naive. There's something kind of beautiful about believing that we're forming these bonds together with family and that we're going to be together forever. It brings a lot of comfort to a kid, too. When I was little, I was like, wow, it's going to be okay if I die because I get to see my mom. You know what I mean? I really believe that. Is the right answer that you tell that kid, actually, you can't see your mom again? Maybe. It might be. I don't know. And anybody who has a kid is going to face that moment. I've already faced it, where you sit down and my kid was like, hey, Dad, when you die, am I going to see you again? That was actually a really hard moment because I was suddenly faced with, okay, do I give the answer that I thought was bullshit? Or do I give the answer of what I think it is? Or do I give the real answer, which is, I don't know. And that's what I've done. Which as a father, it's not always the easiest answer because your kid, it's a wonderful thing that you feel like you can give your kid the comfort of like, hey, parents take care of and know everything. Been around. He's always like, "Are you the strongest?" Yeah, stronger than everybody. So when you're faced with that moment, it's like it kind of sucks if I was a kid. Like, you know what? I don't know if you can see it after that. But I hope. That's why I said I don't know, but I hope, really hope, because that would be awesome if we can hang out forever. And if there's any way for it to happen, I'll make it happen. You know what I mean? That's kind of what my answer was. So long story short, sorry, I know that I'm being like, is there like, what is my thought on religion? It just is. It's been here forever. It's coping. Maybe it's. I can't say whether it's true or false. How the hell am I supposed to? You know what I mean? Like, I've lived 34 years on this planet. A lot of people have been around a lot longer than me. They really believe very deeply, and a lot of them are smarter. You know what I mean? Like, I look at my older brothers, for instance, who are very practicing Mormons. These guys are hyper intelligent. My younger sister, hyper intelligent. All of them start smarter. They all believe this. What am I supposed to say? Well, you're all stupid. You know what I mean? Like, you're all, I don't know. Maybe it's a South Park episode where everybody dies. Like, well, the right answer was Mormon. Mormons love that moment in South Park. They're like, hey, that day may come. That day may come.
Yeah. So maybe I don't know the honest answer for everybody around the table. But the biggest question for which I don't know is the right answer is what's the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life? No, you're not allowed to say I don't know. You can be just like your dad was saying, let me just give my 2 cents.
Whatever they probably would hit it on the ground.
I mean, why are we here? Just busily creating all these kinds of things, worrying about things, having kids.
My purpose, at least right now, is to wake up and try to bring light, love to the world, light, love to myself, and have integrity. That's my purpose. The ultimate purpose of life.
Shout out to Biggest Loser on the
ultimate purpose of life.
Be a nice.
I don't know
what is this bullshit?
When I die, ayahuasca gave me some sense that there's more to be known. I'm sure there are other things in life that would give me that, and I'm looking for it. I'm a seeker. Like, I'm always looking for the next something to give me hope in something more. Even if so, I could just not bullshit my kids when they ask me that question. Be like, you know what? I really don't know. I want to not know. That makes sense. I don't want to, I want to see things that make me confused, that make me question what I already know. I am, when I meet an atheist who comes up to me and they're like, atheism, it's just as laughable to me as when I meet a Mormon who comes up and they're like, Mormonism. Like, how do you guys know? It's like, you know.
Do you feel like you're doing something? For all your travels, all the people you meet, you feel like you're still keeping your eyes open and your heart open to discover something new, like the ayahuasca experience. That there might be deeper truths out there.
Yeah, and I want to find it. And I want to surround myself with people who are just looking for it. I'm not interested in people who are just looking to prove things. Like, life is so short. I'm looking for. It's one of the reasons that I want to be with you is I was like, wow, Lex really seems like he's on a journey to come true. And that humility for me, and same thing with Rick, it was like, I see that and I identify with it, and that's what I'm looking for. There's the final song on our new record that's coming out. The chorus goes, and this is like, this is my best answer to what you asked. The chorus goes, take it easy, heaven's just a lie when I'm not supposed No, you don't. Yeah, you're just like me.
I got it.
Yeah, you just like, go to bed, take it easy. That's it for me. It's like, I'm going to play stuff where I'm like, I don't know. Tell me, you know,
Yo.
I'm not going to believe you. Maybe you do. I'm not going to believe it, but like, just be easier on each other and like try to find truth wherever it may lie. But if y'all don't know, if we don't know.
I think that's a mic drop moment. Dan, thank you so much. You're incredible. I love that you share with the world the darkness of your mind, of your life experience, and the beautiful light you shine to the world. So it's a huge honor. And thank you for spending your valuable time. Good luck on the tour.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, in the new use of words,
Rothschild can eat my dick.
after silence, that which comes nearest to expressing the inexpressible is music. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Stephen Conkin, second time in the podcast. Stephen is one of the greatest historians of all time, specializing in 20th and 21st century history of Russia and Eastern Europe. He has written what is widely considered to be the definitive biography of Stalin in 3 volumes, 2 of which have been published. The third focused on World War II, the years after he is in the midst of writing now. This conversation includes a response to a previous podcast episode of The Oliver Stone that was focused on Vladimir Putin and the war in Ukraine. Stephen provides a hard-hitting criticism of Putin and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, laid, contextualized deeply in the complex geopolitics and history of our world, all with an intensity and rigor, but also with humor and makes Stephen one of my favorite human beings. Please also allow me to mention something that has been apparent and has weighed heavy on my heart and mind. This conversation with Stephen Conkin makes it more dangerous for me to travel in Russia. The previous conversation, Oliver Stone, makes it more dangerous for me to travel in Ukraine. This makes me sad, but it is the way of the world. I will nevertheless travel to both Ukraine and Russia. I need to once again see with my own eyes the land of my ancestors, where they suffered but flourished, and eventually gave birth to silly old me. I need to hear directly the pain, anger, and hope of both Ukrainians and Russians. I won't give details to my travel plans in terms of location and timing, but the trip is very soon. Whatever happens, I'm truly grateful for every day I'm alive, and I hope to spend each such day adding a bit of love to them all. I love you all. This is the Let's Begin podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Stephen Conkin. You are one of the great historians of our time, specializing in the man, the leader, the historical figure of Stalin. So let me ask a challenging question. If you can perhaps think about the echo of 80 years between Joseph Stalin and Vladimir Putin, what are the similarities and differences between the man and the historical figure and historical trajectory of Stalin and Putin?
Thank you, Lex. It's very nice to be here again with you. Been a while.
Yeah,
See you.
good to see you as well.
You're looking good. I see this podcast stuff is doing you right.
Yeah.
So we can't really put very easily Vladimir Putin in the same sentence with Joseph Stalin. Stalin is a singular figure, and his category is really small. Hitler, Mao, that's really important. And even in that category, Stalin is the dominant figure, both by how long he was in power and also by the amount of power military and
Smooth. Very, very athletic.
So Putin can't be compared to that. However, Putin is in the same building as Stalin. He uses some of the same offices as Stalin used. And some of those television broadcasts that we see of Putin at meetings and Putin inside the Kremlin, Stalin used to sit in those rooms for meetings. And that's the Imperial Senate, built by Catherine the Great, an 18th century building inside the Kremlin. It's a domed building, and you can see it on the panorama. Not the building, at least you can see it on the panorama when you look over the Kremlin wall from many sites inside Moscow. So, if he's not comparable to Stalin, he still works, as I said, in the same buildings, the same offices, partly. So therefore, he's got some of the problems that Stalin, which was managing Russian power in the world from a position of weakness vis-a-vis the West, but from an ambition, a grandiosity, in fact. And so this combination of weakness and grandeur, right, of not being as strong as the West, but aspiring to be as great or greater than the West. That's the dilemma of Russian history for the past many centuries. It was the dilemma for the Tsars. It was the dilemma for Peter the Great. It was the dilemma for Alexander. It was the dilemma for Stalin. And it's the dilemma for Putin. Russia is smaller now compared to when Stalin was in the Kremlin. It's got pushed back to borders almost the time of Peter the Great. It's farther from many European capitals now than any time since that 18th century. And the West is only growing stronger in that period of time. So the dilemma is greater than ever. The irony of being in that position, of sitting in the Kremlin, trying to manage Russian power, trying to be providential power, a country with a special mission in the world, a country which imagines itself to be a whole civilization, and yet not having the capabilities to meet those aspirations, and falling farther and farther behind the West. The irony of all that is the attempted solutions put Russia in a worse place. So you try to manage the gap with the West, you try to realize these aspirations, you try to raise your capabilities, and you build a strong state. The quest to build a strong state and use coercive modernization to try somehow, if not to close the gap with the West, at least to manage it. And the result is different versions of personal freedom. So they don't build a strong state. They build a personal dictatorship. They build an autocracy. And moreover, that autocracy undertakes measures which then worsen the very geopolitical dilemma that gave rise to this personal freedom in Russia. And so I call this Russia's perpetual geopolitics. It's a Russian practice for many, many years. What's important about this analysis is this is not a story of eternal Russian cultural proclivity to aggression. It's not something that's in the mother's milk. It's not something that can't be changed. Russia doesn't have an innate cultural tendency to aggression. This is a choice. It's a strategic choice to try to match the power of the West, which from Russia's vantage point is actually unmatched. But it's a choice that's made again and again, and Putin has made this choice just to Stalin. Stalin presided over the World War II victory, and then he lost the peace. After he died in 1953, there was, of course, other rulers who succeeded him. He was still the most important person in the country after he died, because they were trying to manage that system that he built, and more importantly, manage that growing gap. By the time the 90s rolled around, former Soviet troops, now Russian troops, withdrew from all those advanced positions that they had achieved as a result of the World War II victory, and it was Napoleon in reverse. They went on the same road, but not from Moscow back to Paris, but instead from Warsaw and from East Berlin and from Tallinn, Riga, and all the other places of former Warsaw Pact and former Soviet republics in the Baltic region. They went back to Russia in retreat. And so Stalin, in the fullness of time, lost peace. And Putin, in his own way, inheriting some of this, attempting to reverse it, when, as I said, Russia was smaller, farther away, weaker, the West was bigger, stronger, and had absorbed those former Warsaw Pact countries and Baltic states because they voluntarily begged to join the West. The West didn't impose itself. It's a voluntary spirit with the West and Russia. And so that dilemma is where you can put Putin and Stalin in the same sentence, and the terrible outcome for Russia in the fullness of time also has echoes. But of course, Putin hasn't murdered 18 to 20 million people, and the scale of his abilities to cause grief with the nuclear weapons aside is nothing. And so we have to be careful. Right? Only Mao put bigger numbers on the board for the tragic death and stuff.
The numbers matter here if we compare these singular figures.
Yeah, Mao killed more people than Stalin because Mao had more people to kill. The most amazing thing about Mao is he watched Stalin do it. He watched Stalin collectivize agriculture and famine result. He watched Stalin impose this communist monopoly, and all of those people sent to prison or even a bullet in the back of the neck. He watched all of that, and then he did it again himself.
Do you think he saw the human cost directly? That when you say he saw, do you think he was focused on the policies, or was he also aware distinctly as a human being of the human costs in the lives of peasants, in the lives of the working class, and the lives of the poor?
I think the prima facie evidence is that he didn't value human life. Otherwise, I don't think, after seeing the amount of lives that were taken in the Soviet experiment, he would have done something similar after. I think the answer, Lex, is that it's very hard to get inside Mao's head and figure out what he was really thinking. But if you just look at the results that happened, the policies that were undertaken and the consequences of them, you would have to conclude that there was, let's say, no value or little value based on human life. Unfortunately, that's characteristic not only of communist dictators, post-communist dictators as well, but the scale of the horrors that they inflict, as horrific as they are, just can't compare. And so we're in a situation where Eurasia, that is to say, the ancient civilizations of Eurasia, which would be Russia, Iran, China, all have some version of non-democratic, illiberal, autocratic regime. And they're all pushing up against the greater power of the West. Sometimes they coordinate their actions and sometimes they don't. But this is a very long-standing phenomenon that predates Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or the latest incarnation of the supreme leader.
So we'll talk about this, I think, really powerful framework of 5 dimensions of authoritarian regimes that's put together. But first, let's go to this Napoleon reverse retreat in Warsaw back. Putin has called, in the perspective of Putin, this retreat, this collapse of Stalin, is one of the great tragedies of that region of Russia. Do you think there's a sense where, as Putin sits now in power for 22 plus years, he really dreams of a return to the power that influenced the land of Stalin? So while you said that they're not in the same place, which is the numbers of people that suffer due to the regime, do you think he hopes to have the same power, same influence on a nation that was in the 30s and 40s and 50s of the 20th century and stuff?
If he does, like he's deluded himself. We don't know for sure. Very few people talk to him. Very few people have access to him. A handful of Western leaders have met with him short periods of time. Those inside Russia barely meet with him. His own minions in the regime barely have face time. So we don't know exactly what he thinks. It could be that he has delusions of reconquering Russian influence, if not direct control, over the territories that broke away. But it's not going to happen. Let's talk a little bit about this guy, Nikolai Patrushev. Nikolai Patrushev is probably not well known to your listeners. He's the head of Russia's security force. And so you could probably call him the second most important or second most powerful man in Russia. Certainly inside the regime. Arguably, Navalny is the second most important person in the country, and we'll talk about that later, I'm sure.
In terms of influence.
Yes, but Patrushev is a version of Putin's right hand. And Patrushev has been giving interviews in the press. You probably saw the interview with Nizami Gazeta not that long ago. He writes also his own blog-like interventions in the public sphere using the few channels that are left. And what's interesting about Patrushev, and this could well reflect similar thinking to Putin, which is why I'm bringing this up, is that he's got this conspiratorial theory that the West has been on forever campaign to destroy Russia. Just like it destroyed the Soviet Union. And that everything the West does is meant to dismember Russia. And that Russia is fighting an existential battle against the West. And so, for example, the CIA and the American government wanted to bring down the Soviet Union. Never mind that the Bush administration, the first Bush, the father, was trying desperately to hold the Soviet Union together because they were afraid of the chaos that might ensue and the nukes that might get used as a result of the Soviet collapse. And it wasn't until the very last moment where Bush decided, his administration decided to back those Republican leaders who were breaking away from Al Gorbachev. So never mind the imperialism. Never mind that Bill Clinton's administration, following George Bush, sent boatloads of money, Western taxpayer money to Russia. We don't know exactly how much because it came from different sources. People talk about how there was no Marshall Plan. It was tens of billions of dollars from various sources, from the IMF and other sources. And once it disappeared, it's gone. Just like the German money that went to Gorbachev for unification disappeared even before the Soviet collapse. The money disappeared, but the West sent the money. So how is that a problem? And then you could go over the Obama administration, George Bush trying to do business deals and reset the relations, and Obama administration trying to reset the relations, and doing nothing after the Georgian war and slapping Putin on the wrist following the seizure. But then you could go on and you could go on all the way through the Trump administration, telling Putin that he's right, Trump believes Putin and doesn't believe U.S. intelligence about Russian efforts to interfere in American countries. So despite all the empirics of it, you have Patrushev and likely Putin talking about this multi-decade Western conspiracy to bring Russia down. At the same time as that's happening, the Germans are voluntarily increasing their dependence on Russian energy. Voluntarily increasing their dependence on Russia. So here's the conspiracy to bring Russia down. The French, who fantasize about themselves as a diplomatic superpower, the French leaders are constantly running to the Kremlin to ask what Russia needs, what concessions from the West Russia needs to feel respected. The British provide all manner of money laundering and reputation laundering services for the whole Russian oligarchy, including the state officials, who are looting the state and using the West British institutions to loot them. So all of this is happening, and yet Patrushev imagines this conspiracy to bring Russia down by. And so that's what we've got at the present. Stalin had that same conspiratorial mentality of the West. Everything that happened in the world was part of a Western conspiracy directed against the Soviet Union and not directed against Russia. Even though the West is trying to appease, the West is offering its services, the West is trying to change Russia through investment in a positive way, but instead the West is what's changed. The West is becoming more corrupt. Western services are being corrupted by the relationship with Russia. So you have to ask yourself, who are these people in power and who imagine that while they're availing themselves of every service and every blandishment of the West, while they're availing themselves, that they're fighting a conspiracy by the West to bring it down. So this is what they call a vision in Russia, which is a term, as you know, that means those who are resentful, or you might call them the losers in the transition. So when the Soviet Union fell, and there was a diminishment, a very substantial diminution of Russian power and influence in the world, a lot of people lost that. They weren't able to steal the property. They weren't able to loot the state in the 90s. And they were on the outside. They gradually came back in. They were the losers in the transition domestically. And for them, they wanted to reverse being on the losing side. And so they began to expropriate, to steal the money, steal the property from those first thieves who stole the 90s. And the 2000s and on have been about re-stealing, taking the losers in the transition, taking the money from the winners, and reversing this resentment, this loser status. Those are your Patrushev and your people. But at the same time, this blows out. Let's reverse the losses being on the losing side, the roiling resentment of the decline of their power internationally. Let's try to reverse that too. So you have a profound psychological whole generation of people who are on the losing end domestically and reverse that domestically. That's what the Putin regime is about. Remember Mikhail Khodorkovsky's Yukos. Remember all the companies that are now owned by Putin cronies because they were taken away from whoever stole them in the first place. And now they're trying to do that on the international scale. It's one thing to put domestic opponents in jail. It's one thing to take away someone's property domestically. But you're not going to reverse the power of the West with the diminished Russia that you have. And so that project, that Patrushev project, which we see him expressing again and again, he speaks about it publicly. It's not something that we need to go looking for it West, the secret, we can't find it, what are they thinking? It's right there in front of our face. And Putin has spoken the same way for a long time. People point to the 2007 speech at the Munich Security Conference that Putin delivered, and certainly your listeners could use a snippet or two of that, just like they could use a couple of quotes from Patrushev to contextualize what we're talking about. But it predates the 2007 Munich speech, with the reaction to Ukraine's uprising in 2004, attempt to steal the election inside Ukraine, right, which the Ukrainian people rose up valiantly against, risked their lives and overturned, right? So there were public statements from Putin already back then. is a long-standing deeply psychological issue, which is about managing Russian power, and all as I was saying, the gap with the West, but has this further dimension of feeling like losers and wanting to reverse that. That's their life experience.
I've usually, so there's that resentment that fuels this narrative, fuels this geopolitics and internal policy. So resentment is behind some of the worst things that have ever been done in history. Hitler was probably fueled by resentment. So resentment is a really powerful thing. Yes. Just to maybe not push back, but to give fuller context on the West. He said there's a narrative from Putin's Russia that the West is somehow an enemy, we position everything against the West. But is there a degree, and to what degree is the West willing to feed that narrative? That is also convenient for the West. It seems like it seems like in geopolitics, having an enemy is useful for forming a narrative. Now, having an enemy for the basic respect of humanity is not good, but in terms of maintaining power, if you're a leader in the game of geopolitics, it seems to be good to have an enemy. It seems to be good to have something called war. We can always point your finger and says all our actions are fighting this evil, whatever that evil is. It could be like with George W. Bush, the war on terror. Terrorism is this evil. You can always point to something. So you've made it seem that the West is trying. There's a lot of forces within the West trying to reach out a friendly hand, trying to help, sending money, sending compassion, trying to
integrate Russia into global institutions.
Exactly.
Which was a long-standing, multi-decade effort across multiple countries and multiple administrations in those countries.
But is there also war crimes in the West?
Of course, Lex. Of course, you're right about that. But let's put it this way. People talk about the Cold War, and they're usually looking to assign blame for the Cold War, as if it's some kind of mistake, a misunderstanding, or a search for an enemy that was convenient to rapid domestic politics. There's a coup in Czechoslovakia, and somebody installs a communist regime in February 1948. No reaction to that? That's just okay. There's a blockade in Berlin. Is that cool by you? Where they try to strangle West Berlin so that they can swallow West Berlin and add it to East Berlin. You cool with that? How about Korean War, invasion of North Korea, invasion of South Korea by North? You cool with that? How about the murders and the show trials up and down Eastern Europe in the late 40s after the imposition of the Cold War? You good with that? Yeah, it's very convenient to have an enemy. I agree with that. But there was some action. There was some threats to people's freedom. There was some invasion. There was some aggression and violence on a mass scale, like collectivization of Eastern Europe. We could go on with the examples. I'm just giving a few of them. And so the Cold War was not a mistake. It was not a misunderstanding. We don't have to blame someone for the Cold War. We have to give credit for the Cold War. The Truman administration deserves credit for standing up to Stalin's regime, for standing up to these actions, for saying, yeah, we're not just going to take this. We're not going to let this go on. We're not going to let this expand further. We're going to create the neighborhood. And we're going to rally democratic, liberal regimes to stand up to this illiberalism, this violence, this aggression. And so, yeah, it's always convenient to have an enemy. But there was an enemy. Nikolai Leonov, who recently died in April 2022. He had a major funeral. He was the last head analyst of the Soviet KGB. And Leonov is one of the most important figures for understanding the Soviet crimes. And he has the best memoir on the Soviet collapse, which is known in Russian as Lithuania. You will understand it, and you'll help your podcast listeners understand. There's a singularity to that kind of expression, Lithuania. Leonov just died. But one of the things, and in fact, the people who were supposedly arrested by Putin as scapegoats for the Ukraine war, the main one, Sergei Beseda, gave the eulogy at Leonov's funeral in April 2022, showing that it's a lie that all of these people have been arrested and purged and other nonsense. Social media. But to get back to what Leonov said, get back to your enemy, Leonov said, the West spent all this time blackening the image of the Soviet Union. All these resources and propaganda and covert operations to blacken the Soviet Union. And they did. The West did. And then Leonov wrote in the next sentence, and you know what? We gave them a lot of material to work with to blacken our image.
Yeah, so you're saying kind of sober reality, which it is possible to some degree to draw a line between the good guys and the bad guys.
Freedom is better than unfreedom, Lex. It's a lot better than unfreedom. And a guy like you understands that really well.
Well, so yes, but those are all, these words like justice, freedom, what else? Love. You can use a lot of words that Hitler himself used to describe why he is actually creating a better world than those he's fighting. So some of it's propaganda. The question is, on the ground, what is actually increasing the amount of freedom in the world?
Institutions, Lex. Right? We're not talking about propaganda. When we use words like freedom, we're talking about rule of law. We're talking about protection of civil liberties. We're talking about protection of private property. We're talking about an independent and well-funded judiciary. We're talking about an impartial, non-corrupt, competent civil service. We're talking about separation of power, where the executive branch power is limited, usually by an elected parliament. In fact, yes, let's talk about elections. Let's talk about freedom of speech and freedom of the public speech. We're not talking about freedom as a slogan. We're talking about a huge array of institutions and practices and norms. Right? And if they exist, you live under them. And if they don't exist, you fully understand that as well. Ukraine was a flawed democracy before Russia invaded. It's utterly corrupt, many ways dysfunctional, especially the elites were dysfunctional. The gas industry in Ukraine was absolutely terrible because of the corruption that it generated, the oligarch problem, a handful of people stealing the state resources, and yet Ukraine had an open public sphere, and it had a parliament that functioned. And so despite its flaws, it was still a democracy. The regime in Moscow, you can't say that. It's not a comparable regime to Ukraine. You could say, oh, well, there are oligarchs in Ukraine and there are oligarchs in Russia. There's corruption in Ukraine, there's corruption in Russia. So really, what's the big difference? The answer is, well, Ukraine had the open public sphere. Ukraine had a real public. Can you call Russia's Duma a real parliament? I don't think so. I don't think you can. Can you say that there are any checks whatsoever on the executive branch in Russia? Can you say that the Russian judiciary had any independence or really full level of competence, even compared to the Ukrainian judiciary, which was nothing to brag about? No, you can't say that. So we can differentiate between the very flawed, corrupt oligarchic democracy in Ukraine and the very corrupt oligarchic autocracy in Russia. I think that's a fair distinction.
Yeah, we should say that Russia and Ukraine have the great honor of being the number one and the number two most corrupt nations in Europe by many measures. But there is a fundamental difference, as you were highlighting, Russia is a corrupt autocracy. Ukraine, you could say, is a corrupt democracy. And to that level, there's a fundamental difference.
Ukraine is not murdering its own journalists in systematic fashion. If journalists are killed in Ukraine, it's a tragedy. If journalists are killed in Russia, or Russian journalists are killed abroad, it's regime homicide.
And the degree to which a nation is authoritarian means that it's suffocating its own spirit, its capacity to flourish. We're not just talking about sort of the freedom of the press, those kind of things, but basically all the industries get suffocated, and you're no longer being able to, flourish as a nation, grow the production, the GDP, and scientists, the art, the culture, all those kinds of things.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And so, before the invasion, the full-blown invasion of February 2022 into Ukraine, because as you know, the war's been going on for many years at a lower level compared to what it is these days. It's still a tragic war with many deaths. Prior to February 2022, before this latest one, we could have said that the greatest victims of the Putin regime are Russian, domestic, that the people who are suffering the most from the Putin regime are not sitting here in New York City, but in fact they're sitting there in Russia. Now, of course, with the invasion of Ukraine and the atrocities that have been well documented and more are being investigated, we can't easily say anymore that Russians are the greatest victims of the Putin regime. But in ways other than bombing and murdering civilians, children, mothers, grandmothers, grandfathers, after you include that, then of course the larger number of victims of the Putin regime are not Ukrainians but ultimately Russians, and there's how many of them now that have fled?
So your powerful, precise, vigorous words are stand in a stark contrast, I would say, to my very recent conversation with Alex Stone. Now, I would love you to elaborate the disagreement you have here with his words, maybe words of people like John Mearsheimer. The idea is that Putin's hand in this invasion of 2022 was forced by the expansion of NATO, the imperialist imperative of the United States and the NATO forces. You disagree with this point in terms of placing the blame somehow on the invasion on forces larger than the particular two nations involved, but more on the geopolitics of the world that's driven by the most powerful military nation, which is the United States.
So let's imagine that tragedies happened here in New York and a woman got raped. We know the perpetrator. They go to trial, and Oliver Stone gets up and says, you know what? The woman was wearing a short skirt, and there was no option but for the rapist to rape. The woman was wearing lipstick, or the woman was applying for NATO membership and just had to be raped. Didn't want to rape her, but was compelled because of what she was doing and what she looked like and the clothes she was wearing and the alliances that she was under international law, signed by Moscow, all the treaties, that sovereign countries get to choose whatever alliance they belong to. Treaties that the UN Charter, signed by Russia. The 1975 Helsinki Agreement, signed by the Soviet Union. The 1990 Charter of Paris for New York, signed by the Soviet Union. The 1997 NATO-Russia Founding Act, signed by the Russian government, the post-Soviet Union. All of those documents, signed by either the Soviet regime or the Russian regime, which is the legally recognized international imperator, right, successor of the Soviet state. All of those agreements are still in force, and all of them say that countries are sovereign and can freely choose their foreign policy and what alliances they join. Let's even go farther. I mean, you don't have to go farther than that, but let's go farther. Is an autocratic, repressive regime that invades its neighbors in the name of its own security something new in Russian history? Did we not see this before? Does this not predate NATO expansion? Does this not predate the existence of NATO? Would Oliver Stone sit here in this chair and say to you, they had to impose serfdom in the 17th century because NATO expanded. They had no choice. Their hands were tied. They were compelled to treat their own population like slaves because, NATO expanded. I mean, I could go on with the examples of Russian history that predate the existence, let alone the expansion of NATO, where you have behavior, policies, actions very similar to what we see now from the Kremlin. And you can't explain those by NATO expansion, can you? And so that argument doesn't wash for me because I have a pattern here that predates NATO expansion. I have international agreements, founding documents signed by the Kremlin over many, many decades, acknowledging the freedom of countries to choose their alliances. And then I have this problem where when you rape somebody, it's not because they're wearing a short skirt. It's because you have raped them. You've committed a criminal act.
I think there's a lot of people listening to this that will agree to the emotion, the power, the spirit of this metaphor. I was struggling to think, to dance within this metaphor because it feels like it wasn't precisely the right one, but I think it captures the spirit.
I'm not suggesting, Lex, that everything the West has done has been honorable or intelligent. Fortunately, we live in a democracy. We live in liberal regimes. We live under free liberal. Liberal in the classical sense of liberal, not liberal in the leftist sense. We live in places like that, and we can criticize ourselves. And we can criticize the mistakes that we made, or the policy choices, or the inactions that we take. And there are a whole lot of things to answer for. And you can now discuss the ones that are your favorites, the dishonor or the mistakes, and I could discuss mine, and we could spend the whole rest of our meeting today discussing the West's mistakes and problems.
And we won't end up in prison for it.
Yeah, Lex, and so I'm thankful for that. And I'm thankful that people make the opinion, that people make the argument that NATO expansion is to blame. But you see, I'm countering two arguments here. I'm countering one argument, which is very deeply popular, pervasive, about how Russia has this cultural tendency to aggression. And it can't help but invade its neighbors, and it does it again and again. And it's eternal Russian imperialism, and you have to watch out for it. This very popular argument in the Baltic states, it's really popular in Warsaw, it's really popular with the liberal interventionists, and it's very, very popular with those who were part of the Iraq squad that got us into that mess. So I'm against that. And the reason I'm against it is because it's not true. It's empirically false. There is no cultural trait, inherent tendency for Russia to be aggressive. It's a strategic choice that they made.
Every time it's a choice made, it's not some kind of momentum. Every time it's a choice that we should judge for the choice like this.
And therefore they could make different choices. They could say, we don't have to stand up to the West. We don't have the capabilities to do that. We can still be a great country. We can still be a civilization unto itself. We can still be Russia. We can still worship in Orthodox cathedrals. Or we can still be ourselves, but we don't have to pursue this chimerical pursuit, this elusive quest to stand up to the West and be in the first ranks of powers. So I'm countering that argument. I'm saying it's perpetual geopolitics. It's a geopolitical choice rising out of this dilemma of the mismatch between aspirations and capabilities. It's not eternal Russian imperialism. And I'm also countering the other argument here, Lex, which is to say that it's the West's fault. It's Western imperialism. Right? Very popular on the left, very popular with realist scholars, very popular with some of the people recently on your podcast. And so it's neither eternal Russian imperialism nor is it Western imperialism. Right? The mere fact that the West is stronger than Russia is not a crime on the part of the West. It's not a crime that countries voluntarily want to join the West, that beg to get in, either the EU or NATO or other bilateral alliances or other trade agreements. Those are voluntarily entered into. And that's not credible. If the West's sphere of influence, which is open, an open sphere of influence, which, as I say, people voluntarily join, if that expands, that's not a crime, nor is that a threat to Russia ipso facto. Right? NATO is a defensive alliance, and the countries are largely pacifist who are members of NATO. And NATO doesn't attack, it defends members if they are attacked. And so the idea that Ukraine, which had the legal right, might want to join NATO and the EU, which was not going to happen in our lifetimes and was not a direct threat to the Putin regime since the Western countries that make up the EU decided that Ukraine was not ready for membership. There was no consensus. It was not going to happen, but it's Ukraine's free choice to express that desire. And if your government is elected by your people, freely elected, meaning you can unelect that government in the next election, and that government makes foreign policy choices on the basis of its perceived interests, that's not a crime. That's not a provocation. That's not something that compels the leader of another country to invade you. Right? That is legal under international law, and it's also a realist fact of life. The realists like to tell you that Russia here was disrespected, Russia's interests were not taken into account, etc., etc. But the real world works in such a way that treaties matter, that international law matters. That's why people like me were not in favor of the U.S. 2003 invasion of Iran, Lex, because it wasn't legal, in addition to the fact that we thought it might backfire. But, Lex, like I said, there are a lot of things about the West that we ought to criticize as citizens, and we do criticize. But we have to be clear about where responsibility lies in these events that we're talking about today.
So you get in trouble with largely erroneous to think about both the West or the United States from an imperialist perspective and Russia from an imperialist perspective. It's better, clearer to think about each individual aggressive decision on its own as a choice that was made. But let's talk about the most recent choice made by Vladimir Putin. The choice to invade Ukraine, or to escalate the invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. Now we're a few months removed from that decision, initial decision. Why do you think he did it? What are the errors in understanding the situation, in calculating the outcomes, and everything else about this decision, in your view?
Yeah, Lex, when a war doesn't go well, it looks like lunacy that launched it in the first place.
Does it ever go well?
The war never goes well. All war is based upon miscalculation, but not everybody is punished for that miscalculation. All aggressive war, not defensive, is based upon miscalculation. But you can adjust, you can recalibrate. When you're driving down the road and that very annoying voice is telling you in 1,000 feet, make a right, and you fail to make a right, it recalibrates, right?
Yeah.
It tells you, okay, now, go turn around, U-turn, make a left. It doesn't say you're an idiot and turn around, but it does recalibrate. So you can miscalculate, and the problem is not the miscalculation usually, it's the failure to do that adjustment. People I know who are hedge fund traders, I ask them, what's your favorite trade? And the line from them all, this is a cliche, is, my favorite trade is when I made a mistake, but I got out early before all the carnage. So their favorite trade is not when they made some brilliant trades, but it's when they miscalculated, but they reduced the consequences of their miscalculation by recalibrating quickly. So let's talk about the calculation and miscalculation. Let's imagine, Lex, that you've been getting away with murder. I don't mean murder in a figurative sense. I mean you've been murdering people. You've been murdering them domestically, and you've been murdering them all across Europe. And you've been murdering them not just with, for example, a car accident, a staged car accident, or using a handgun. You use no deterrent. Or you use some other internationally outlawed chemical weapon. And let's imagine that you did it and nothing happened to you. It wasn't like you were removed from power. It wasn't like you paid a personal price. Sure, maybe there were some sanctions on your economy, but you didn't pay the price of those sanctions. Little people paid the price of those sanctions. Other people in your country paid the price. Let's imagine not only were you murdering people, but you decided to entice the idiotic ruler of Georgia into a provocation that you could then invade the country. And you invaded the country and you bit off these territories of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And what price did you pay for that? And then you decided, I think I'll now invade Crimea and forcibly annex Crimea. And I'll instigate an insurrection in the Donbass in eastern Ukraine, in Luhansk. Let's imagine you did all that, and then you had to stick out your wrist so that, it could be slapped a couple of times. And you said, I can pretty much do what I want. And they're putting a sanction here and there, and they're doing this, and they're doing that, and you know what? They're more energy dependent on me than before. I get better money laundering and reputation services than anybody. Maybe it's the Middle East and the Chinese will disagree with you that you prefer them, but yours are pretty good. And the Panama Papers get released revealing all of your offshoring and your corruption, and what? Nothing happens. So the first and most important consideration here is, in your own mind, you've been getting away with murder, literally, as well as figuratively, and you think, I probably can do something again and get away with it. And so the failure to respond at scale, in fact, the indulgences, the further dependencies that are introduced, the illusion that trade is the mechanism to manage authoritarian regimes. That great, the German cliche, a Wandel durch Handel, a change through trade or transformation through trade, one of the Americans' favorite expressions. Right? You're going to get the other side to be better, rather than
I never thought.
in a Cold War fashion, where you stand up to their aggressions and you punish them severely in order to deter further. So that's the first and most important part of the calculation. There are a lot of other
Hey, can we pause on that real quick? So this is kind of idea
like a giant red one in the front.
which is a more general description of what you're saying, that you don't incorporate into the calculation the amount of human suffering that decisions cause, but instead you look at sort of the success based on some kind of measure for you personally and for the nation, not in terms of in the humanitarian sense, but in some kind of economic sense and the power, geopolitical power sense.
Yeah, you're not sentimental. You say to yourself, the cause of Russian greatness is greater than any individual life. Russia being in the first rank of great powers. Russia realizing its mission to be a special country with a special mission in the world, a civilization unto itself. First rank of the great powers, maybe even the greatest power. That's worth the price that we have to pay, especially in other people's lives. Okay? We have a lot of literature on the Putin regime which talks about the kleptocracy. The place is a kleptocracy. And it is a kleptocracy. We all can see that. And anybody in London living the high life, servicing this kleptocracy, can testify that it's a kleptocracy. And not only in London, of course, right here in the United States. But it's not only a kleptocracy. That was the problem with the Russian studies literature. It wasn't just about stealing, looting the state. It was about Russian greatness. You see those rituals in the Kremlin, right in the Grand Kremlin Palace, in the St. George's Hall, some of the greatest interiors in the world. And you see ward ceremonies, and you see marking holidays, and all of these leaders of the state have their uniforms on with their medals, and someone's giving a speech or singing a ballad, and their eyes are moist. Their eyes are moist because they're thieves and looters? No, because they believe in Russian greatness. They have a deep and fundamental, passionate commitment to the greatness of Russia, which, in unsentimental fashion, they're all sentimental to the max. That's why their eyes are moistened. But they imagine unsentimentally that any sacrifice is okay. A sacrifice of other people's lives. A sacrifice of their conscripts in the military. A sacrifice of Ukrainian women and children and elders. That's a small price to pay for those moist eyes about Russian greatness and Russia's position.
With that human pain, that sentimentalities, I think can get us in trouble in the United States as well, and lead us to wars, that illegal wars and so on. But the United States, there's repercussions for breaking the law. You're going to pay for illegal wars in the end. You're saying that your authoritarian regimes, this sentimentality don't either get up. You can, like charismatic leaders that can take that and manipulate the populace to that. In the span of history, led to atrocities, and in today's world, lead to commitment.
It's not just a kleptocracy, it's a belief system. It's passion, it's conviction. It's you can call them illusions, you can call them fantasies, whatever you want to call them, they're real. They're real for those people. And so yes, they're looting that very state that they're trying to make one of the great powers in the world. And they resent the fact that the West doesn't acknowledge them as one of those great powers. So they resent that the West is more powerful. People talk about how Putin doesn't understand the world, and that it gets really bad at him. Like, if you're sitting there in that Kremlin, and you're trying to conduct business in the world, and you're getting reports from your finance minister or your central bank governor, your whole economy, everything that matters, somehow all your trade is denominated in dollars and euros. Do you have any illusions about who controls the international financial system? You're looking over your industrial plan for the next year. If you're looking over how many tanks you're going to get, and how many cruise missiles you're going to get, and how many submarines you're going to get, and fill in the blank. And you know what? It says right there in the paperwork where the component parts come from, where the software comes from. It comes from the West. Your whole military industrial complex is dependent on high-end Western technology. And let's say you're in Beijing, not just in Moscow, and you go to a meeting in your own neighborhood. You're the leader of China. You go to a meeting with other Asian leaders. Do they all speak in Chinese with you? No, they don't speak Chinese. You go to an international meeting as the leader of China, and guess what language is the main language of India? Yes, the same one you and I are speaking right now. And so you live in that world. You live in the Western world, and it's very hard to have illusions about what world you live in. When you're under that, you need those Western banks. You need that foreign currency. You need that high-end Western technology, that technology transfer. You're speaking, or you're forced to speak, or your minions are forced to speak at international gatherings in English. And I could go on. All the indicators that you live in, and so Putin lives in that world. He's no fool.
Well, to push back, isn't it possible that, as you said, the minions operate in that world? But can't you, if you're the leader of Russia or the leader of China or the leader of these different nations, um, still put up walls or actually when you think in privacy in your mind, you exist not in the international world, or in a world where there's this great Russian Empire or this great Chinese Empire.
Yes.
And then you forget that there's English, you forget that there's technology and iPhones, you forget that there's all this US keeps popping up on all different paperwork. That just becomes blurry details that dissipate because what matters is the greatness of this dream empire that I have in my mind.
I've never
It
seen
did.
it so
I would put it this way. After you absorb all of that from your minions, and it impresses upon your consciousness where you live. You live in a Western dominated world. That the multipolar world doesn't exist. Your goal is to make that multipolar world. Your goal is to bring down the West. Your goal is for the West to weaken. Your goal is a currency other than the dollar and the euro. Your goal is an international financial system that you dominate. Your goal is technological self-sufficiency made in China 2035. Your goal is a world that you dominate, not that the West dominates. And you're going to do everything you can to try to attain that world, which is a Russian-centric world, or a Chinese-centric, or what we could call Eurasia-centric. And it's not going to be easy, Lex, just for the reasons that we enumerated before. But maybe you're going to get a helping hand. Maybe the West is going to transfer their best technology. They're going to sell you their best stuff. And then you're going to absorb it and maybe copy it and reverse engineer it. And if they won't sell it to you, maybe you'll just have to steal it. Maybe the West is going to allow you to bank, even though you violate many laws that would prohibit the West from extending those banking services. Maybe the West is going to buy your energy and your palladium and your titanium and your rare metals like lithium because you're willing to have your poor people mine that stuff and die of disease at an early age. But Western governments, they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that dirty mining of those very important rare earths. But you're willing to do that because it's just people whose lives you don't care about. Right? So that's the world you live in, where you're trying to get to this other world. You're at the center of the other world. You dominate the other world. But the only way to get there, Lex, is the West has to weaken, divide itself, maybe even collapse. And so you're encouraging, to the extent possible, Western divisions, or Western disunity, or Western lack of resolve, Western mistakes, and Western invasion of the wrong country, and Western destruction of its credibility through international financial crises, and what could go on. So if the West weakens itself through its mistakes and its own corruption, you're going to survive and maybe even come out into that world where you're the center. And so Russia's entire grand strategy, just like China's grand strategy, Iran, it's hard to say they have a grand strategy because they're so profoundly weak. But Russia's grand strategy is, we're a mess. We don't invest in our human capital. Our human capital flees. Well, we actually drive it out. It goes to MIT, like you did. Or it goes to fill in the blank. Right? We can't invest in our people. Our healthcare is terrible. Our education system is in decline. We don't build infrastructure. We don't improve our government. We don't invest in those attributes of modern power that make the West powerful. We can't because when we try, the money is stolen. We try these grandiose projects, national projects that we're going to invest in higher ed, we're going to invest in tech, we're going to build our own Silicon Valley non-disposable. We're going to do all those things, and what happens? They can't even build an airport. The Sochi Olympics, it officially cost them $50 billion. You look around at the infrastructure that endured from that $50 billion expense, and you're thinking, that's like the Second Avenue subway. You get almost nothing for your money. And so, yeah, it's corruption, Lex, but it's also because they don't want it. They don't want to invest in their people. They couldn't do it if they wanted to, and when they try, it doesn't work. But why invest in your own people? Invest in your hardware, your military hardware, invest in your cyber capabilities, invest in all your spoliation techniques in your hardware, and invest in further corrupting and further weakening and further dividing the West. Because as I said, if the West is weak, divided, lacking resolve, you don't invest in your people, you don't build infrastructure, you don't improve your governance, but you'll muddle through. That's Russian grand strategy.
So invest in the hard power, weaken the West. Those combined together means you're going to be so incentivized to escalate any military aggressive conflicts that are around you or create new ones.
If you can get away with murder. But what happens, Lex, if it's a Harry Truman response? What happens if somebody says, we're going to stand up to this? We're not going to allow this to happen. We're not going to launder your money anymore. We're not going to be dependent on you for energy in the long term. We're going to make a transition. We're going to punish you for that kind of behavior instead. And the West has now switched to that only because of the courage and ingenuity of the Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian resistance to Russian aggression was one of the greatest gifts the West has ever received. The sacrifices that the Ukrainians are making right now as we speak, meaning they're fighting a war by themselves against a major military power in Russia. Nobody's fighting it with them. Yes, we are giving them weapons so they can conduct self-defense, which, by the way, is legal under international law. Unlike the Russian invasion, which is illegal under international law. Western supply of weapons, including heavy weapons, including offensive weapons, to Ukraine for its self-defense in the invasion by Russia is actually legal. And so, thank God, the Ukrainians surprised everybody. They surprised me, they surprised Putin and the Kremlin, they surprised the Biden administration, they surprised the European Union. Not with the fact that they would resist. We knew that. We had the Orange Revolution in 2004, we had Maidan in 2013-14, where they rose up against a domestic tyrant, and they were willing to die on behalf of their country, let alone against a foreign. Right? So we knew they would resist. We didn't know just how successful, certainly I didn't know, they would be on the battlefield. It's been breathtaking to watch. That sacrifice, that gift, enabled the West to rediscover itself, to revive itself, to say, to hell with this energy dependency, to hell with this money laundering and reputation, to hell with this running back and forth to Moscow to try to see what Putin needs in order for him to feel respected, what appeasement is, right? So we'll see if it endures, but this shift comes from the Ukrainians. And so it's when we get away further, we thank the Ukrainians.
The people and the leadership and the separate factions that make up Ukraine Ukraine uniting. It's the unification, uniting against the common enemy, and standing up. Before I even knew that they would be backed by all of these other nations, by this money and all this kind of stuff, standing there, especially with President Zelensky, where it makes total sense to flee when he stood his ground. And
Let's take that point that you just raised, which is a deep and fundamental point. And thank you.
do you guys hear that? I think that was a call. Okay, let's go.
Lex,
So that's your unification.
I'm sitting here in front of you,
It's an honor.
and it's a mutual honor. So, Ukraine before the war is run by a TV production company. When you're one guy running this fantastic, incredible podcast, there's 20 guys or so running the country the size of Ukraine. And one's a producer, and one's like a makeup person, one's a video editor. And they're fantastically talented people if your country is a TV producer. So before the war, Zelensky had, 25% approval rating, and he couldn't get much done, and it wasn't working. He got elected with 73%, as you know, and then he was down to 4. That's a pretty big drop. And so you're thinking, maybe having a major, large-sized, 40 million plus population European country run by a TV production company is not the best choice. And then what do we see? We see President Zelensky decides to risk his life on behalf of his country, Ukraine. He decides to stay in the camp. He's not going to flee. They're going to stay and fight. And he could be killed. He can die. It's a decision where he put his life on the line. Obviously, he's Jewish descent, Russian-speaking childhood and upbringing. Russian-speaking Jewish descent puts his life on the line for the country of Ukraine. It's a pretty big message, don't you think? And it's crucial. And it turns out, not only that, but they're good at TV. They're good at information war. And in a war, it's a TV production company and a TV personality. That's exactly what you want running a country. Because they're crushing in the information. And he's spectacular. European Parliament, U.S. Congress, Israeli Parliament. There's no room on Zoom, let alone in person, that he can't win over. He's just so effective. You know, this is the first time reality TV has been about reality instead of fake. Reality TV is just this completely fake nonsense. But Zelensky, this is real reality. And he means it, and the nation is behind him, and they're just as courageous and just as ingenious in many ways, and it's spectacular. And so, yeah, who saw that coming? I didn't see that coming. In fact, the Biden, we talk about Putin's miscalculation. The Biden administration, as you alluded to, offered him an exit from the country. They didn't say, you want to stand and fight, go back. They said, we'll get you out. You want to come now? And famously, you know that quote, right? What he said about how he doesn't need a ride. Remember that moment? The Biden administration was poised to do another Afghanistan war. That ignominious exit from Afghanistan was almost what happened in Ukraine when Biden administration offered him that ride out of it. Unfortunately, he declined and helped rally people from below also rally to stop the invader without the presidency and without the government of Ukraine, and saving the Biden administration and the European leaders who latched on. Fortunately, they had the presence of mind to latch on to this gift, this bravery and ingenuousness of Zelensky and the rest of the Ukrainians, and flipped and decided to support Ukraine's resistance. First with 5,000 helmets only, as the Germans initially promised, and now with really heavy weapons. And so that's something that wasn't foreseen. I certainly didn't foresee that. I foresaw Ukrainian society being courageous and resistant, but I didn't foresee a television production company being exactly what you want to run a country with your a president Zelensky willing to sacrifice, lay down his life and rally others in the country to do that. And then the country being so effective, not just at the courage, but at battlefield resistance to the Russian invasion. So I stand corrected by the Ukrainians, and I'm ecstatic that I was wrong. I was proved wrong.
Like I said, there's clear factions of the West, the East, is Ukraine. And here's a person that, like you said, was in the high 20s, high 30s percentage approval in the country before the war, and now was able to use the 90s.
He's in the 90% approval rating. I mean, I think they stopped doing the polling. Once he hit 91% or whatever it was in the previous poll, I think they all understood that now they need any more polling, that it's pretty clear the nation. So 25% and 90-something percent. And just like the 25% was deserved, the 90-something percent is also deserved. Totally deserved.
And the question is how that all stabilizes. It feels like this set of events and maybe paying attention to Twitter too much, which is a concern of mine, whether the change I see is just surface level or deep level. But it seems like we're in a new world. It's something dramatic is shifting. That this power that's rooted in your study of the 20th century, so deeply rooted in history, that this power center is not, this has been shaken. And how that changes the world is unclear. It's unclear what less than China learned from watching this, what less than India learned from watching this. Both nations, as far as you can get, always well, Chinese population, but both nations largely support Putin. So Russia, India, and China are still supporting Putin quietly.
I would maybe elaborate a little bit on that. I think you're right. The feeling that we're in an inflection moment, a reflection point, I think that's widespread. And I think it's widespread for good reason. We might be. But I also share your, let's say, modesty about where it's going and how hard it is to predict where this might go. It's only an inflection point if the trends continue, right? If the trends endure. There are plenty of non-inflection points. After 9/11, the whole world rallied around the United States after it was attacked. After the bombing of the towers here in New York City, hitting the Pentagon, and that didn't last. And it was not really an inflection point, was it? It felt like it might be, but it wasn't. And so this is not a comparable moment in terms of what happened, but it has the feeling that it might be a watershed. And maybe we'll squander it, maybe squander the post 9/11 rallying around the United States. Maybe we'll actually consolidate and endure, or maybe we'll endure despite ourselves. And we can't tell and we can't know yet. And it depends in part on what we do and what we don't do. But here's a few things that we understand already. The idea that the West was in decline and that the rest of the world had risen and was more powerful and that we lived in a multipolar world, that turns out to be empirically false. It's not true. I mean, it's just factually not true. There are no major important multinational institutions, organizations that are run on behalf of or led by a South African, Nigerian, person from India, even the Chinese don't run. They would like to, and they're trying, but they don't. And so, whatever you pick, IMF, the World Bank, the Federal Reserve, which is the most powerful multinational institution, which is actually only a domestic, doesn't have a legal mandate to back multilateralism, but does. It's got the most power of any institution in the world. NATO, the bilateral alliances that the U.S. has up and down Asia. What organizations that have tremendous leverage on the international system are not respected? The UN is the most competent, and of course we know that it has 5 members of the Security Council with a veto. One of which is Russia, one of which is China, the others are the US, Britain, and France, not India, not South Africa, not Indonesia, not all of these other countries where the people live, right? The bulk of the population of the world, and where the population is growing. So it's not a multipolar world. We talked already about the international financial system. It's the Western, not multipolar. We talked about the U.S. military and NATO. We could talk about the Japanese military, which is just very full, enormous number of flights. Even the Australian military. And so it's a Western-dominated world. And the West, remember, is not a geographic concept. It is an institutional and values club. The Japanese are not European, but they're Western. Just like Russia is European, but not Western. Because European is a cultural category, and Western is an institution, where you have rule of law, separation of powers, and free and open public sphere, and dynamic open market economy. Okay. And then we have another thing which is pretty clear. The West is powerfully resented, powerfully angry, and admired simultaneously. P.J. O'Rourke, the comedian who died this year, fantastic. He was a big loss. He said there are 2 things that are always characteristic of any American embassy. One is a political protest outside, and the other is the longest line you've ever seen for visas. And those things are true simultaneously. And that's the work we need, meaning that non-Western countries envy and admire the West, but they also resent the power of Western hypocrisy. Right? The West invades countries when it wants, but when others do that, it's illegal. Right? The West arrests you for money laundering, but it's Western money laundering that is where you go. So they see the hypocrisy, they see the excessive power that the West has, and they resent it. And they say, who elected you to run the world? We have 1 billion plus people, or we have 200 plus million people, and we don't have a say. You're self-appointed guardians of our world. Who did that? And so it's incumbent on the West not only to remember the power that it has, but also to exercise that power legally and with restraint, and also to think about how it can expand institutions to be more encompassing, so that other parts of the world are not on the outside being dictated to, but instead are on the inside. Too often, Western power is not consultative in a decision-making function. It's consultative after. Okay, we got together in the EU, or we got together in NATO, we got together at the Federal Reserve. Here's our decision, and we're announcing it today. And so your economy gets destroyed because the Federal Reserve decides it has to raise interest rates. Or you are now going to default. You can't pay your debt because Western banks lent you money, and now the West has changed interest rates or other considerations, and you're in big trouble now. And so this is something which we fail to address. very hard to address. It's very hard to reform international institutions. It's very hard to share power. It's very hard to acknowledge that you have too much power and that maybe having too much power is not good, not only for the rest of the world, but for yourself. And so it's great to rediscover the West, to rediscover its values and rediscover its authority and credibility and power. But that's not sufficient. So we know this now. We know that the rest of the world is not necessarily jumping on the Western bandwagon, right, to condemn Russia for its actions, because the West can do things like sanction your central bank, take away your reserves, deny you technology. It pretty much can do whatever it wants. And it can say that it's legal, and it can go through various mechanisms, and it can freeze your property. And you say to yourself, should anybody have that much power, and when do they come after me? Now there's a caveat. And the caveat, Lex, is they don't like the West having that power. And they didn't join in the condemnation of Russia. But they also didn't join in Russia's aggression. So Russia's domestic civilian aircraft civilian aircraft industry is in big trouble because of the export controls on spare parts, software. Brazil is a major power in aircraft manufacturing. But they rush in and say, Vladimir Putin, we didn't condemn necessarily your actions in Ukraine. Okay, that's one thing. And how about we give you all of our aircraft technology and we help you rebuild your domestic aircraft industry. And you can have the aviation that the West is doing. Did that happen? Didn't happen. And you can look at India, you can look at China, you can look at South Africa, and you can look at what they've done in practice. Yes, they haven't always joined in a full-throated condemnation. Maybe they've been neutral, or maybe they've been playing both sides of the fence, like Turkey, for example. But are they rushing in to join Russia? To join Russia's aggression? To supply? And the answer is no. And the answer is no for two reasons. One, they actually don't want to be party to that. And two, they understand that Western power. And they don't want to be on the receiving end by crossing the West and then getting caught up in a sanctions regime or worse.
We go to the mind of Vladimir Putin because you just said China, India, they seem to sit back and say, we're not going to condemn the action of Vladimir Putin or Russia, but we would really like for this war to be over. So there's that kind of energy of, we don't just stop this because you're putting us in a very, very bad position. And yet, Vladimir Putin is continuing the aggression. What is he thinking? What information is he getting? Is it the system that you've described of authoritarian regimes that corrupts your flow of information, your ability to make clear-headed decisions? Just as a human being, when he goes to sleep at night, is he not able to see the world clearly, or is this all deliberate, systematic action that does have some reason behind it?
We've got to talk a little bit about China too, but let's answer your question directly. So, on Twitter, we've lost the war. Whereas they say, there was 2 Russian soldiers having a smoke in Warsaw, and they're taking a break, having a smoke, and sitting there in Warsaw on top of their tank, and one says to the other, yeah, we lost the information. And there they are sitting in Warsaw having a smoke. Right? So yeah, on Twitter, Russia has completely lost it. In reality, they failed to take Kiev, they failed to capture Kiev, and they failed in phase 2, as they call it, or Plan B, which is to capture the entirety of the Donbass. We're 3 months into the war. If you had made a judgment about, let's say, the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union, a definitive judgment after 3 months, you might have got the outcome wrong. If you would judge the Winter War, the 1939-40 Soviet invasion of Finland, after 3 months, you would have got that wrong too of what the outcome is. So we're early in the game here, and we have to be careful about any definitive judgment. But it is the case that so far they failed to take Kiev and they failed to capture the entirety of the Donbass, Luhansk, and Donetsk provinces, eastern Ukraine, a part of Eastern Ukraine. And they've been driven out of Kharkiv, in the area immediately surrounding. They never captured Kharkiv, but they came close, but now the Ukrainians drove them back to the Russian border in a very large and important region. So those are like battlefield losses that are impossible to explain away if you're the regime in Russia, except by suppression of information. And as you know from Russian history, Lex, leaders in Russia have an easier time with a state of siege and deprivation than they do with explaining the loss. But let's look at some other facts that are important to take into account. One, the Russian army has penetrated farther into Ukrainian territory since February 2022, including in Kherson region, the famous Mariupol siege that just ended. They have built a large presence in areas north of Crimea on the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea littoral, that they didn't previously hold. They're still fighting in Luhansk for full control over at least half of the Donbass. The Ukrainians are resisting fiercely, but nonetheless, you can't say that they've been driven out. On the contrary, farther penetration. Ukraine doesn't have an economy. They have somewhere between 33 and 50% unemployment. Measure unemployment in a war economy, but their metallurgical industry, that Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, is a ruin. And a lot of farmers are not planting the fields because the harvest from the previous year still hasn't been sent, sold abroad because the ports are blockaded or destroyed. And so you don't have an economy, and you need $5 billion, $7 billion, or $8 billion a month to meet your payroll, to feed your people, to keep your army in the field. That's a lot of money per month, and that's indefinite. That's as long as this blockade lasts. And so you don't have an economy anymore, you're indigent. And even if you take the lower number, $5 billion, as opposed to Zelensky's asked for $7 billion, $5 billion is $60 billion a year. That's $60 billion this year, and $60 billion next year. And so who's got that kind of money? Which Western taxpayers are ready? If you use the $7 or $8 billion, you get up to $100 billion. So Biden just signed, President Joe Biden just signed the bill making it law, $40 billion in aid increase. Just an enormous sum. The economic piece of that is a month and a half, 2 months of Ukrainians covering the Ukrainian expenditures. That's it. And they're asking the G7, they're asking everybody for this. So you have no economy and no prospect of an economy until you evict the Russians from your territory. And then you have a Western unity, Western resolve, it lasts or it doesn't last. So you're President Putin, and you've got more territory than before, and you've got a stranglehold over the Ukrainian economy, and you've got a lot of the world neutral, and you've got the Chinese propaganda supporting you to the hill with those Oliver Stone and Mearsheimer lines about how this is really native. And you've got Hungary dragging its feet on the oil embargo against Russia, and we got Turkey dragging its feet on the recent applications of Sweden and Finland for NATO expansion. And you're saying to yourself, Lex, maybe I can write this out. I got a lot of problems of my own. We can go into details on the Russian side's challenges. But he's on Ukrainian territory unless he's evicted. And he's got a stranglehold on their economy, and he's got the possibility that the West doesn't stay resolved and doesn't continue to pay for Ukraine's economy or supply those heavy weapons. And so you can argue that maybe he's deluded about all this, and maybe he should go on Twitter. And I'm not on Twitter, but maybe Putin, who fakes and doesn't use the internet, should go on Twitter and see his news another way. Or you can argue that maybe he's calculating here that he's got a chance to still prevail.
Wow, that is darkly insightful. If I could go to Henry Kissinger for a brief moment, and people should read this op-ed he wrote in the Washington Post on March 5th, 2014, after the start of the war between Russia and Ukraine, but before Crimea was annexed. There's a lot of interesting historical description about the division within Ukraine, the corruption within Ukraine, that will, people read this article, will give context to how incredible it is what Zelensky was able to accomplish in the United Country. But I just want to comment, because Henry Kissinger is an interesting figure in American history. He opens the article with, "In my life, I have seen 4 wars begun with great enthusiasm and public support, all of which we did not know how to end, from 3 of which we withdrew unilaterally. The test of policy is how it ends, not how it begins." But he's giving this cold hard truth that we go into wars excited, are able to send $40 billion financial aid, military aid, our own men and women, but the excitement fades. Twitter outrage fades. And then a country that's willing to wait patiently is willing to pay the cost of siege versus the cost of explaining to its own people that the war is lost. That country just might win. Outlast.
Let's hope not, because Ukrainians' resistance deserves to prevail. Russia deserves to lose. No war of aggression like they've committed here against Ukraine should prevail if we can do anything about it. I support 1,000% the continued supply of heavy weapons, including offensive weapons, to the Ukrainians, as long as they're willing to resist, and it's their choice. It's their choice when to negotiate, it's their choice how much to resist, it's their choice what kind of sacrifices to make. And it's our responsibility to meet their requests more quickly than we have so far on a greater scale. But ultimately, wars only have political ends. They never have military. We need a political solution. So if the Ukrainians are able to conduct a successful counteroffensive at scale in July, August, whatever they are. Right now, the heavy weapons are coming in, and they're being moved to the battlefield, and more are coming. You know the dynamic. Russia bombs a school, Russia bombs a hospital. Americans and Europeans decide to send even more heavy weapons to Ukraine. That's the self-defeating dynamic on the Russian side. They commit the atrocities, we send more heavy weapons. Once those heavy weapons are on the battle lines, we'll see if Ukrainians cannot just defend, which they've proven they're able to do in breathtaking fashion, not just conduct counterattacks, where the enemy moves forward and you cut behind the enemy's line and you counterattack and push the enemy back a little bit, but whether you can evict the Russians from your territory with a combined arms operation, where you have a massive superiority in infantry and heavy weapons, but more importantly, you coordinate with air power, your tanks, your drones, your infantry at scale, which is something the Ukrainians have not done yet. It's something the Russians failed at in Ukraine. And they come from the same place, the Soviet military. We hope this Ukrainian counteroffensive at scale, this combined arms operation, succeeds. And if it does succeed, there's the possibility of a battlefield victory. Whether that also includes Crimea, which, as you know, is not hostile, on the contrary, to the Russian military, remains to be seen. But however much they regain territorially back towards the 1991 borders, which is their goal, their stated goal, in which we support them properly in trying to achieve. However much they achieve of that in this counteroffensive that we're anticipating, that will set the stage for the next phase. And either Russia, which is to say, one person, Vladimir Putin, will acknowledge that he's lost the war because the Ukrainians won on the battlefield, or he'll try to announce a full-scale mobilization, conscript the whole country, go back, and instead of acknowledging that he try to win with a different plan, recalibrate, remains to be seen. Will the Ukrainians negotiate any territorial way, or must they capture also Crimea, which puts a very high bar on the summer counteroffensive that we're going to see, which could last through the fall and into the winter. So we don't know the answers to that. Nobody knows the answers to that. People are guessing. Some people are better informed because they have inside intelligence. People are also worried about Russian escalation. The nuclear weapons or chemical weapons, if they begin to use on the battlefield.
Are you worried about nuclear, the possibility of nuclear?
I think it's necessary to pay attention to that possibility. That possibility existed before the February 2022 full-blown invasion of Ukraine. The doomsday arsenal that Russia possesses is enough to destroy the world many times over, and that's been the case every year since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. And so, of course, we're concerned about that. We do know, however, Lex, that they have a system known as dual key. Dual key for their strategic nuclear weapons. The strategic nuclear weapons means the ones fired from silos, the missiles, the ones delivered from bombers, or the ones fired from submarines.
And they're ready to go.
They're intercontinental. We watch that very, very closely. We watch all the movement of that and the alerts, etc. We have tremendously, tremendous inside intelligence on that. But dual key means that President Putin alone cannot fire. He has one key which he must insert. He must then insert the codes for a command to launch. That then goes to the head of the general staff, who has his own key and separate codes, and must do the same to insert that key and codes for them to launch. And so, will the general staff chief go along with the destruction of the world over a battlefield loss in Ukraine? I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know if anybody knows. Will those people fly those bombers? If they get the order from, if the dual key system goes into action, and both keys are used and all the codes are implemented, will those young guys flying those bombers let those bombs go? Will those at the missile side decide to engage and fire? We don't know, but you can see that it's more than one man making a decision in a system of strategic nuclear weapons. As far as the tactical, the so-called low-yield or battlefield nuclear weapons, we're not sure of the system that they have in Russia these days for their use of such tactical nuclear weapons. It could well be that that Putin himself, he alone could fire or order it to be fired. But like, there's no tactical nuclear weapon fired at Ukraine that's not also fired simultaneously at Russia. If the Kremlin is 600 miles from Ukraine, and if the wind changes direction, or the wind happens to be blowing east, northeast, the fallout hits your Kremlin, not just Ukraine. Moreover, you have all those border regions, which are staging regions for the Russian offensive, and they're a lot closer than 600 miles. They're actually right there. And so you fire that weapon on Ukrainian territory, you can get the fallout, just like the Chernobyl fallout spread to Sweden, which is how that Kremlin flew fighting. First they denied this. No, we don't know why there's a big nuclear cloud over Sweden. We don't know where that came from. But eventually they admitted it. So Russia can't actually use a nuclear weapon tactical battlefield on Ukraine without also firing it at itself. And in addition, it's that same dynamic I alluded to earlier, which is to say, you bomb a hospital, you bomb a school, there's more heavy weapons going to Ukraine from the West.
You can't get away with any of them. There's always going to be responsible to the proportional or graded action.
You could well have Europe signing on to NATO direct engagement, both Washington and Brussels direct engagement of the Russian army on the territory of Ukraine.
You think that's possible to do that without dramatic escalation from the Russian side?
Yes, I do think it's possible, but it's very worrisome, just like you're saying. But if Putin were to escalate like that, he's firing that weapon at himself, and he's potentially provoking a direct clash with NATO's military, not just with the Ukrainian military. If you're sitting in the Kremlin looking at those charts, Lex, of NATO capabilities, and you can't conquer Ukraine, which didn't really have heavy weapons before February 2022 at scale, and you're thinking, okay, now I'm going to take on NATO, that would be a bold step on the part of a Russian leader. And let's also remember, Lex, that there's another variable here. You're a despot as long as everyone implements your orders. And so people start to say quietly, not necessarily publicly, I may not implement that order. So that's maybe a criminal order. Or my grandma is Ukrainian. Or my wife is Ukrainian. Or I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to spend the rest of my life there. Or whatever it might be. At any point along the chain of command, from the general staff all the way down right to the platoon, you're a despot provided they implement your orders. But who's to say that somewhere along the chain of command, people start to say, I'm going to ignore that order, or I'm going to sabotage that order, or I'm going to flee the battlefield, I'm going to injure myself so that I don't have to fight, or I'm going to join the Ukrainian side. And so it could be that what's left of the Russian army in the field begins to disintegrate. Even if the Ukrainians are not able to mount a counteroffensive at scale, like combined arms operation, the Russian military in the field, which has taken horrendous casualties as far as we understand, something like a third of the original force. So we're talking about 50 to 60,000. That includes both dead and wounded, to the point of being unable to return to the battlefield. Those are big numbers. Those were a lot of families. A lot of families affected. Their sons, or their husbands, and their fathers are either missing in action, or the regime will tell them that they're dead, as you know from the sinking of that flagship Moskva by the Ukrainians. And so a disintegration of the Russian military, because there are orders that they either can't implement or don't want to implement, is also not excluded. And so you have these two big variables: the Ukrainian army in the field and its ability to move from defense to offensive scale. And we're going to test that soon. And then the Russian ability in the field to hold together in a war of conquest and aggression, where they're conscripts, where they're fed dog food, where they don't have enough weapons anymore because there's no resupply. So the disintegration of the army can't be excluded, and then, of course, all bets are off on the troop marching. More long term, there is technology export. We were talking about how the military industrial complex in Russia is dependent on foreign component parts and so forth. And so if you have export control and you have firms voluntarily, even when they don't fall under export, leaving Russian business, refusing to do business with Russia. And we see this not just in the civilian sector, like with McDonald's and many other companies. We see this in the key areas like the oil industry with the executives fleeing. That is the Western executives fleeing, giving up their position. So Russia's ability to resupply its tanks, to resupply its missiles, resupply its uniforms, resupply its food to its soldiers in the field, and its food. We see a lot of stuff under tremendous stress, and in the long term, there's no obvious way they can rebuild the military-industrial complex to produce those weapons, because they're reliant on foreign parts that they can't get anymore, and there are no domestic substitutes on the immediate horizon. That's at the earliest of 2 years for a position to have domestic substitutes. And for some things like microelectronics, they've never had domestic substitutes going back to the Soviet times, as you know about. And so there's that pressure on Russia from the technology export controls, which if you're in the security ministry or the defense ministry, if you're in that side of the regime, you feel that pain as we speak, and you're wondering about the strategy.
Let me ask you about, again, the echoes of history. And it frustrates me in part when people draw these parallels. But maybe there is some deep insight about those parallels. So there's this song that goes, "Завтра июня розовых встречи Киев бомбили, нам убили вечную началась война." So the Operation Barbarossa, the bombing of Kiev by Hitler, there's sort of an eerie parallel. And you have to be extremely careful on such parallels and such connections to this unexplainable war in the British World War II. But is there elements of this that do echo in the actions of Vladimir Putin? And more specifically, do you think that Vladimir Putin is a war criminal? Can that label be assigned to the actions of this man?
The war criminal is a legal determination, and it requires evidence and due process and the ability to defend oneself. We don't just decide in the Twitter sphere or on podcasts that somebody is a war criminal. There can be a suspected war criminal, and we can get evidence to try to prosecute that case. And the issue is which court does it go to? What's the appropriate place? Does it happen in Ukraine because they're the victim? Does it happen in the Hague because there's the International Criminal Court there? Does it happen inside Russia because there's regime change at some point? And some of these people become, let's say, they get arrested by their own people inside Russia. So those are all important questions that have to be pursued with resources and with determination and by skilled people who are excellent at gathering that evidence, and that process is underway. And Ukraine has a trial underway of one alleged war criminal who's pleaded guilty, and we'll see what the outcome of that trial inside Ukraine is. On the lower level official, not obviously Vladimir Putin, but the commander of the tank group. So, yes, the names are eerily familiar. Izum, Kharkiv, Kiev. Those are the names we know from the Nazi invasion and the Nazi occupation of Ukraine. And it's very deeply troubling to think that this could happen again. And there's a bizarre sense that the Russians, claiming, as Putin says, to denazify Ukraine, have invaded the same places that the Nazis invaded back in 1941.
As somebody who's working on volume 3 of your work on Stalin, going through this period, is it eerie to you
Yes, it is.
that you're
I've written the chapters of volume 3, drafted the chapters on the war. And as I said, the place names are very evocative, unfortunately. But you know, the Nazis failed us. They captured Ukraine for a time, but they were evicted from Ukraine. There was massive partisan and guerrilla warfare resistance behind Nazi lines the whole time that they were allegedly in control. If you look at the maps on cable TV, they show you the sign of Russia. They show you the color of Russian control. And they draw a line on its color. But the word control is misplaced. They're not actually controlled. It's Russian claim or extent of farthest Russian troop advance. Because behind the Russian lines in Ukraine, Crimea accepted, you have insurgencies. You have the hard insurgency. In Melitopol, for example, which is a place that you know, in southeastern Ukraine, there's a guerrilla war underway to hurt the Russians who are in occupation of that city and region. And we're going to see that continue, even if the war becomes a stalemate, even if it stalemates more or less at the lines we're at now, which would mean that the anticipated Ukrainian counteroffensive at scale is unsuccessful, the Russian army doesn't disintegrate, and you end up with a stalemate where there could be a ceasefire, not a ceasefire, but neither side is attempting an offensive for the time being. There will be resistance behind those Russian lines, and it will be fierce resistance, the kind of resistance we saw to the Nazi occupation. Ultimately, it took the Red Army reinvading the territory of Ukraine and succeeding at combined arms operations at scale. A massive counteroffensive, much larger than anything we're talking about today. Ultimately, it required that to evict the Nazis from Ukraine. But in the meantime, they did not have an easy occupation regime. Ukrainian partisans, Soviet partisans, killed Nazi officials, Wehrmacht soldiers, Wehrmacht officers, blew up the infrastructure they were using, made them pay a price for their occupation. We could well see, if unfortunately this ends in stalemate for the time being, we could well see that type of insurgency gain momentum behind Russia and try to evict the Russians that way, and then remount the counteroffensive at scale later on in the future if the first one doesn't succeed. So that would be further echoes of the World War II experience. The scale, once again, is much smaller. The size of the armies here, they're not in the many hundreds, 800,000, 700,000, a million, two. 1.4 million. That's not what we're talking about today. But the weapons, the cruise missiles, right? Artillery fire. Artillery fire used to be very inaccurate. It's like saturation. You would just fire towards the enemy lines, and if you hit something, you hit something, and if you didn't, you just kept firing. Now you have drones. And so artillery fire is now sniper fire. Because you can coordinate the direction of the artillery fire with the drones. The drones can take a picture and show you where the enemy is precisely located. And you can align that artillery to hit them instead of just indiscriminately bombing and harrying territory. And the naval supply artillery goes really far. And you can fire into Russian positions and yourself not be exposed to Russian fire because your artillery fires farther than theirs. So that's coming. And we're going to see that in action. And so the scale is not the same, but the weapons, the precision of some of the weapons and some of the NATO, we're not sending all of our stuff. But as I said, the dynamic is Russia commits atrocities, Russia bombs schools, Russia bombs hospitals, Russia kills civilians, and more and heavier and more lethal Western weapons for Ukraine. Their willingness to risk their lives is really so impressive, and the reason that it's our duty, we're obliged to supply those weapons. And so the Russians don't have that resupply, and the Ukrainians do. And so the Russians are not digging in less. They're digging in deeper in the areas that they've penetrated. And they're trying to build unassailable positions for when the Ukrainians transition from mostly defense to full-scale offense. And we'll see if that now, they're digging everywhere, as they say, Kapaya, right? They're digging everywhere behind.
Your Russian is beautiful.
Digging in. I wish. But so there are these things that we can't predict, but there are these things we're watching closely.
And on top of that, something that's not in World War II, for the most part, is cyber attacks and cyber warfare, which is much less, perhaps, convertible into human warheads because it happens so quickly, it's such large scales, so difficult to trace and all those kinds of things. It's not bullets, it's electrical signals.
Yeah, but those Ukrainian people, they're like you, they're young and they're technically really proficient, and they've been amazing. They spent those teenage years in the basement playing video games.
It's useful after all.
It turns out it's more than useful. You can save your country that way. And so they're not alone. They're getting support, and that support is important. But really, predominantly, it's Ukrainians on the cyber battlefield, and their skills have been very impressive, and they've been preparing for this for a number of years. And they have a whole army of young people on the cyber side. It's their civilian population. These are not people conscripted into the military, volunteering, wearing the uniform. And so even in cyber warfare, the Ukrainians have been extremely impressive. And so let's remember that all of these aspects of warfare, whether it's how far your cruise missiles go and how accurate they are, what size your cyber capabilities are, it's really ultimately about their people. It's about the human capital, right? It's about their willingness, their skill level, but also their willingness to fight and to put their lives on the line. And there's no substitute for that. And so what's called morale, or courage, or bravery, or valor, that's really ultimately decisive, provided you have enough, sufficient arms, right, to conduct the fight. And if you don't, you use a Molotov cocktail. Right? Grandma calls in the coordinates of the Russian tank on her iPhone, and you have a Molotov cocktail that People who used to work in the cafeteria are now stuffing flammable liquid into bottles. And you carry one right up to the tank and you smash it against the tank or you drop it in one of the hatches in the tank. Right? There's no substitute for that kind of stuff. That level of resolve, willingness to die for your country. That's a really big lesson that we need to absorb in our own country. We've been going to war more frequently than we should, and like you said, without the justification all the time, and then like Henry Kissinger said, without understanding how this was going to end. It's easy to start a war. It's very difficult to win a war, prevail in war, end a war in terms that meet your original expectations. We've been fighting wars, but we haven't been fighting wars as societies. We've been fighting wars as a small sliver of our population. Something like 1% of our population is involved with the military because we have an all-volunteer force. And that means that it's easier for our politicians to go to war because they don't face conscription, they don't have the draft, which affects every family in the country, and because the number of people in the volunteer force is such a narrow stratum of the population. And so they've been getting away with this because the professional army is much better than the conscript army. And an all-volunteer force is much preferable from a military point of view. But from a societal point of view, it enables you to go to war too easily as a politician, and it doesn't engage in society the same way that the Ukrainian society is completely engaged from those young hackers all the way up to the Israelis. Yes.
Oh, man. And you're also here.
It's kind of nice. I'll take that.
What's the value? What's the hope? What's the power of conversation? If you could sit down with Vladimir Putin and have a conversation versus bullets.
Versus the West Side gangster.
Is there
This motherfucker's starting barking at us.